9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
PokerStars announces the World Championship of Online Poker.
$2.1 million.
More than 10,000 players.
33 events this year.
And for the first time, $1 million score. Wcoop 2009, what a
Over
year.
$2.2 million for first. That's
The
insane.
taxi driver who satellited in takes home $1 million. Crown-up guy is the world
This kid is
champion.
one to watch.
Sean Deeb consistently crushing Wcoop.
What a lineup.
Adrenaline 7-1-0, 5 titles in one series. And it's PT Fisherman who reels in the main event trophy.
2021, the year of Talal.
Wcoop is still the title every online player wants to win.
This is where world champions are made.
Hello once again, welcome to the PokerStars Arena and welcome back to the World Championship of Online Poker 2022. Yes, it's been more than 2 months since we started streaming Wcoop, but now this prestigious series finally concludes and we have 3 consecutive days of cards up coverage of the high buy-in main event, aka the 10K World Championship of No Limit Hold'em. Hello everyone, I am James Hartigan. Alongside me are Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Mr. Nicholas Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me, boys.
So Joe, we obviously know what happened, and unless you've been living in a cave for the last 6 weeks, most of you will have heard that main event weekend was kind of ruined by a DDoS attack on PokerStars. We covered this in intense detail with Chris Regalis, who is the Director of Online Poker Experience at PokerStars. We talked about it on the Poker in the Ears podcast. And Joe, even 72 hours after the cancellation of so many Wcoop tournaments, it was clear that this was going to happen, that these games were going to rerun, and that we were going to make things right.
It wasn't clear to me that it was going to happen. I was afraid. I was like, how can you go ahead and just say that it's definitely going to happen again? But they did. They increased the guarantees. It did happen. It is happening. It's about to happen.
So here we are with Wcoop 2022 Take 2. The boosted main events, Nick, as Joe said, in the No Limit Hold'em mains, those boosted guarantees. And obviously, we've had this mini-series, which started on Saturday, runs until Wednesday. It's almost like a Wcoop inside of a Wcoop.
It really is, and I was so happy to see that PokerStars agreed to double so many of the guarantees that we had promised for the original Wcoop. And I'm just really happy with the way they handled the entire process, and I'm so happy that we're here doing this again. And you guys are about to witness maybe one of the biggest online 10Ks ever. It's just going to be absolutely massive.
Yeah, so registration has just closed in the 3 main events at the low, medium, and high buy-in tier. So let's just recap the final facts and figures. Now, interestingly, a stellar field in the high buy-in, 760 total entries. So the boosted guarantee was $7 million. We're looking at a total prize pool of $7.6 million. With 87 places getting paid, you're looking at nearly a 7-figure score for second, 950K for the runner-up, 1.29 million for the winner. And one thing we should highlight, guys, is that we are going to make the money today. The bubble is going to burst tonight. So world famous bubble coverage a bit later on. 305 players remaining, and a reminder that 87 are going to make the money. Now, interestingly, people may look at the medium and low buy-in events and say, they didn't meet the guarantee. To be honest with you, I don't think there was ever an expectation that was going to happen, because if you'd honoured the existing guarantees, Nick, that would have been hard enough, right, with no series to build up to that. With boosted guarantees, we always knew there was going to be some added value for players in those tournaments.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that PokerStars was really keen to restart Wcoop or redo Wcoop the right way, and also it was an added incentive, not simply for an amount that they were going to actually maintain, but also it was going to be an amount that it was going to be a bit of an extra benefit to the players. You know, it was going to be of benefit. It was a little bit of an I'm sorry for the way that the original Wcoop went as well. So anybody out there saying, you know, why didn't we meet the guarantee? Just take it and run with it, guys. Enjoy the value. Let's go.
It's part of the Take-Two experience. So we're looking at 4,646 total entries in the medium and 27,914 players in the low. I believe, Joe, that Spraggy is one of them.
Spraggy is one of them, or Spraggy is 4 or 5 of them? I mean, how many, what's the number next to the bracket on Spraggy's name? Because I see there was a 2 next to his name here in the old high buy-in, but it's grayed out. It's no longer active in this tournament.
Yeah, Spraggy isn't in, but the red spade is represented, and we'll get to that in just a moment. One thing that is concluded, one thing that is done and dusted is, of course, the Player of the Series competition. This did wrap up during the last week of the series, and congratulations to Rui Ferreira, who was named overall Player of the Series, and he will be inducted into the Wcoop Hall of Fame along with the winner of this tournament. And we are going to squid you in the face for our first feature table. Sam Grafton in the limelight along with Ben Roller, Ben CB789.
And don't forget Mar Tomshat over there also, someone we've covered quite a bit the last few years.
Yep, so Sam is going to get things started here, raising with Jack 10 suited. We pick up the action on day 2 of this 10K World Championship of No Limit Hold'em with the blinds at 6K, 12K, and we have an all-in from Ben CB with Jack 9 suited.
Wow.
Wow, really interesting to see there. Obviously, Ben making an adjustment for the much deeper stack Sam Squid and his much wider opening range, I imagine. Combos like Jack 9 suited, Jack 10 suited, that kind of thing, all sort of perform quite similarly as jams in that situation. If anybody knows that pushing range, it's going to be Ben CB, so absolutely trust his reaction, his 3-bet in that scenario.
Joe, one thing you highlighted earlier on is that there were plenty of players in the lobby who had 250k, which is the starting stack, because people were either late entering or using that last or final bullet before the start of play today.
Max late reg, as they call it.
Yeah. And that equates to, what, 25 big blinds at this level? So
Less.
Get busy living, get busy dying, or something of that nature.
Yeah, I mean, as you already pointed out, James, there's just so much value in this game. And turn set for Ben CB here.
Yeah, Sam was ahead on the flop, but not on the turn. Called the bet from Ben, and Ben gets lucky and checks it back.
Wow.
Question, does Sam think he can safely value bet on this queen high board, Nick?
Yeah, I think Ben CB's picked a really nice spot to check, and I feel like Sam might be really confident given the fact that Ben didn't take a shot on the turn to try and go for some value. And now it's just up to Ben to decide how much value he wants to go for here as well. I mean, I don't think it's a spot where Ben is ever going to flat. I mean, he can be concerned about some combos, I suppose, but I mean, maybe ace-4 might be the most likely combination that he might actually have here that he's concerned about, but it's a very, very small number of hands. So he is going to go for the all-in, of course, and Sam really has a bit of a tough spot now.
Yeah, Sam
I wish I could see Sam's reaction to this.
probably much like his avatar. Sam was in the top 25 coming into day 2. Obviously, having lost the previous hand and having lost this part, he's now dropped down outside of the top 30. The chip leader at this point in time is a player from Ukraine called Nick Meat, who has 2.8 million, average stack 635,000. And one thing we should highlight, you get a very, very friendly structure for a 10k buy-in, 30-minute levels throughout in the high buy-in Wcoop main event.
Luxurious.
Joe, you took the words out of my mouth, buddy. You beat me to it. The luxury levels, absolutely. Little blind v blind action now. Nacho 5-4 off versus the trays in the big blind here. A little bit on the deep side just to shove, I think. We're still probably within the territory where he can either check behind or just go ahead and raise the trays blind v blind. I think raising is probably what most players would do in this scenario, but I think the check is fine too if you want to keep the pot small.
And Nuke the Fish out-flopped by Nacho, who has got a pair of 4s.
Man, you're going to think that your 3s are good here. Nothing scary about this board.
Yeah, I think 5-4 off here as well is such an interesting one because there's like no good turns. You are going to have the best hand a lot. You are opening yourself up to being sort of like, you know, bluffed off it, though, if they have a flush draw or they have a straight draw or something like that, too. Sometimes players will just go ahead and raise the stab on this texture, too, I imagine. Some of the time, probably not that often. But once you bet and you get called, you're in just a really, really tough spot. The threes probably don't want to turn their hand into a bluff necessarily. But the threes feel the same way as the fours do, don't they, Joe? You're both kind of like, I feel like I can be winning here, but I'm not super confident about it. Am I supposed to protect my hand or what? And on the river, I guess it's going to go check, check. Yep, and the 4-5 does take it down. Nice hand for Nacho there.
And I just realized I missed some breaking news from StatTrick that Spraggy 3 has arrived. So he is still in the main event, turning up at the 11th hour in for his third bullet, his third 10K buy-in.
Yeah.
Spraggy is alive.
What a hero, man. Okay, guys, you can say whatever you want about Spraggy, okay? Anything at all. But you cannot say he is not dedicated to the cause.
One thing I would say is that this pales into insignificance, Joe. If we talk about him firing 3 10K bullets in this, to that time he fired 4 100K buy-ins in the Super High Roller at PCA 2019.
I mean, I'm just quickly doing the math here. These 3 bullets don't even equate to one of those bullets. So
that's why
who
they
cares?
call him the human calculator, ladies and gentlemen. That was lightning fast that he did that math. And it's all connected. Nacho has the Spraggy A7 offsuit, which is no good against top pair here.
Little glimmer of hope for the A7 on the turn, though. Picks up a gut shot.
That gut shot would be bad. Okay, well, now it's 7/8 out.
Yeah, Queen 10 taking it down.
So, action opened here by Acho Bogdanov with King 10 suited. 4-6-4, folding Ace-5 suited.
All right, guys, so Acho's avatar is definitely Hellboy, right? This is definitely a Hellboy illustration.
Question, is that old Hellboy or new Hellboy? I've forgotten his name. Ron Perlman or David Harbour?
No, see, I don't think it's an illustration. I think it's from the comic books.
My eyesight's not that good. I can't make that out. I could
What
just
do you
about
think,
see
Joe?
it as a picture of Sam
Joe's more
Grafton.
qualified.
I think that's Acho Cheese. Yeah, no, that looks like a graphic novel / comic book interpretation.
So, Nuke the Fish with the ladles, pocket jacks.
Yeah, might get some action from the Ace-10 here. Again, you guys, we're kind of at that more awkward stack depth where, you know, we're just not going to see a whole load of pre-flop, you know, all-ins or something like that. So these guys are going to have to navigate the more awkward stack depths here. Looking at around 30 and a bit big blinds effective, something like that, if you're looking at it from the perspective of the jacks.
So, Acho Bogdanov with Ace-10 in the big blind defends, and it is a jack-high flop.
Ooh.
And Nuke the Fish is near enough a 97% favorite here.
Come on, chat. Is there a better feeling in the world than raising and flopping top set? Come on.
No, there is not.
Although sometimes flopping
Other
middle set
than
is
maybe
usually better.
missing top set, c-betting, and then making it on the turn.
Good shot, Joe. Very good. Yeah, I don't know how much action he's going to get here.
Ooh.
Ace-10 having... Ooh, never mind. Wait a second. On the turn, you guys. The ace, the action for Acho Bogdanov.
Makes that call of the c-bet and now improves to top pair. And this could get costly. And you can see that Acho Bogdanov is drawing dead. Oh!
Ooh.
Barry
Oh,
Greenstein
my
makes an
days.
appearance. And that means Bogdanov has improved to trips, but it's the full house for Nuke the Fish. He'll be wondering how much value they can get now.
I can't believe I just went runner on this guy. Oh, wait.
Yeah, Acho's got to feel really confident, especially after the check on the turn from the jacks here. I imagine we're going to see a bet and a raise. Goes chunky as well, 71K into 96. I mean, I think it's only ever going to be a shove from this point, guys, right? I mean, you want to maximize your value against the diamonds, against the straights, both of which will be there for sure. The trip aces, sometimes even hands as strong as ace-jack, although that's very unlikely given the blocker effect here.
Just using a little bit of that time bank.
Carry the one. Bop, bop, bop. Beep, bop, boop. Bop, bop, bop. All in.
Get your chips in, and I think this is very hard for Bogdanov to get away from. Don't blame him for making that call. And Nuke the Fish gets the full double up with the full house. 628,000 now. Bogdanov loses with trips and chips down to 178K.
Yep, things changed
It's
pretty
about
quick
30
there, James.
small blinds. I'm going to say small blinds to make it sound a little bit better.
Yeah.
Nuke the Fish now with sevens and opens to 25,200. If I know Sam Grafton, he ain't folding suited connectors on the button.
I mean, look at this magnificent hand in this magnificent position with that magnificent avatar. He's going to put in a 3-bet here, guys. 6-7 suited, just going to put pressure on Nuke the Fish here. Definitely one of the stack depths where I think some of these pairs do get sticky. See what he feels like today, though. Yep, seems good. Defends.
And that's a pretty decent board for a pair of sevens. And Sam does have a gut shot and backdoor flush potential. So 20%, I know, but I don't think he's going to be going anywhere.
This is street flash potential right here. When you run like
Look at
Sam
this
Grafton, you just make this hand like half the time.
Look at the size of this C-bet, you guys. Sam is just absolutely disrespecting this game. Look at, you know, Joe, do you remember a time like 10 years ago when somebody would have seen this bet and been like, ha, what a complete whale. Look at the turn. What has he done?
That is the straight for Sam Grafton, who is now near enough a 90% favorite.
Oh, wow. Oh, Sam, I love you.
Huge.
Beautiful. You beautiful, beautiful
Also
man.
disrespectful,
I love you so much.
I think.
And Grafton making it nearly 142K. Oh, wow. I mean, Nuke the Fish just got those chips, those hard-earned, hard-won chips.
No!
Shoves the turn, gets snap called, the straight holds, and that's a huge pot for Sam, up to 1.8 million. Sam now in the tournament top 10. And Nuke the Fish eliminated.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God, you guys, what was that? That was unbelievable. Sam wins an absolute monster of a pot.
Yeah, Sam now 9th overall as we see 9s open here for Kachin, and
Nuke
then folds the ace-5.
Nuke the Fish, obviously, probably a little sad there, but I think the real loser is Acho Bogdanov, who had their chips swiped and the runner, and then immediately just handed over to Sam Grafton unceremoniously.
Yeah, and now you've got Sam Grafton sat right next to you with that massive stack, and you are on life support. So just to highlight for those of you who are joining late, this is day 2 of the 10K World Championship of No Limit Hold'em, the high buy-in Wcoop main event. 760 total entries. Right now, 280 players remain. Registration closed at the start of play today, and we are going to play into the money tonight. 87 are going to get paid, and we are going to play down, I think, to 40. Is that the goal, to get down to the final 5 tables?
That's what I've heard, 40. The cool thing about online poker, though, is that we're way more likely to somehow miss 40. Because of all the tables happening, sometimes it can be like, oh, we lost 2 players on that hand. It's actually going to be 39 tomorrow.
Yeah. So, just to clarify, 87 will get paid. And let's just have a quick look at the payouts. So, min cash is worth $25,000. We are looking at 6-figure scores for 11th and upwards. So make it to 11th, you're guaranteed more than 100K. And we do have a 7-figure score up top. The first prize, as advertised on screen, close to $1.3 million.
I am still reeling from that pot. That was an absolutely sick pot for Sam. And Oh man, when you Joe, okay, you know we were saying what feels better than flopping top set. You said turning top set. I think just turning the nuts and getting absolutely ripped on. I know it wasn't the nuts, chat. You know what I mean? Turning the effective nuts and just getting ripped on. That's also a good one, especially in a 10K.
No, I would assume that feels great.
Joe,
I've been the
here.
ripper there many times.
Ace 6 of diamonds after 4-6-4 opened on the button with king 8 of diamonds, and this gets called, and it's a king high flop, and that'll do it for Nacho. Oh no, it's the double up 4-6-4. Nacho in fact had 4-6-4 covered.
folding around, Ben CB with ace-9 off. Definitely an interesting situation. There's a kind of interesting sort of stack dynamic happening here where we've got a couple sort of uneven stacks behind him here. I wonder if he's going to open this one up. He does decide to put it in there. Seems good.
Yeah, so Ben slightly below average right now. Average stack is just shy of 700K. And the blinds going up from 612 to 714 in 40 minutes' time.
Raising to take it.
So pretty deep right now at a 700K
Could be it for
average.
Tom Chat.
Yeah. Well, the opening raise comes from Ben CB. 4-6-4 with the same hand. Queen Jack. Nacho with King 10. All these Broadway combos. All the queens are out, by the way. So this is actually a great spot for Tom.
Yeah, all the queens out and 3 of the jacks are out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if he might potentially decide to let this one go, given the earlier pre-flop open. You know, a few more dominating aces going to be in there, given the fact that Ben's open there was a little bit earlier, but does find the spot and does get the chips back up to 10 big blinds.
Well, this is a dominating ace, an ace and another ace.
How come just the snap fold there from Queen Jack, Ben CB? I'm sure it's correct, obviously, if Ben's doing it, but you'd think a lot of people are just going to flick it in there for, like, what was it, 6 big blinds total?
Yeah, exactly, Joe. It wasn't that much more to call. I think Ben just keeping it really, really nice and snug there. I think he's aware of the fact that range is probably going to be a lot stronger than he'd like it to be, rather than just, you know, if Ben had opened off the button and he had shoved from the big blind, I think you can probably run into a few more hands that are just trying to attack the wider button open. But given Ben's earlier open, I guess the perceived range was going to be a little bit too strong for Ben's liking.
I'm concerned about how much Sam Grafton is going to lose in this pot. He has paired his 10 on the flop. Nacho does not have that much behind, and I imagine we'll be setting this up for a river shove. 100K in the middle already. Goes 69, just shy of 70K on the turn. And the question is, on this board, does Sam hero with third pair?
Yep, definitely a tough spot when you're playing really good opponents, having second pair here. Rightly so, being very sticky on flop and turn. River might be a reason for him to fold. Does make the hero call.
Yeah, and so Nacho gets the double up to just over $500,000. Sam down to 1.5 million, but still one of the biggest stacks remaining. Sam now 22nd, which I think is where he started the day. Nick Meat from Ukraine still chip leader with 3.3 million. 267 players remaining now.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head, James. It was just one of those situations where really good opponents are probably just going to barrel there a bunch as a bluff. Sam's aware of that. He's aware that he needs to be calling there in order to protect from being exploited by better players, and it just so happened he actually had the goods in this case. So the full double for Nacho as we open 5s from 4-6-4 here is defended by 9-10 off by Acho Bogdanov. Straight draw for Bogdanov. Pocket 5s here with the under pair to the Jack and the 8. Does put in a very small c-bet around quarter pot, something like that.
I like Pingu.
Womp, 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 womp. Pingu?
That's the absolute nuts.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, people making
Nacho.
straights today.
Straight to hot,
okay.
Joe.
Straights are hot right now. Put it on the board.
I think we might even see a hero call from the fives here once in a while. There are some missed straight draws. 6-7, obviously going to be in there once in a while. 5-6 is going to be in there once in a while. The clubs are going to be in there once in a while. Sometimes a combination of both. So pocket fives could still hero here, although I'm not sure if 4-6-4 wants to do it in the context of tournament poker at this stage. Yep, good fold from the fives.
And looks like we have hit the first break. Only 20 minutes of play in this opening session. And we will resume the action inside of 5 minutes. So a little taster to get things started. Likely to be a long night, guys, as we play down to 40 in the Wcoop main event in this 10K World Championship of No Limit Hold'em. 260 players remain right now. 87 will make the money. And I just referenced, it is Nick Meat who is the chip leader. Justus, the start of day chip leader, currently sitting in second place. So yes, we will get back to the table shortly, but a chance for us to reflect on the most recent live event. It's unusual that we begin an online series, put it on pause, have a live event and do an EPT stream, and then come back to conclude the online series. But we live in interesting times. So we were streaming EPT London just a couple of weeks ago. How was it for you, Nicholas? Did you enjoy yourself?
I had a great time, and I said it all the way through. I was really, really hoping that some of that wild sort of rail energy would have come across from Barcelona. I think everybody that I spoke to says that Barcelona was their favorite EPT so far this year in terms of the actual viewing experience, and like there was so much drama and so many funny characters at that table, and obviously the insane rails, the insane Italians, the insane Brazilians as well. We unfortunately didn't see as much of that in London, but what we did have in abundance was absolutely elite tier fields. Like,
yes.
As somebody that wants to actually take part, that's not ideal. Obviously, you don't want to be playing like the best in the world, but from a viewing perspective, I think what we didn't have in sort of exciting rail action and funny deal negotiations, we did have a lot of really, really good poker, and you know, just watching some of the best in the world duke it out, and it was really, really good in that sense. But if we could marry the two at the next event, that'd be fantastic. So if we get a combination, absolutely elite tier in Prague, and then also a sick rail, I think that would be the smash hit of the year.
I'll get our top team on it at once, Nick. We'll make sure we make that happen for you. I mean, Joe,
you.
we reflected on London in the most recent episode of the podcast. We recorded our EPT London recap and published that last week. And I think Nick's really said it all. Yes, a very different dynamic and vibe to Barcelona, but those elite players gave it its own kind of identity, I guess, as an event.
Well, you know what always is my favorite is when you have a mix of people at a final table, not just sort of nationality-wise, but sort of experientially mixed. And obviously, we had a fellow like Dan Kishu, who had been playing poker for a very long time, but doesn't quite have the same experience, let's say, as a Jack Sinclair. And then we had an Ian Hamilton, who seemed relatively inexperienced, sort of overall, just a young person who's probably not been playing the game all that long. And then we had the player from, I think, from the Czech Republic, who was quite experienced online player. So that mix of things I found to be really interesting. And then, of course, when we get to heads up, we've got two young English boys duking it out, heads up, in London. Pretty cool seeing those two Union Jacks. No matter what happens, we know we're going to have a British winner in Great Britain. I thought that entire thing, you know, I think some people were probably a little disappointed. Jack himself, maybe a little disappointed that it didn't go to Jack Sinclair, especially given the heads-up match and where things started with a chip advantage for Jack. But, man, if you're just, like, looking for, like, a classic London showdown for the return of EPT London after 8 years, I don't think it could have got much better.
Yeah.
Yeah, and, of course, we are going to conclude EPT 2022 in Prague. We'll be there in December, so if you enjoy our live events coverage, that's where we will be at the end of the year. Of course, once we've got Wcoop in the books, once we've wrapped up this event on Wednesday, it's back to our usual Sunday Million streams on Monday nights if you enjoy our online coverage from the PokerStars Arena. But let's be honest, the thing we're really excited about is come the new year, we are going to have that trip to the Bahamas. We are going to have the double whammy of the PCA and the PSPC. And one thing I didn't even realize, it kind of slipped under the radar, is satellites are running now for the PCA. You can qualify right now. Obviously, you can qualify for Prague. That's coming up next month. But if you want to be at the PCA, the first time that event has taken place in 4 years, then definitely now would be the time to look into that. And again, Joe, it's not just about the PSPC happening for the second time. It's also the return of the PCA to a new location, which, #FunFact, will be the 3rd venue for the PCA. Number 1 was on a cruise ship, then it was at Atlantis for many years, now Baha.
Yeah, I think that sometimes we get so focused on the PSPC and it's going to be the biggest 25K of all time. Again, there's still a PCA main event to be played. There are still high rollers and super high rollers to be played in addition to that PSPC in the Bahamas. There's an entire calendar of events. I don't know that it's been published yet what all's going to be there, but there's lots and lots of other reasons to go to the Bahamas this January. Even if those other events are too big for your bankroll, there's going to be smaller side events to play there. It's going to be a blast.
I think most events, or at least the key dates for the big events, are available at PokerStarsLive.com. I can certainly confirm, and I'm kind of like nervous and also excited in equal measure about the fact that we're going to be broadcasting 11 consecutive days of Cards Up coverage. We're going to be covering the Super High Roller. We're going to be covering the PCA main event, and obviously we will cover every single day, every hour, every minute, every moment of the PSPC, which is it's an exceptional event, and it will only be the second time this 25K has run. But talking of exciting stuff, right now we are focused on Wcoop. We are focused on the high buy-in main event. The players about to return from break. So, Joe, I guess it's a good opportunity to say you can go on break.
I've worked a whole half hour. I got to get out of here.
Trust me, guys, Joe will be putting in the hours late tonight when Nick and I have gone to bed. We talk about world-famous bubble coverage, Nick. I think the reality is we are a long way from that. We still have 259 players in this tournament, and we will not be on the bubble. We will not be hand for hand until we're down to 88. So we've got several levels, several hours of poker to play before we're going to kick off our bubble coverage tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got these nice luxury blind levels that we always talk about, and I think everybody who's paid 10K to take part in this event is going to use that to the best of their ability, or at least try and manipulate the longer blind levels to try and give themselves the best chance to make it to a final table, of course. And for that reason, yeah, I think there's still a lot of poker to be played here, although, as Joe did point out, we do have quite a few short stacks joining as their final bullet, their final attempt here. A lot of players coming in with 250,000 chips, just over 20 big blinds or something in that region when we started the day. Now, obviously, blinds going up even fewer. I actually have a few friends that put in a bullet and they've already busted. So it's definitely time for that last-minute gamble. So even though we do have quite a big number now, a lot of those players will be coming back with, something in the region of a danger zone stack.
Yeah, and it's worth highlighting that at this stage it's very difficult to keep tabs on everyone. But just looking at the top 20 as we get cards in the air once again, there are some names that leap out. ProBeers, Andrus Namath, he is a top 10 stack right now. Grafton is 13th in chips. Armadi 017, Adrian Mateos in the top 20 right now. So there is the potential, going back to what we were talking about with EPT London, Nick, for the cream to rise to the surface and for the next few days to be really exciting as we watch some of the best in the game vie for a place at the final table on Wednesday.
Yeah, I'm talking about some of those short stacks joining us as their final bullet. I mean, jumping into the field and going, yeah, I can spin this up, this is fine, and then being sat with, two of those players at your table would just be seriously difficult to try and navigate. So really, really happy to be following Sam's and Ben's table here. Obviously, two very well-known players. I mean, several other guys with tons of experience here as well, outside of that as well. So let's see how those shorties do, and let's see how quickly we get through them today. But lots and lots of poker action coming your way, you guys. And, of course, we are playing down to 40 today, or at least that's the target.
Yeah, and I'm sure
see how we get on.
We'll be able to showcase more players as the evening goes on, and I'm sure there will be switching when we get close to the bubble. But right now, let's focus on Team Pro's very own Sam Squid, Sam Grafton, who I know Sam likes to play his button, but 9 deuce offsuit. Even Sam may ditch this hand.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? He's a confident player. He plays what he plays. He likes what he likes. But 9 deuce off, you know, it's fine. At some point, we need to start drawing a line. Does put it in the bin, and we go heads up. 10-7. It does in fact make top pair.
Absolutely, and Ben CB is outflopped. Who else is repping the red spade in this high buy-in main event? Rafa Moraes is currently ranked 78th in chips. And who else? Scrolling down, scrolling down. Spraggy on his third bullet, currently ranked 222nd. Oh, Lex. Lex is still in 252nd place. And one of the shortest stacks right now is Papo MC. So Lex and Papo are short. Spraggy also on the short side. And then you've got Rafa middle of the pack and Sam among the chip leaders. Nice queen on the turn.
Yeah, we did see the queen on the turn here, so Ben CB probably imagines he does have the best hand, especially given the action on the turn going check-check. Does put in a overbet on the river. He's looking to get max value from his ace-queen. I mean, definitely calling with a 7 here. Totally reasonable. The overbet might deter him, but I know that Ben is probably going to do the same sizing if he does have a bluff in the situation too. So anybody that's aware of who this player is and the capabilities that he has might find a hero call with what is second pair here on this texture. Does find the fold though. Ben CB up to 611,000 chips.
And we are still at the 612 blind level. Blinds will be going up inside of 7 minutes. As Vicenfish, or Weissenfish, opens with Ace-King.
Like, would you like a side of Vice with your fish? Perhaps.
And a cheeky 3-bet from Grafton in the cutoff with 6-5 of hearts.
This is the second time we've seen him 3-betting the 6-5 suited combo, and I love to see it. My man does not care what you have. He's got 6-5 suited. He's going to play it. I don't imagine we're going to get much further than this, though. Ace-King does flat, though. Interesting. I thought we were going to see a 4-bet there. Although, obviously worth pointing out, James, we are incredibly deep, so both players probably just trying to preserve stacks here and not go crazy where they might be getting cold decked by kings or aces, perhaps.
And this is where the advantage of position and the advantage of the betting lead plays to Sam's favour, with Ace-King missing. And 6-5 not doing too badly. Okay, well, Ace-King now with the straight draw.
Yeah, and guys, just really interesting to note Sam's differentiating bet sizing on the flop there. We saw previously when he was 3-betting 6-5 suited, different texture where he had the gut shot on a low paired board. He had that ridiculously tiny, like one big blind continue. But on the 8-10-4, how he sized up, had a much more chunky bet size there. Obviously trying to target maybe combinations like ace, queen, ace, jack, that kind of thing. Maximizing folds from those combos that might still want to stick around.
Okay, so everyone has missed. Weissenfish is checked. Does Sam check it back? He does. I wonder if a bluff would have worked there, or if ace high would have picked it off.
Right.
We'll never know.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll never know.
Exactly. Great question, James. I was thinking the same thing. I don't presume to be inside the mastermind of Sam, but I imagine that when you have those larger sizings on those texture and it comes a queen on the turn, he's using a bigger size because he wants to maximize folds on the flop, but he's aware that there are some turns where he's just going to have to shut down. Otherwise, he's probably going to end up investing too many chips in situations where they're going to be easy to call down.
Danderman watching on Twitch, observing there are more seafood nicknames than usual. I mean, yes, we got fish, we got squid. To be fair, we got nacho kind of balancing it out.
Sure.
Although you can have fish nachos, right? No, it's more fish tacos. You don't get fish nachos.
I don't think I've ever seen fish nachos before, but who knows?
Not a good idea.
All right, 9-4 puts in a bet, 350K.
A bold prediction from Jamal on YouTube. The winner will be Sam Squid. Long way to go. Still at 250 players.
We can hope. We can hope. Ace-Jack off here, blind v blind. Pretty deep still. I think there is a lot of limping here. Nacho does decide to go ahead and put in the limp with the Ace-Jack off. Vice and Fish, honestly, can do pretty much whatever they want at this stack depth. Queen 3 off, obviously not a great combination, but it depends on the perceived strength of their opponent in the small blind. If you're playing against somebody who's very inexperienced, you could probably justify raising pretty much any 2 cards versus the limp there, just because you play in position and you can just apply so much pressure, seeing what your opponent does first.
And of course,
Bet and a call, ace-jack.
Still good.
Yeah, sorry there, James. Yeah, I was going to say ace-jack just obviously under-repping their hand pre-flop. Doesn't want to get pushed around here by the single bet, so does stick around for the flop. Check, check. Queen 3 still the best hand. Probably just a check here, I guess, James. I mean, you know, you're gonna have the best hand a bunch here. They can still check call with plenty of things. Possibly going for some value, I guess. Half pot on the river.
The 3.
Yeah, interesting. Was not expecting that one. Nacho certainly could convince himself ace-jack is still good here. These blind v blind spots are very funny.
Let's
and
go.
A bet and a take it.
So that field of 760, that's 551 unique players, 209 re-entries. Total prize pool, $7.6 million. Nearly $1.3 million up top, plus the trophy, which will be presented on Wednesday when we play the final table. This is a 4-day MTT. Started last night, plays into the money, down to the final 5 tables tonight, down to the final table tomorrow, and then that final table will play down to a winner on Wednesday. That's why we're streaming 3 nights this week, following this through from the early stages all the way to its conclusion.
Yep, safe to say this is the absolute Omega 2022 main event here online. This really is the big daddy.
Ace-10 suited opening here, and 4-6-4 has got the Spraggy, Ace-7 offsuit. Raise and take it for Ben Roller. I'm starting to wonder whether these blinds ever do actually go up. I feel like we've been playing 6-12 forever.
It's definitely a different pace, you guys, especially joining on day 2 here. You know, full ring poker at deeper stack depths, you know, the ranges are so significantly different, and players just have so much less incentive to enter into pots if they're one of the shorties. You know, they've got a lot of waiting time. They know they've got a lot of orbits left. They got a whole lot of Harrington M's, James, if anybody remembers those.
I do. They tried to make it a thing, and yet we still count in big blinds.
They did. They did. I think I was at a table during EPT, and I said, "Does anyone ever use M's anymore?" And pretty much everybody laughed in synchronization. It's just not really a thing anymore. PokerStars Strag remembers the M.
Aces for Vice and Fish.
Yep, so Ace-King just before taking that pot down against Sam Squid. Aces now this time for Vice and Fish. Going to open this bad boy up, of course. Don't know how much action he's going to get here, though. A lot of much weaker than normal hands behind. Even Ben CB, Queen 5 off in the big blind, probably not going to want to mess around with that against one of the chip leaders. Blinds are finally going up, James.
To an imaginary level, 7,000, 14,000.
Ace Queen suited, Ace Queen off, excuse me, the big blind, 4-6-4. Where are we at right now, James? Might just push this in. Yep, there it is. The all-in from Ace Queen off feels good. Vice and Fish was 6 high. Very unlikely to call this unless he really wants to punt it.
No punting.
This is a no-punt zone.
We've got 7s here for Sam Grafton. And Acho Bogdanov, who is the shortest stack, or one of the shortest stacks at this table, all in with ace-jack, and I think we're going to see a race. Nacho can get rid of the sailboats. Sam calls with the sticks, and 7s are holding. And sevens are good. Acho Bogdanov eliminated. Sam Grafton up to 1.6 million. And we are switching. New feature table. You love him. You want him. You need him. He's Spraggy.
And we're jumping into some action straight away here, James. I think Ace Queen's going to be a push here all day long. He does put it in 336,000.
No, please tell me we have not just come to this table to see Spraggy run Ace Queen into Kings.
No justice. Sam can hold his sevens all day long, but King's waiting for him here as the initial opener and is going to shove to isolate.
Spraggy, no! Oh, ace! Always an ace on the desk, which saves Spraggy, and he is now up to 735k. Spraggy is now near enough an average stack.
Let's go, Spraggy. It's about time. My man's had a rough year so far. He's definitely got to get in there with those. Ace on the desk. Bring it home, buddy. Let's do it. Queen Jack off now for 23 Nora. Does open it up. King 4 off. Not the craziest ever 3-bet bluff if they want to include it, but obviously not one that you need to include every single time. A lot of these sort of weaker offsuit king combos do become 3-bets from that position to try and balance out when you do have some of your stronger stuff as well. Obviously having a blocker in hand, James, we talk about it all the time. Something like ace 5, king 4, that kind of thing makes sense in those scenarios. Pocket sevens this time opening now from the cutoff. And defended by 9-6, which does pull out in the lead now. Middle pair.
Yeah, but I don't dislike having that draw.
Yep, quite right. Having that up and down draw with the sevens. Obviously on the turn could be dead to the jack. The 9 does take it down. Queen's going to go ahead and open button now.
What department do you work in? Department Mario.
Been here before, haven't we? Queen Jack off in the small blind. Not sure if they want to get involved against the under the gun open here too often. It's not the worst hand in the world, but of course, you know, you'd rather have Queen Jack suited, I think, in this situation. He is going to play it as a 3-bet bluff, though. Let's go. Running into queens doesn't feel so hot.
Nah. And how does Mario want to play this? Only has 10 seconds of time bank left. Oh, gets a pie in the kisser. And a horseshoe to his skull.
All right, he is going to 4-bet. You know, we've spoken about it before, James. I don't know if the throwables during the hand are a bit of a tell there, honestly. I think at some point there's going to be throwable tell meta, and I'm here for it.
Mr. Andrew, an accomplished player, opening here with Jack 7 of spades. PokerStars Strags says, love to see throwables in a 10K. How rarely, Nick, do we see throwables in a Sunday Million? And yet every single high roller we cover, they cannot stop throwing stuff at each other.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Throwables
It's
all day
always the big buy-in events where someone ends up with poo dripping off their avatar.
So many of these guys just spend days and days and weeks and months together every year, though, James. You know, like, you know, some of these guys are best friends and they're competing in, you know, the highest stakes online day in, day out. They spend so much time together. There's so much funny history between them. I can really understand why that's the case. You know, so much more so than perhaps, you know, a 20,000 player field or something like that. Whereas, you know, we're seeing players that only play once a year or something like that as well. Pocket 9's going to open up here. Folds round to Senor Spraggles. 10-9 off. I think this is probably quite a defendable hand here, though. Quite a big open, though, from the 9s, though, right? Where are we at? 28. Yeah, considerably larger given the stack depth. And for that reason, I think Spraggy actually is going to be on the tighter side. I thought we were just seeing more of a standard open there, but it was close to 3 or 4x.
I mean, we're still at the stage, Nick, where tight is right. I mean, if you've got a playable stack, the blind's still relatively low, 30-minute levels. Don't need to do anything too crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I totally agree. And like I said, I think it has to do with the open size there as well. Sneaky Pete says it was something in the region of 3.1x here. A lot of players at deeper stack depths they do prefer to have bigger opens. So understandable here from PHCRF. Although, again, I'm not sure if Queen Jack off is the 3-bet that I see that often from that position. What do you think, chat? What do you guys think about the 3-bet from PHCRF? Chat Pros Unite.
Remhoos. Hingaremoose. Tell you what. Switching. Let's go back to Table Grafton. Because Thomas Gould on YouTube says Sam Grafton is a man of the people. So let's give the people their squid.
Give the people what they want. We should have, that's a new policy, James. Whenever there's a name that we have to say a lot that we can't pronounce, just switching. Just confirm, guys. Get it out of the way.
I would highlight that obviously Spraggy is streaming Wcoop himself, whereas Sam, not a streamer. So we will provide the coverage that he can't.
Well, if he's not going to be a streamer, he better be a winner. Let's go, Sam.
No pressure.
No pressure. We do see a continuation here from the ace-9 off. Again, quite a small sizing. NCB did defend the ace-jack off in the small blind. It's just to see if he does want to kind of float here and figure out what's going on a later street. He will have the best hand here, plenty. But it can be very difficult to play against against this particular position as a call. Opts for the check raise instead.
Mano Jack says, who is that in Sam's avatar? I'm going to assume that that's a joke. I believe that when Sam was signed, he had a picture of Olashemian and had to change it to a picture of himself once he had the red spade attached. And this is interesting. King Queen for Tom, who's super short. All in. Ace Queen suited for Sam. And look what's waiting behind him. 4-6-4 with Ace King. So Sam flats. Now I guess we get the reshove. And Sam is going to be priced into Kolnick.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I don't think there's any chance that Sam can get away once we see the action play out this way. He's already under-repped his hand to a... Well, I say he's under-repped. I think the flat here is perfectly reasonable. I think that's what you want to do every time. But he is priced in. You're absolutely right, James, regardless. And obviously he will be up against, you know, pocket jacks, pocket tens here once in a while, no doubt about it.
Oh, wow.
Three-way action.
A domination situation, but the diamonds. There is the diamond. Street flash board. The flush for Sam Grafton. Double KO. GG indeed, Squid. And Sam now up to 2.5 million. He is a top 10 stack again. He is ranked 6th overall.
James, I mean, if Sam keeps running like this, I think we definitely could be seeing that prediction come true. That's an absolutely massive pot. Obviously, the hands play themselves. You can totally understand, you know, why they would have why the hand played out in that manner. But Sam Squid gets the best of it. Absolutely huge spot. We saw the 6-7 huge pickup when he turned the straight. We saw the 3 all in busting the ace king. Let's go, Sam. Keep it coming.
And Sam opening here with King Queen.
Pocket tens. I think, yeah, you do want to be putting some chips in here. Just trying to figure out what kind of a what kind of size I might use here. I don't know if some players might prefer a shove there, but they are on the deeper side, so I can definitely understand why the 3-bet non-all-in was used instead for sure. Ace Jack opening this pot now.
PM marker. Considering there are options with King Queen in the small. Folds. Sam folds as well. Well, I know Sam loves a Jack 10 suited. Going to face action here from Vice and Fish, who has Ace King.
Yes, indeed. Vice and Fish does seem to be picking up some big hands here so far. Ace King off this time. Wonder what Sam wants to do here in the small blind. Jack 10 suited does play quite nice as a flat here, in my opinion, James, but Sam will know best. Again, not really sure how often Sam is going to sort of quote-unquote randomize these situations, because I think either play is definitely going to be valuable. Flopping top pair after a 3-bet here.
I mean, run better.
He definitely is running very well. And this time, when he actually makes top pair, does decide to slow down now. Checking top pair, trying to control the size of that pot, potentially lure Vice and Fish in here a little bit more with the bear ace high. I mean, it would be so cool to sit down with, make some content with Sam after the fact and go through some of these hands and just get some more of his insight into the different sizes he's used and, you know, some of the thought process here, because I imagine that the check on this texture is probably less to do with trapping and more just to do with sort of controlling the size of the pot when he has a hand he knows he's going to have to take to showdown very, very frequently. Does bet turn, does get called, and this is a huge pot already, 645K in the middle. Does Sam go for it again? Got to be concerned about backdoor hearts here once in a while. Goes for about 1/3. Mm-hmm.
And Vice and Fish has not snap folded.
Yeah, I think Sam picks such a good size here because if he does have something like ace, king, ace, queen, maybe pocket tens, maybe pocket eights, he will just flat here. He's not going to turn those hands into a bluff. The only concern, I guess, is if he does have a hand like ace, king with a heart, he might try and rep the backdoor hearts in some cases here as well. But Sam plays it perfectly. 2.7 million in the stack now, running very, very well.
Sam now 4th in chips overall. Only 3 players ahead of him, including Nick Meat from Ukraine, who still is the chip leader with 3.2 million. Ace King versus King 4 and domination rotation as Ben Roller pairs his 4. No let 20.
Wonder if Ben wants to kind of protect his hand now. Yeah, I was going to say I think I like a bet at this point. Your opponent hasn't shown too much value. They're not really representing a hand that they're going to be beating you with too often here. But then obviously also there is still the opportunity for them to improve. Bet and a call. King 4 still the best of it. Check, check, river potentially, James. Seems like one of those spots.
Yep. And the pot goes to Ben CB, 750K. Average stack right now is 840K. And we still have more than 15 minutes, more than half this blind level to play.
Luxury blind level. Sam Squid now 9-10 off. Obviously one of the big chip leaders decides not to open that one up. On the button now, they'll let a6 off. Definitely going to be playable here. Opening for the exact minimum raise.
I see the comment, easy to be aggressive after winning 5 million plus. I know it sounds like I'm constantly shilling the Poker in the Ears podcast, but there obviously are conversations that have been had which I don't really want to recount, and detail I don't really want to go into on this stream. We did catch up with Sam not that long ago to talk about that 200K buy-in event that he won, and I don't think it's going to shock you to know that he did not have 100% of his own action, and Sam did not win, in his own words, anything close to 5.5 million.
Yeah, and guys, I can say as a third party here, definitely one that's worth a listen. You know, it's so cool to actually get time with Sam where he's not on stream, you know, something like that, just asking him questions directly. He's not distracted by stream. He can give you a full recount of his story and, you know, what's going on with him and some of the mindset behind entering that tournament and some of the players that he was playing with. Very interesting stuff, guys. You know, if any of you have ever had questions about how a lot of these sort of high stakes tournaments are funded and stuff like that, and also just getting Sam's insight into that tournament and the way it played out, really good podcast. Definitely give it a look. It's definitely worth a watch/listen.
That's right, Strag. It is an award-winning podcast, and one of those awards still exists. I didn't lose mine.
Oh, what a story. King 9 is going to defend here. King Queen still dominating on the flop here. 85.7%. Nice ace high texture for continuation if you want to go ahead and put in some more chips here. Does go for the 1/3 size.
Just a quick aside, Nick. Joe's story of checking out of one hotel into the other hotel, leaving his iPad behind, trying to get into the room, whilst also having to make the Eurostar. I literally was giving me anxiety as I was listening to it.
Some people are good at like, you know, living in that kind of chaos, you know, James. You know, some people are good. He can roll with the punches, old Joe, you know.
lives in that chaos. He's good at it. Question mark. Round to PM in the big blind. Sam has opened with 9-8 of diamonds. Queen 10 defends, and it is a Queen 9 deuce flop. Top pair versus second pair.
Ooh.
This is just getting
Sam.
silly now.
Samuel.
Improves to 2 pair. Okay. Straight draw. 4 PM marker.
I feel like the Queen 10 wants to bet here, and then I feel like the Sam wants to raise here in a lot of cases. He's going to be up against a lot of heart draws. He's going to be up against a lot of club draws. He's going to be up against 1 pair straight draw type hands that probably won't fold to a raise once in a while too. And he is just going to rip it for that reason.
Oh, no.
This is so sick. I mean, Sam's not, I don't know. Queen 10 could think that Sam's just got like 6-7 of hearts here and make the call for sure. He could, just have ace-jack of hearts or something and just be playing max pressure. Queen 10 can be the best hand here against a lot of those combo draws that Sam might play like this, but I'm not sure how frequently he does. Honestly, he does make the call. He has the best hand for now.
And bricks the river, which means Sam's 2 pair holds. He eliminates PM marker in 222nd place. And Sam is up over 3 million, and Sam is now number 2 on the leaderboard. Nick Meat is in the catbird seat, but Sam is not far behind him. 200,000 separate those 2 players right now.
I think PokerStars Strag sums this up perfectly. Learn, chat, and run like Sam. PokerStars.com. Join us, guys. That's some really sickness there. Sam just getting the absolute max value from his 2 pair there. Absolutely love to see it.
So Vice and Fish is the only other player with more than $1 million at this table, 1.1 million. And then you've got Rochinia playing an average stack, everyone else below average. And it's a pair of 10s here for Rochinia. Then CB with the gut shot straight draw, which is blocked by Rochinia. Did I use the word correctly?
Yes, absolutely right. It's 1 fewer 9 in the deck that Ben can't hit. Ben just below full pot leads.
I was going to say, it's a sizable bet considering the size of the pot.
Yes, indeed. I think probably Ben picking up on the fact that some of the checks on this flop will be like, pocket 2s, pocket 3s, pocket 4s, pocket 6s, pocket 8s, that kind of thing that he can apply max pressure to. And commits an overbet.
This is not an easy call to make on this straighty board, Nick.
It's not, and if anybody knows how to size, it's Ben, right? He just knows these spots. He knows what he's kind of trying to target, and I think he realizes some 10x is going to be in there that he wants folds from, so he's going really big. 9-10 can definitely hero here for sure, though.
Boom!
Nice call. Very good call. Yeah, excellent call there.
Rochinia makes the hero call and is up to 1.2 million as Ben Roller drops down to 300k, and the Hornet's Nest gets thrown across the table.
It's not a frequently seen throwable, really. I don't see a lot of Hornet's Nests, but I like the bluff from Ben. I think he's definitely done well. Like, if he's targeting pretty much exactly those kinds of hands, and he's picked a size that makes it very difficult to call. Almost gets the fold, so I think it's definitely a worthwhile and well-sized bluff, but very nice call from Rochina.
And Nacho with aces.
King 9 suited for Ben on the button here.
Yeah, no let 20 opening here with Jack 10. And the 3-bet. And the timing a little bit unfortunate with aces behind.
This is such an interesting one, James, because the aces, if they just flat here, like SPR will just be above 1. I think the flat is too obvious, though, is kind of what I was trying to get at there. So even though the flat does set him up for a really good spot to try and stack Ben if he was less experienced, I think Ben seeing a cold call after he 3-bets the button here, I think would just put off a lot of alarm bells, and I'm not sure how much more value he'd get. Nacho instead deciding to try and get max value from, you know, queens, jacks, tens, that kind of thing that would still stack off here. Maybe some ace, king, ace, queen, ace, jack, those kinds of scenarios too. Does make the call.
And aces hold, and that is going to leave Ben with the proverbial bowl of rice. Just 100K left as aces hold.
Wow, wow, wee, wow. Ben does decide to commit the rest with king, 9 of diamonds there. Obviously has a pretty good price to continue once he puts in that 3-bet.
By the way, Nick, a hashtag fun fact from StatTrick. Roshinia 2011 is Lucas Rocha, the player you may remember from EPT Barcelona, made the final 2 tables and was quite emotional when he was eliminated.
That's right. He was such a good character. Really, really cool to have him on that final.
Leonardo on Twitch asking how many will be in the money. 87 players get paid, so we are some distance from the money. World famous bubble coverage follows later tonight.
So Nacho did a little check call on the flop here, but got a quick check. I think he can bluff river now. He does decide to go for it. Vice and Fish tried to take it away on the flop, but quickly slowed down turn. So I think the only way to win now is obviously to be betting with your 6 highs. I think it's going to work on this occasion. Vice and Fish doesn't really have much of a calling hand. I'm not sure if it's much of a bluffing hand either. Nacho does pick up this pot.
Sam opening with Jack-9 of strawberries. I mean, anytime you open, you've got to be prepared for the shove from Ben CB.
Yes, indeed, and I think Ben's got a really nice hand to do it, especially given Sam's much wider opening ranges here. Might give him a spin here with Jack-9 of hearts. It's not much more to call. Does make the call.
And ace high is going to hold here. And Ben doubles up. Still short, but now playing close to starting stack. And now has ace-9. We've got king-queen for no-let 20. We've got ace-jack for P. Kaiser.
Yeah, ace-9 of hearts, definitely a combo that Ben probably would be happy to get in if he wasn't facing such an early open here. Later, in the later positions, probably a snap get in there for 15 big blinds or thereabouts. King-queen as the opener does get a lot of folds here. Rochina in the small blind makes the fold. Eisenhower, big blind 9-4 off. Raising to take it.
Man of Straw watching on YouTube says, "Hi James, do you guys read comments?" No. Thank you for your question.
We're here for you guys. Little
Sam.
cheeky 3-bet here from Sam.
And it works. Sam still playing a stack of 3 million, still among the chip leaders. Top 3 with 216 remaining.
Yep. Is Sam going to 3-bet? The answer is yes today, you guys. It's yes. Will he do it again with king 3 of diamonds here, James? He's pretty relentless so far. Hasn't missed any of those spots to play some of those nice suited combos and other sort of, you know, nice sort of blockerish type hands like we saw the ace-4 suited just now. Will he do it again? Sam just putting on the pressure. He's like, yeah, cool, you want to play, let's go. Does decide to fold this time. No let in the big blind now, 8-4 off. Not really the best defender here. Does make the fold. Eisenhower picks up the pot.
Uncle Jonesy, who is watching on Twitch, says, sometimes I wonder what it's like over in the lawless wasteland of the YouTube stream. We have got a wrangler now, so in the same way that we've got Raksha and Tom on Twitch keeping everyone in line, we've got Ed K Must Play, who is there with his spanner. You get a spanner on YouTube rather than a sword. And I like that because I love the vision of someone being hit over the head with a large metal tool. But yes, Ed keeps him in line.
So it's no longer lawless.
No. Ed very much takes the line of I am the law as we see Ben get it in bad. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a chop pot. And Nick, you know what they say. Everyone loves a chop pot.
James, I feel like we actually might be pretty synced up today. I don't feel like there's a big delay between us, at least.
Look at the scores before you say that.
No. Sorry. What I mean to say, guys, is I think that our latency is actually very close, so I overcompensated. That's why we were so far off.
No. I'm the one who compensates. You go as soon as I finish saying, you know what they say. I'm the one who waits. No pause for you.
Okay. Spenceworth gave us a 10 out of 10. That's all I saw. Okay, thanks, guys. Absolutely perfect as per usual, team. Good job, everybody.
Any more like that, and I'm going to call on Ed and his spanner.
If you bet my mate, Stanley. All right, 6-7 off here for Nolak. Going to fold. King 9 suited for Ben CB, obviously. On the button there, no good. Folds round to Nacho. King 5 off, facing the open from Vice and Fish. Pocket Kings for no let here, guys. Sam Squid with a very openable hand. You know, as Sam gets deeper, I do imagine we're going to see him changing those gears, and I think King 10 off is already going to be pretty borderline from this position regardless, so he does include it in his open size. In his open range, excuse me. I was thinking about the size he was making it as I was thinking the word range. Kings does decide just to pure flat here. It's 96K in the middle. Kings looking very, very good on this board now.
Yeah, but from Sam's perspective, Nick, that is not a terrible board for his hand.
No, absolutely not. I do imagine we're going to see Sam sticking around here. I mean, if he's going to check King 10 on 10-7-7, given the fact that Nolet's really underrepresented their kings here, I think he's probably going to end up winning a lot of chips. You know, this is pretty much the perfect setup when you are going to play your king slowly. Not really a texture that you're that concerned about your opponent picking up too many draws either. So a check and a call. Nolet, again, probably very, very happy to just bet turn. But you want to size it so you can shove the rest, right, James? You want to have a size in the turn so that you can get all the chips on the river potentially. That looks good to me. That'll do it.
86.
Definitely more than enough to put in the rest.
Into 175. There's the raise, and there's the all-in, and King's hold. That is a double up for Nolat, as Sam will drop down from 3 million to 2.6 million and drops down into 4th place on the leaderboard. By the way, I'm being asked to translate for some of our American viewers, including Adam27X. What I would call a spanner, I believe you would call a wrench.
Yeah, absolutely. When they say throw a spanner in the works, it's like throwing a wrench into the machine, into the mechanism. Anyway, guys, top pair here and the club draw for Vice and Fish. Really, really sexy flop. Now, first act on the turn with no action on the flop. Might be time to start putting some chips in. Obviously, you still want to get action from some straight draws. You want to get action from the queen. That might have turned here. Sam certainly will have some queen X combos here that he might want to check back. Does decide to just check instead. Vice and Fish happy to allow some other players to put more chips in. I'm not sure if we're going to see much more action here from ace, deuce off, and sixes specifically.
Never seen King Jack flop this well, ever.
Is it time to get any value now, Vice and Fish? Are you going to try now? There you go. 70K into 106. Two very, very quick folds, and blinds are going up, James. Finally.
We're back to proper blind levels. 8,000, 16,000. That is a legitimate blind level. I will allow it. And P. Kaiser with ace, queen of strawberries. Eisenhower with ace, king of diamonds. Ooh. I'm sorry, Kaiser. I don't feel good about your situation right now with that stack.
Yeah, I think this is just a cold deck scenario here. Will Eisenhower 3-bet not all in? I think that's probably what you want to do here. You do want to have some 3-bet not all ins here because you want to bluff like this as well. I don't really see any way out for P. Kaiser. I think you're always going to commit the rest here with ace, queen of hearts, especially against one of the big stacks. You just got to shove and hope, really, and for the most part, you're going to get folds, but this is just one of those situations, and no limit hold that we get.
And no heart on the turn, no queen on the river. P. Kaiser KO'd by Eisenhower 1. 210 players remaining now. And Ben Roller in a great spot here. Needs a double up and has kings.
He does have the suited queen 10 from Sam Squid in the big blind.
Yeah, Sam often likes to 3-bet with these type of cards and decides to put Ben to the test. And Sam's about to double up another player. Scratch that, hearts. And there we go. There's the flush for Sam. Oh, the needle. The needle set on the river as Ben CB is dispatched by Sam Squid. Grafton KOs Ben Roller in 206th place. And Sam is back up to 2.8 million.
Wow. I mean, guys, the run good is seriously real. I would love to actually see what the shoving range there is for Sam. Queen 10 of hearts, really interesting combo to put in there against Ben. Obviously, running into kings, you're running in the top of their range. Getting a lot of folds in that position, I imagine, which is why you're going to include some of those, those suited queen 10 combos.
King on the river is like the final insult, right?
Yep, absolutely. And GG to Ben CB, now exited from our tournament, as we see Eisenhower with the up and down straight draw.
And Eisenhower betting 30 into 86. That will get the job done. So Sam with 2.8 million is currently in the top 5. Nick Meats has dropped down into 3rd place. We have a new chip leader, or rather the restoration of the start of day chip leader. It is Justus, who's up to 4.3 million now. Now, where is my hashtag fun fact from StatTrick? Justus is Thorsten Legit. That is a legit awesome name.
Legitimately an awesome name. Slice and fish, ace, queen off, UTG.
Excuse me.
Suited ace for Nolette. Might want to come along as a call here. Does decide to enter the pot. Queen 10 as well. Comes along from the big blind. Queen 10 pulls out in front. A little bit of a domination rotation scenario, but obviously not home free just yet. Plenty of turns that give ace queen more equity and or the nuts. Yeah, for 30K, Nacho's going absolutely nowhere here. It's going to at least have to call here. Oh, James, it's one of those. It's one of those. It's one of those ones.
Oh, no.
Both players making the straight. Vice and Fish with the absolute Natolas, though, with the diamond blocker as well. That means the deuce of diamonds, for example, probably will not deter him from trying to go for max value.
What do they call this back in the day? The sucker straight?
The sucker straight indeed. Board does pair, but you're just not going to not go for it, right? Vice and Fish, Nacho way less than pot, just going to rip the rest. Does Nacho ever actually get away from it, though, in this situation? I just don't see how. unless he puts his opponent on kings, jacks, nines, tens, ace, queen specifically. Obviously not a ginormous range.
I mean,
He
this
can
could be
fold
one
it.
of these
It's not
situations.
impossible.
It could be one of the
Not
situations where
impossible.
best case scenario I'm chopping, worst
Right.
case scenario I'm up against a boat, or
A boat or ace queen.
yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those, James. I think it's totally possible to fold this if you really, really respect your opponents. There are so many tournaments where if you're folding this, you are just going to be burning your money because people will just blast off here with like 6-5 for no apparent reason. 8-7 of diamonds. They just go absolutely crazy here too. That's still something Bison Fish can do if he thinks that there's no chance Queen 10 ever just checks down to the river here, and definitely a possibility. But I don't know. It just feels very, very, very strong across 3 streets here. Does make
let
the
it
fold.
go.
Excellent fold from Queen 10 there. Wow. Great,
Good
great
fold.
spot.
And Nacho survives for now, still on the short side, but crucially alive. 198 players remaining, fewer than 200 left now. 87 will make the money. World famous bubble coverage later on tonight as we continue to play through this field. We are following one of the chip leaders right now, Sam Grafton. He's a team pro. He's a regular commentator on these streams. And we've been watching him run super hot tonight.
Super hot for Sam as we see Bison Fish make top pair against Eisenhower's ace high. Check, check. Again, king probably not a card that you want to be leading into when if you have a queen 10 here with Bison Fish. Plenty of king highs that check the flop here from Eisenhower for sure. Again, I don't think Eisenhower needs to turn his hand into a bluff here, so I don't think he's going to check turn, which is what we see. Bison Fish, can he find some value here? So can still get looked up by like 9s, 7s, 6s. A little blocker bet size I think I like a lot here. It does go for 29K into 88. Good fold from ace high.
So we've referenced a few times that this high buy-in main event is also a World Championship event. The World Championship of NLHE, or to translate it into English, NLHT, No Limit Hold'em.
3-bet here from ace queen probably. Yep, look at the size, guys. Nice and chunky. Definitely want to be putting in more big blinds here as a 3-bet from the small blind when you're out of position against the initial opener here.
Well, I've
Nice
heard of a
hand,
honey
taking it down.
badger, not a honey goat.
Honey goat.
Bison Fish with another premium. Ace Queen on the button.
Nine 10 suited, very playable hand here. Not sure what the exact GTO range is here when you're this deep. I imagine probably playing 9-10 suited slower when you're both really deep stacked is probably more prevalent. As we see Eisenhower with the gut shot and the backdoor flush draw. Excuse me. Small continue from ace queen, like it a lot. And there is the Ocho on the turn. Eisenhower now with the absolute nuts. Ace queen, not really a hand that's going to be giving him too much more. It's not to say he won't bluff a second time or a third time, but as played, I think ace queen probably just wants to get to showdown a little bit more often rather than trying to turn their hand into a bluff when they've got considerable showdown. Eisenhower probably going for value at this point, I imagine. All right, so makes the bet, and Bison Fish gets out of the way, as expected.
Kojak for Sam Squid. Well, it's Queen Jack for Bison Fish. So this could be a battle of the seafood. And domination in Sam's favor right now. Gut shot straight draw for Vice and Fish. King high still holding, and Sam now 84%. And King high good on the river.
Yeah, it's a good run out for King high for sure, James. I think both players just want to try and get to showdown now at this point. Out of Queen Jack, honestly, could just be the best of it for sure. Does want to put in a bet. Does take it down. Does get the best hand to fold. Nice hand there from Vice and Fish. Nice option on the river.
And I guess these guys are going to squeeze in one more hand before the break hits. And likely to be folded round to Eisenhower 1 on the button with pocket sixes. $32,000, no let 20, defends with Jack 3 of diamonds. Does not connect with the board. C-bet from Eisenhower. And no let folds. So play concludes at this table, but we are switching because there is still a hand in progress at table Spraggy. We can see that he slipped a bit since we last saw him. Ben Spragg now playing 670k, but not involved in this hand. It's I'll raise you 8 versus No Tillit, who despite having the Catvatar, does not have the best hand right now.
Yep, and on the river with the option to bet again with a set. Obviously any 5, any 10 here being the straight though, so might be concerned about what kind of hands might have floated flop and turn, although we haven't seen the action, of course. Does go for it. I think this is probably going to get looked up a bunch though. You know, unless the 5 is worried about the 10 in this scenario. Makes the call.
And that is going to take us to the break. So 188 players remaining in this Wcoop 2022 high buy-in main event. And it is Jucitus, it is Thorsten Legit who has the chip lead right now, 4.34 million. Sam Grafton, Sam Squid, still a top 10 stack. He's actually 2.8 million, 6th place right now. And Graftekel is in 7th place with 2.6 million. Back to the action inside of 5 minutes time. Joe Stapleton back with us in the arena. I just realized, Joe, that when we recorded the podcast last week, I forgot to ask, how was your journey back home? You told the story about your diversion in Paris just before EPT London started, but I didn't ask how the journey home was after the conclusion of the stream.
The journey home went pretty smoothly. I was pretty responsible the night before, actually. Usually I'll just stay out all night knowing that I have to get on a flight the next day, but my flight was pretty early. So I did only go out till about midnight, 12:30 or so. And then I ran into you at the airport.
Yes.
I could not escape you. Had to hang out with James Hardigan, still talking shop at 9 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday after having worked for the last week straight. But luckily, I have a credit card where I get to pretend like I'm rich and sneak into lounges, and I managed to throw back like 4 or 5 scotches. So I just slept most of the flight home. It took me I had like 8 naps, and I tried to watch Jurassic Park Dominion, and that took about 10 hours to get through that movie. And before I knew it, I was back home.
While we're talking about movies and TV shows, Nick, I know you were a big fan of House of the Dragon. I am now 7 episodes in. I waited for the entire season to air before I could start binge watching it, and binge I have. It's quality. It's decent stuff.
Yeah, no, I really, really like it. I want to know your take on this sort of aging, like the sort of randomized aging process. That's the only thing that I don't like. Everything else I was a big fan of, and actually like the people that they got involved.
I quite like it. I love the pace it's moving at. I like the fact that because obviously it's more contained as a story and there's fewer characters, there's still plenty going on and plenty of subplots, but there's enough for me not to lose track. And I enjoy the fact that it's moving at a decent pace, and the fact that you get that now we're 10 years down the line, now we're 3 years down the line. It makes a refreshing change from where it took 4 seasons for someone to walk from one city to another city in Game of Thrones. And I guess so many people came in cynical, right, because the final season of Game of Thrones was such a letdown to so many of the fans. And obviously, we're talking about different showrunners here. This feels that we're grounded in that world, but this is a lot closer, especially with its focus on intrigue and alliances and plotting and double-crossing that those early seasons of Game of Thrones had.
Yeah, and I also think it's funny that you mentioned the pacing, because you have the pacing where you're jumping 3 years or whatever, but at the pacing at the end of the last show was, okay, we have to get to King's Landing fast, and that was instant travel, right? The whole point was we were up north, and now we're in King's Landing.
Absolutely. Joe, you were going to say?
Yeah, sorry, Joe.
Oh, I think what it does really well that the original show did is the character arcs where you can start off really liking someone or really disliking someone, and then end up being unsure if you were wrong or if that person has changed or if where they're going from there on out. It's one of the best things about the original Game of Thrones is like how you just would eventually grow sympathetic to a character you hated or grow to hate a character you were sympathetic toward. And I don't know where everyone's going at this point in this show, and I'm impressed.
Yeah, I think the characters are suitably nuanced in that regard, in that there are no outright villains and no outright heroes. I look forward to watching it to its conclusion, and then I guess I have to find something else to watch. I think the new season of The Crown drops this week. Hugely controversial here in the UK now, of course, because people are suddenly realizing, oh, this isn't actually a documentary, and some of the scenes, some of the storylines aren't actually true. Always weird, though, when you take real characters and then create fictionalized stories around real-world events. It does blur the lines, does muddy the waters somewhat. But obviously, we're now entering an era where many of the people involved in those storylines are still alive. And you've got 2 former prime ministers, John Major and Tony Blair, saying, this didn't happen. Stop pretending that this is based on real events, Netflix. I think they even put a disclaimer on the most recent trailer. Anywho, I'm going to enjoy watching the next hour of the stream as I allow Mr. Stapleton and Mr. Walsh to guide you through proceedings.
Adios, Hardigan. Enjoy that water with a olive in it. Back to the action. 188 players remain playing, down to 40 today. 87 places paid, so just about 100 from the money. And we are back at table Nacho and Sam Squid. And it's a jack-high flop.
Yeah, spicy board here,
2 spades,
Joe.
though.
Top pair for Honey Goat. Obviously the nut flush draw for Nacho. Usually when you got one overcard that's clean in the flush draw, you're in the region of 45 to 50% equity. So a lot of players like to play this aggressively, especially at the stack depth.
Sure.
Honey Goat here with a pretty decent sort of check raisey kind of hand if he wants to do it, does put it in. I think a lot of players just default to ripping the ace-10 now. Yep, it's going in the middle.
And Honey Goat decides to not get away from top pair as the favorite for now. 10 on the turn. Brick on the river. Honey Goat holds. And Nacho, 1, 2, 4, 4, 1 is Nacho winner.
Yeah, commiserations to Nacho there, Joe. Obviously, don't know if you spotted it, but just before the break, we saw him make a really, really good fold with the turn straight against the better straight on the river. Well, they both turned the straight, excuse me, but he made the fold on the river when he was facing the decision for all of his chips. Unfortunately, does not glean any of that flush draw equity. Bustarino here. As
yeah, it's always kind of frustrating whether you're playing, whether you're watching someone, see someone like make a really great fold and then just, as I say, Nick, all it takes is a chip and a chair, and all that means is that you're not out until you're out. But sometimes you make the great fold, and then you really can't ever come back from it anyway. Even though you made the right decision there, it's tough.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and I think it's really frustrating, especially like. Making good folds is such a thankless, like not exciting thing, but it's also such an important part of the game, right? Like you can be in a tournament and you've made really, really great decisions, but nobody celebrates it. Nobody's celebrating your amazing folds. Like, the only person that can really enjoy it is you if you've got a really strong mindset and you go, honestly, I think I made some excellent folds today, and that should be applauded for my own self. But unfortunately, sometimes all the good folds in the world just can't get you over the line in this case. In this case, Eisenhower now with the best hand here on the turn, beat him on the flop, of course, too.
Hey, Vice and Flush, what are you doing, man? 8-6 suited.
Got to be in there. You got to be in it to win it, bro.
You got to be in there. You got to be in there with that hand. It's probably furious right now. Probably real mad. Eisenhower firing a little more than half pot.
Yeah,
pretty
I don't
tough
know if
to
Trays
get.
want to go any further here.
Yeah. They do not.
Seems good.
9 suited under the gun for Rashina.
Another serious suggestion for you, Joe. Have you heard about the playlist? It's the story of Spotify as retold by the sort of various people that were involved with the development of Spotify.
This is a documentary or a scripted show?
It's a Netflix sort of reenactment, sort of based on true events. It's quite interesting. They call it the playlist because it's told from the perspective of like the CEO and then also the lawyer that was involved and also like the Sony executive. So every time they retell the story, it's like sort of like shot in a slightly different way to see it from the perspective of the individual that was involved. So like the Sony exec obviously hated like Napster and all those kinds of things. But then obviously we had, the CEO and he thought he was the hero of the story, and then the coder who thought that they ripped off his ideas. And it's quite clever how it's done, but it's a Netflix original, and I've been really enjoying that one.
I did see it advertised. I'm not sure if it's on Netflix here or not, but I did see it somewhere in one of my menus. Just so as I'm scrolling menus nonstop over the weekend.
All right, guys. So Jack 9 still the best hand here.
Yeah, betting into top pair this time. A little roll reversal. Rashina flopping top pair over the pocket pair of Eisenhower. And the board gets a little goofier for both players. James L4 says, great show. Thank you. Oh, no, wait. Maybe he's talking about the playlist.
Most of it's in Swedish as well, because I didn't know this before, but it was actually a Swedish startup. Hashtag fun fact there. Jack 9 still the best hand. Eisenhower has showdown. Is he going to want to put any more in the middle, Joseph?
Nope. Check it to showdown. Rashina back up over $1 million. Average stack right now, right around $1 million, 1,050,000. Folds around to Ludako. 10 deuce suited on the button. Not much you can do there. It's going to be blind on blind, jack on jack.
Yeah, both players super, super deep here. I like the size up here from Jack 10. Jack 5 suited probably is meant to defend here when they have absolute position. Does make the call.
8, 9, 10, Jack. 4 to a straight for Weissenfish.
Yeah, not a terrible flop. Rachina does have the sort of double backdoor situation going on here. When you're facing like a 1/4 pot sizing, you probably do want to continue in some way, shape, or form. He is going to play this one fast. And, yeah, I actually believe that this is probably a solver-approved line. When you're on the 998 paired rainbow situation, a lot of your bluffs to try and balance when you do have trip 9s, for example, do come from sort of an overcard or so like a backdoor straight draw that also has the backdoor flush draw. A lot of those hands like to raise on these sorts of textures. I wonder if the continuation on the turn here is enough to get Jack 10 to fold. Obviously, drawing to a straight could still think that their jack or their 10 are live as well if they get there. Big continuation from Rochina. Puts in a sizable 177,000 bet on the turn. Bison Fish comes along again,
Jack.
does make the straight.
That's right, straightenized. A straight on a easy to have full house board does get a free showdown, luckily.
Yeah, I mean, I really like Rochina's line here, and I think there's tons of people that would have folded Jack 10 on the turn, just worried about quads, worried about the made boat already, maybe discounting a lot of their straight outs, for example. But Bison Fish so far been pretty spot on with the reads and does stick around and make the best hand.
Isn't it all risky there, calling with the Jack 10, knowing that also some of the time when you make your straight, like that's going to boat up your opponent, right? Like I think it's not totally unreasonable for your opponent to have a queen in that spot.
Sure, absolutely. No, I think that's why I like the second barrel from Rochina.
Yeah.
You know, maybe Bison Fish is going, this guy's going to have a ton of these sort of straight draws that I'm still beating anyway, so I'm going to stick around. You know, maybe he's also kind of relying on the fact that Rochina might put in 2 barrels and give up in a lot of situations where Jack High can just be beating, you know, like the bottom end of the straight draw or something like that. Because, you know, if he's going to have Jack 4, Jack 5 of clubs, whatever it was, he's also going to have, like, the backdoor straight draw with, like, the bottom end of the straight draw as well. So, interesting hand to go over maybe later on.
We got some hands here. Sam Squid, Sam Grafton, PokerStars Team Pro in the big blind. Ace Jack suited. Honey Goat with a not so great ace. Offsuit. Should be a fold from this early position. There it goes. The Skalos is going to enter the chat with ace 9 off. Ace King suited for Rochina. There's the 3-bet. Grafton with ace jack suited in the big blind. I was going to say all options probably on the table here for Sam, and wisely folds a dominated hand despite having lots of ways to make the nuts with that particular holding. Gets away and wakes up with a better hand in the very next deal.
Yeah, I was going to say, Joe, I mean, if Sam has like ace 5 of spades there, I wonder if he ever has the cold 4-bet, something like that. I know he's a big fan of these pre-flop maneuvers. If he thinks Rochina is somebody who's capable of 3-betting light, I think it's a very, very cool spot for that kind of combo to come along and do something weird. But does manage to fold the dominated hand there, excuse me. And again, Sam's so aggressive, guys. How many small blinds have we seen him 3-betting a very wide range here? Lots of suited connectors, Jack 10 suited, that kind of thing. 6-7 suited from position a couple times we've seen as well. Rochina here, probably well aware of Sam's reputation, does want to continue, and it is ace high. But Sam Squid's still the best of it.
See, look, it happens to the pros too, my babies.
Now let's watch and see what they do in these situations.
Yeah, right, exactly. How do you navigate this? And Sam with another very small continuation bet.
Hey, that's how you do it,
Joe.
Just
immediately. Just that easy, everybody. Comes ace high, bet and win it.
Queen 10 of hearts against kings. That's cool. I'll turn the flush, excuse me. No problem. Sam's got it all figured out so far today. And Rochina in the pot again, making it the absolute minimum. Queen Jack with Queen Jack suited, excuse me.
Honey Goat starting the hand with a blow, average stack. 10-9 offsuit. Tough one to get away from pre-flop. Hits the pair of 10s. Rochina is behind now, but has a considerable amount of equity.
Oh, yeah. Tons and tons. 2 overcards, the 10. Gut shot, backdoor flush draw. Definitely a nice spot to have it continue. Look at the sizing here as well. think probably
Leonardo
pretty
Lead
reasonable to
says,
put in.
want to know what
Sorry,
Sam does when he gets called there. He puts his opponent on 7s and fires 2 more times.
What was that quote, Joe? I don't know if you remember. I seem to remember there was some commentary, something they were talking about Vanessa Selbst, and they said, you know, what's her secret? And the guy says, I think she just puts everybody on 7 high and just proceeds from there. Because she was just so well-known aggro. Nice continue from Queen Jack. Does get the fold from second pair, and the throwable comes into play.
It's a good way to hedge your bet, you know, morally, that even if you make the wrong fold, you're like, but I knew. That's why I threw the horseshoe. I knew. I knew I was getting bluffed.
I knew I was getting bluffed, but I let him have it, so I threw the short horseshoe.
Pocket aces for the Honey Goat. And this is a relatively unfortunate pre-flop cooler for Descalos.
Yeah, this is a really tough one.
But I think you can just fold this, right?
I think I'm folding ace queen here, if I'm honest. I feel I don't feel like this is going to be a particularly light squeeze when no let flats, and then you're basically committing yourself to calling that all in there. But it's not completely unreasonable for this to be a 3-bet bluff either. You know, I think it still has merit given the fact that no let will probably be giving up a ton of the time if you can get past the initial open. I just don't know how many 3-bet bluffs Honey Goat has against that initial pre-flop super early open, like, you know, from direct UTG. Does make the right fold. No let here probably needs to get out of the way every time, though I don't know if 5's ever sort of back raise in here. Unless you have some read that Honey Goat is squeezing here ridiculously light, which seems like it's pretty difficult to ace. Makes the call. SPR only just above 1. Not really sure what the plan was here for no let here. Feels like a pure set line, in my opinion.
Hi-ho.
As a wise man once said, sometimes you mind the set, and sometimes the set minds you. Joe Stapleton, 2022.
Did I say that?
I think you said that during EPT London, but you might have been quoting somebody else. I'm not sure.
Who can tell? Who can tell these days? Nolet, I believe, is someone we have seen a fair amount. So, you know, I'm sure that there's some sort of method to this madness. But unfortunately, I guess this is just one of those hands that you're not going to get aces to fold. And you probably don't know you're betting into aces.
Yeah, I mean,
otherwise,
the check from Honey
you wouldn't
Goat
do
is
this.
So, yeah, the check from Honey Goat is so nice because you're obviously, you're just
switching.
Well, we're switching. We're switching.
And we're switching just in time to see your boy Spraggy with the QQ.
Yeah, SPR less than 1. The check is so nice, and then just get the rest in. Easy game. Little boy Spraggy here. Big blind queens.
Mario limping in with Jack 10.
Deputy Mario.
There's the raise from Spraggy. Giving Mario a pretty enticing price to come along. And does 6 deuce deuce 2 clubs.
Love to see a really small little c-bet here from Spraggy. Oh, yeah, just like that.
Pot.
So small. Love it.
And another big hand for Spraggy. Ace Queen. Ace Queen also for no tillet. I'll raise you with King Jack. And a fairly short stack, 10 big blinds. The shove. And no tillet will no tillet isolate here with that big stack?
I think it's very likely, Joe. Okay, decides to flat instead. Spraggy might ISO, though, and this is where it gets a little bit dicey, right, Joe? If you don't ISO, sometimes you put yourself in weird spots. Like Spraggy's probably just going to shove this, right?
Yeah. I mean, seeing the cards, that's what I think he should do.
I don't know if he gets ace queen to fold, but it's definitely you definitely have the decision. Does get ace queen to fold.
And needs a fade, a king or a jack. I'll raise you is gone. Spraggy knocks out a player and picks up that flat from No Till It in the meantime.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what Spraggy would have done if No Till It just made it like, just clicked it or something, made it just a little bit bigger, put in a couple more big blinds. I don't think he necessarily needs to. I think the flat for that amount is totally fine. You're going to be quite protected regardless, but you do give yourself some interesting and difficult decisions if you flat and you're forced to face the all-in from later positions there for sure. So, interesting one for review.
Blinds up now, 10,000, 20,000.
Yeah, some nice round numbers there, Joe. Love it. Big fan of the round number blinds.
Not round enough for me.
Ace Jack still the best hand. Deputy Mario.
And
nice.
Pair of aces on the turn now for Deputy Mario. Mr. Andrew drawing dead. Checks it over to Mario. That's half pot. And Andrew folds. Action gonna fold around to, what is this? Bingery hummus? Hingary Memhoos?
Hinge Remhoos 18.
Oh, it's a walk anyway. Huh.
Ooh, hello, big blind. Aces for No Till It. Woo.
The big blind special, as they say.
Yes, sir. Big blind special for No Till It's. Probably we'll see like a 3-bet non all in here.
$150,000 is the 3-bet. It is a 3-bet. It is not all in.
Mr. Andrew with a very defendable hand, though, Joe. If he feels like No Till It is capable of 3-betting the correct range, King Jack suited way up there. It's a king high board. This is going to be really ugly for Mr. Andrew. It's so difficult to get away in 3-bet pots once you've made top pair like this. Backdoor diamonds to boot.
No Till It. Putting out a nice little bet here. It's definitely going to get called. Mr. Andrew now down to one card left. One community card, that is. A few outs.
Yeah, Joe, deuce of spades, such a brick as well. Just changes really absolutely nothing in the context of a 3-bet call sort of range here. Really basically impossible for Mr. Andrew to have a hand like 3-4, for example. 3-4 suited just is going to be a fold so frequently. You really are going to be crushing everything at this point. There's really nothing to be worried about. Just wants to size it so he can shove the rest. And sure enough, 456,000 remaining, 831K in the pot. SPR is absolutely prime for a river shove here. Going to go for max value. Mr. Andrew very likely to call here, I imagine, but could make the right fold.
Yeah, it's hard at this point when you've been bet into 3 times to come up with a value hand that you're beating.
Right.
That someone can be getting 3 streets of value. I mean, even something like a King Jack that you're chopping with is maybe not going to take this exact line.
Yeah, exactly. If you really know your opponent, I think this fold is totally possible. It's not crazy. Such a bad spot for King Jack here. I don't know. I don't know if this is the kind of board where your opponent is really going to barrel off as a bluff that often, right? It's just such a weird run out to be like, yeah, I can totally get him to fold a king here, right? Because you expect a lot of the kings to call down. So your opponent is just going to have like king, queen, ace, king, aces, kings, maybe even sometimes 5s and 6s. I'm not sure how often those are meant to be 3-bet from the big blind here. I imagine not that often, but still a possibility. I think it's one of those spots, Joe, you're just like, how many combos of bluffs does he have here? How many combos of, ace, king does he have, king, queen? And I think it's probably pointed towards a fold, as awful as it feels, but you can definitely sympathize with the call here as well.
All right.
Great fold from King Jack. Great fold.
Very tough spot with King Jack. Is there... This is going to sound crazy. Obviously, King Jack played it about as well as you can, right? Is there any argument to folding top pair before that river? Can you play it any better than that?
I think he's played it pretty much as good as it gets there, Joe. Yeah, I don't really see... When you're playing against good players, you just got to get so sticky in those situations, Joe. Like if you're playing against somebody who you know is rock solid tight, you might even just fold it pre, honestly. Like, it's not the craziest thing in the world to let that hand go. That's still probably being too tight. King Jack off, you can always fold against somebody who you think is just 3-betting, linear. But I think against a good player, you just got to make the right calls and then give it up at the end. I think it's a very, very good fold for Mr. Andrew there. Very well played. Vescu in the chat saying King 8, King 6 suited are also potential 3-bets. I think they probably are at some frequency as well, so there definitely is going to be some top pairs that you had out kick that improve flop turn river too, so lots of reasons to get away there for Mr. Andrew, I think.
Department Mario trying to get away with one here, and PHCRF says, I'm calling you with 7 high, and by the way, you're dominated. Here's the problem. Fukruf has missed entirely. Oh, no C-bet from Department Mario. And Fukruf is going to think they bluffed this hand, but did not. One with the best
Bluffing with the best hand. Bluffing with the best hand.
Open shove from 23, Nora B.
Yeah, less than 10 big blinds UTG. Pretty standard stuff, I think. I don't think there's too many opens here that are not all in. Obviously, this isn't a bounty tournament, guys. This is just a straight, regular, normal tournament, so I don't think Spraggy's going to be gambling too hard with 8-7 of clubs. Although if it was, we might see a call there for the booty once in a while.
No booty in this event.
No
just the
booty.
prize pool. Speaking of which, we're about 80 players away from cracking that prize pool open.
King Queen off. Pretty reasonable opening hand, I imagine. Spraggy here with ace-9 suited in the small blind, though, might be tempted to do something. Where are we at right now? I think you could really go a lot of ways with this combo. Ace-9 suited is getting way up there once you look at the cutoff versus small blind sort of ranges and how they stack up equity-wise. Honestly, I think you could call here. You could 3-bet here. I think the 3-bet's probably preferable at the stack depth. Spraggy does decide to go for nice chunky size.
This is more than 4x.
Slightly more than 4x, yeah. Very punishing size and does pick it up. Nice hand to Spraggles.
Eight, 9 under the gun for MFP. Nah, dog.
Nah, dog.
Mr. Andrew folds ace-king for Frikov. For Kref. Ace-4 on the button for Spraggy. Offsuit. Lech. Maybe this is raise and take it, huh? We'll raise and take it. Yeah. Woo.
Cajun 2K1 in the Twitch chat is saying, is tomorrow also broadcast on the stream? Yes, sir. Same time, I believe, same place. We will be following day 3 of this event. Today we are playing down to approximately 40 players. I think that's our target.
Correct.
So stick around. There's tons and tons and tons of poker. So we're going to burst the bubble today. We're going to play down to 40, and then we have even more action for you guys tomorrow in what is the absolute flagship event of this year, the World Championship of No Limit Hold'em, 10K buy-in. This is where it's at, guys. This is the one you want to win this year.
Pretty cool. We didn't get to play it out the first time around. They bumped the guarantee up, and not only did that happen, but the guarantee got beat. The new guarantee got beat. 7.6 million total in the prize pool. Nearly 1.3 million reserved for first place. Action folds around to MFP after the opening raise from PHCRF with King Jack off. That one's going to be kind of on the line for some folks, huh? At a full table, King Jack off. Almost made it. MFP does take it down with the 3-bet. Ace Queen for Deputy Mario.
Jacks for
Pocket
Nora.
Jacks.
Just rip it in.
Nora B. Can't help
There
but
it is.
Nora B is the word Baron spelled backwards. I wonder if that has any significance. Baron 32. This should be a fold from MFP. Probably just AFK. BRB. Mr. Andrew with Ace Queen. Not looking real good for the Ace Queens here with the aces being out. And there's the shove, and the original Ace Queen Razor folds. And it's a Barry Greenstein ace on the river. Flaming Barry to destroy the pocket jacks. Better late than never, right? And we've switched. And Z Justin. What a blast from the past that is. Certainly online. Justin Bonomo, Jan Zarenz, Rodrigo Seji, and Pedro Padilla all at this table. A lot of people calling that last hand a one-outer. I don't believe it was a one-outer. I think it was one ace left in the deck. I think there were still, what, 2 queens also? And Padilla, Pedro Padilla, fighting hard to take this down with 9 high.
Wow.
Bono calls with the 2 overs and spikes one on the turn.
Yeah, very, very nice.
DJ JD says, I don't think they see YT comments. No, we do not. Thank you for your comment.
See, Justin does decide to bet turn here. I think probably picking up on the fact that if Padilla here did have sort of 2 pair plus, he probably would have just check raised and then continued turn. Wants a little bit of protection. Obviously, if he's calling the king-queen, he probably can put his opponent on some straight draws that he still wants to get value from. So a bet and a take it on the turn. Very nice.
See Justin up to almost $1 million now. Average is 1.2 million at this point. What is that, 60 big blinds? We'll never
yes,
know.
Correct.
It's impossible.
60 big blinds indeed.
And a very easy shove here for Padilla. Although it did go raise 3-bet.
Yeah, I don't think I would say this was easy necessarily, but You do have a very good combo, and you are very short stack, so I can see why he would want to put this in. Just giving it a couple seconds because of what Joe highlighted there, the early open. And a call, of course, from Queen 10 of spades.
2 spades on the flop. Ace on the turn. No spade on the river. No queen. Padilla doubles up. Pretty lucky to be up against Queen 10 given the pre-flop action there. I think you're pretty happy.
Yep, exactly, Joe. I think that's kind of, like you pointed out, just that action kind of a little bit scary, even if you do have a hand as strong as 10s. But nice little domination situation, and the hold as well on the 2-spade board is very, very nice for Padilla. Straight back in the action now, 9-10 suited in the cutoff with a much healthier stack now.
Pocket 5s for Zini, 9. 24 big blinds to start the hand. He's going to strap on the mining cap. Taxation is theft in the big blind, a player we've seen fairly regularly over the last couple of years. And it's just going to pile it in.
Max pressure. Nice, huge pickup there for taxation. Yeah, really, really beautiful little squeeze spot. Pretty much played itself.
I would really love for someone at this level that when it goes like raise in late position, the 5s fold, and then the 5s call, and then the big blind shoves, and the 5s are just like, come on, man, why are you going to be like that? Why are you going to do that, man? We could just move all in every hand if you want, if that's how you want to play. Someone's actually like want to play.
Yeah, we've definitely all heard that conversation live, haven't we, at some point?
Just not in a 10K online tournament, usually.
Not in a 10K. Yeah, it's a classic. What are you raising for, bro? Like, you haven't even seen the flop yet. You don't even know what's going to happen yet.
3 ways to this flop. Ace, 7, deuce, 2 spades. Top pair for Aaron Bean. Another blast from the past.
They're all coming out. They came out for that. They came out for that double guarantee value, Joe.
Aaron Bean.
Where you been, Aaron Bean?
Yeah, where have you been? I mean, maybe Aaron's just gone nowhere, and I just haven't noticed him. But man, that's one of my earliest memories. Is doing coverage of Aaron Bean like in 2006 and 2007.
Aaron Bean still has the best hand on the river. Might want to try and go for some value now. Aces and 4s with a jack kicker seems pretty good. Overbets the Riv. 304,000 and 254 and takes it down.
No love from the 10s.
How does
Aaron
feel about
Bean,
King 10
King 10 offsuit. I just love saying that name. Someone was trying to tell you back in the day it's Aaron Ben. But I don't know.
Is it Aaron Ben, but when you're in like New Zealand, it's Aaron Bean? Aaron Bean?
Yeah, I just don't like. If I was going to say, Nick, where have you been? That would be B-E-E-N. I don't think I'd say, where have you been?
Where have you been?
Z Justin, ace 9 suited. Man, I was there for Z Justin winning the 1-drop for like 10 million or something. That was pretty cool. Pocket jacks for Zini. Another fairly easy get-in situation, it feels like. Oh, just a 3-bet. Okay.
Yeah, they are a little bit on the deeper side here, Joe. That's, 40-ish bigs effective to start.
Oh, I thought it was 20. Never mind.
How does Z Justin feel about defending ace-9 suited here is the question. This 3-bet isn't going to be light, really, is the thing. I think I like a fold here. Yeah, good fold from Z Justin there. Ace, you know, those suited aces are so damn pretty, but I think in the context of that 3-bet, it's probably just going to be wrecked a lot of the time. Pocket jacks for Padilla, opening UTG.
Yeah.
Graph tackle, though, with, yeah, feels like one of those spots where the big stack might try and lay it on thick here. 10's going to be the best hand here quite a lot. Obviously flipping against a lot of those ace, king, ace, queen, ace, jack. Ace 10 is
you just don't mind.
as well. Ace 10 suited.
You just don't mind getting it against this stack size, do you?
You know, usually not. No, especially at this level. A lot of these guys, if they're 3-betting at 10s here, it's usually to go broke, I imagine. And if they're doing it, if Graph Tackle is doing it, you know, it's probably the right thing to do. Even if you do run into jacks occasionally, that will happen, of course, from time to time. That's if Padilla does even get it in. There's still the option to fold. I doubt they're going to be making that play against such a talented and aggressive opponent such as Graph Tackle. Raising a call. Oh, there's the 10
Graph Tackle
ball.
does spike the 10 on the flop. Only one jack left in the deck, and it does not come. Graph Tackle eliminates Pedro Padilla SP out in 151st place. Graph Tackle up to $3.5 million. And that is good for 4th on the leaderboard.
Yeah, that is one way to do it. Graph Tackle up to 3.4 feels great. Pocket 10s, the 2-outer against the jacks there. Unlucky, sir. And then there were 150, Joe.
Zini, one of the shorter stacks at this table, has ace-queen in the big blind. And it's going to probably get effed with by Z Justin. Let's see. Just a limp.
You know, these Brazilians, they're so aggressive all the time. It's unbelievable. Like, they're always raising all the time. They're always bluffing. This time he actually has it. Jack 6 off, though. Probably just going to be a limp and a fold. That seems good.
Bottom out does not get too creative there. Pocket 9s for Graph Tackle. Under the gun makes 44,000. Is going to run into 2 solid hands. One of them has 9s crushed. Zini with queens now.
Yes, sir. Again, we have another one of these weird dynamics, Joe, where, you know, I don't know if the small blind is going to be 3-betting particularly light against an under-gun open. Now, it is Graph Tackle, and he is extremely deep at this stage, so I suppose that might play some role, but I also don't know if we heard Cini if you're going to be gambling too hard when you've got like a 40 big blind effective start at the start of the hand. So this might be one where Graph Tackle can get away, or at least, you know, not just rip it pre, but he is going to call, and it is one of those boards again, Joe. Kind of those pocket 9s is going to be beating a lot of the 3-bets here situation.
Yeah, unfortunately, not much to scare off these 9s from a very bad situation. Zini, that's 122,000. Seems ripe for a call from 9s.
It does indeed, yeah. If Graph Tackle is going to defend the 9s, I feel like he's going to probably feel good about continuing on this board. King of Diamonds might be a good card for him to get away now, but Zini obviously sizing that bet, so he's got less than pot on the turn.
How much do you hate this king if you have queens here?
Yeah, I was going to say, the king is not a good card by any stretch of the imagination. Obviously, you're going to be up against some King X that floats flop here for sure. Decides just to bet about 1/4 pot.
Interesting sizing. Graph Tackle does just get away from the 9s. And Zini up over average now, or close enough to it. Sage a star. Pocket 5s. Raise. Ace 10 suited for Graph Tackle. Queen, Jack for 3 diamonds. A board that neither player can really like all that much.
Sagey Star with a teeny tiny one big blind continue here. I dig it very much.
Ace 10 makes the call. 4 on the turn. There it goes, check, check. 9 of hearts on the river.
Yeah, Grafton might decide to turn his hand into a bluff here just to maybe get some folds from exactly, you know, deuces, threes, fives, sixes, sevens, that kind of thing. But he does have plenty of showdown if he does just want to check and try and go all the way. Check, check, pocket fives does take it down. Seems good.
King 5 suited for Bean. Folds. Pocket 4s for Z Justin.
Taxation. What do you got for us? Nothing. 4 is raising to take it.
All right, a walk for Bye Mies.
Wow, that doesn't
Catch S asks how many ITM. This is how many items? 10 items or less? ITM, how many in the money? No one yet. No one's in the money yet. 145 players still in this thing. 87 get paid. And we will have world famous bubble coverage at some point. Not quite there yet.
Pocket Kings now for Z Justin. Aaron Bean does decide to defend his big blind, but not really connecting too hard. A whole lot of queen high.
Mate on YouTube asks, is God mode delayed? So I'd like to make one thing clear. There is no such thing as God mode on PokerStars. There is no way for anyone, living or dead, to access the hold card information in real time. This is in fact a reconstruction that looks live. But what happens is, when a hand is over, there's like a hand history that gets made. And that goes into some vault somewhere, but not until the hand is over. 30 minutes after that, that information gets pumped back into a little piece of software that then recreates it with the exact same timing as the original hand. So it looks like we're watching something in God mode 30 minutes later, but actually it doesn't even exist until we see it. It's just happened 30 minutes ago. Does that make sense? Because if not, I'm not doing it again.
Perfectly put, Joe. Honestly, that was a great explanation of how that works. That's right, guys. There is no God mode. Aaron Bean here with the up and down straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Ooh, and there you go. That's the nuts on the turn.
This is the day for straights. I don't know. Maybe I should play. Maybe I should fire up my Play Money account. See if I can satellite into the Sunday Billion this weekend. Everyone's making straights.
LFG Sunday Bill. Nice chunky size here from Aaron Bean, trying to get some value from that straight. I don't know if Sagey Star is going to get sticky on this turn, though. Does call.
Yeah.
And
5,
341K
6,
in the
7,
middle.
8, 9, 10. Almost all of them.
Yeah, I think if Aaron wanted to get more value, like a deuce on the river, maybe a 6 on the river would have been a better situation. Just rips it, goes for absolute max. Seiji is just like, what if he just has Jack 10 here and just stacks it off? Definitely not completely crazy for him to have Jack 10. If he's got 8-10 of spades, he can have Jack 10 of hearts or something like that here, no problem. And makes the fold.
Aaron does not have to show down. Switching, Sam Squid.
Switching.
Back in action, back in position. And it looks like Sam has got a new player to their left. Now, I can't tell you who this is. But N. Nazpagaj might look different to you if you held it up to a mirror. It might look like a world champion. Oh my goodness, this action. Weissenfish raised. We had a 3-bet from Rochinia. King Queen suited from Eisenhower is just going to 5-bet. Is that right? 1, 2, 4-bet. I skipped one. And Weissenfish has got to be loving this.
Just clicks it back.
That's the 5-bet.
There's a 5-bet. We haven't seen one of those in a while.
And Eisenhower, you've got to be hating this and hating the price you're getting.
This is really spicy. This is pretty unbelievable.
Oh, this sucks. All right, okay,
Yeah,
I'm fine. I'll allow it. I will allow it. Blinds are going up. Big blind is 25,000 chips now.
It's going up, guys. 139 remain, 87 paid. Eisenhower, 8-9 suited. Come on, how are you not going to play that combo? Absolutely stunning hand.
M. Nazpagaj. Gonna call on the button. Honey Goat with lots of incentive to 3-bet. Poor Pampa. Poor Pampo just praying. Praying they can flick a 25K chip in there and see 3 cards.
I think a shove here is cool. I don't mind shoving ace-queen here.
Ace-queen folds.
That is unexpected.
I guess we have to
I
take a
was not-
little of the expectation bias out because we can see the hold cards.
I don't
Pocket
know.
threes, yeah, more or less got their wish. So the odds weren't quite as good without the Honey Goat money in there, but at least it wasn't a 3-bet. And the flop is 9 high, which could be trouble for Eisenhower. Outkicked by M.
As the late Mike Sexton used to say, the price to play poker is increasing, Vincent. Very good. Nice work, James. 8-9, dominated by ace-9. M. Nazpakaj.
And I was wondering how often we would see a raise here with top pair, top kicker. And 100% of the time, this time, we are seeing a raise.
Yep. When you look at these spots under a microscope, you do want to be raising with top pair some of the time. For the most part, you're going to do it when you have your ace kickers and your king kickers. And then you can have a bunch of flats when you got, like, 8, 9, 9, 10, that kind of thing. Jack 9, still pretty good to just have a call here.
Whoa.
Ooh, that is
What
a very,
a turn
very
card
spicy
here.
turn. Whew.
It's a straight card. It's a diamond card.
I don't think he's going nowhere. M. Nazpakaj might even check turn here and just try and control the pot a little bit. Might be concerned about some sets once in a while. Might be concerned about hands exactly like 8, 9 of diamonds. He has no fear, though, Joe. No fear at all. Half pot, putting it in.
He sure doesn't.
Yeah, that's just, you're getting the most insane price ever with 8-9 of diamonds. Even if you don't have the best hand now, quite happy to call there for half pot and just try and get there. Doesn't get there. Check river, and sure enough, the world champion does get a massive pot going his direction now, 3.2 million.
Picks up $1 million there on that hand, and just in time for us to see Sam Squid, your boy Sam Grafton with aces. Eisenhower raising initially with Queen Jack suited.
Yeah,
and
a
very
couple
small
spots
3-bet from Grafton.
Just the straight 3x.
Not very
Couple
small,
ugly
but
pots.
not big.
Couple pots for Eisenhower there, not going his way, but down to, 40 and a bit bigs.
Eisenhower getting 2.5 to 1 on this call. King high flop. Eisenhower flops a gut shot, backdoor spade draw. Drawn pretty thin. And Sam is betting again. We've seen so many small flop bets from Sam.
I was about to say, yeah, just loving Sam's bet sizing range here, guys. He just does all sorts. Look at that turn, though. Big turn for Eisenhower with the combo draw once more.
Now the big bet comes in. Sam seems to know exactly where he is at all times in these hands. Just knows that the price now needs to get a lot worse.
Yeah. Joe, you took the words out of my mouth. He's just got these little teeny bets when he wants them, and then he's just massive bets when he's really got to punish you when you got combo draws. It's really, really cool to see. That's why he's one of the best guys.
And this is a big, big chunk.
Wow. Good call.
Eisenhower jams. Sam makes the call. It's Eisenhower gets there on the river. The deuce of spades. Queen high flush for Eisenhower. Sam stacked. Not out, but has in fact doubled up Eisenhower. I'm going to need a second. I'm a little emotional. Maybe James can take over.
Yeah, I was just scrolling down the lobby, Joe, to see what happened to Sam. 48th in chips now, still an above average stack, still in the top 50, but not the force he once was. Instead, we've got Brazil 1 and 2 on the leaderboard right now. And a quick hashtag fun fact about one of the players we were watching at that feature table, Honeygoat. Thank you to StatTrick for highlighting that Honeygoat qualified for $530. Remember, this is a 10K buy-in. This main event. Qualified for 530. The biggest MTT Honeygoat had played prior to this was a 1K. So understandably, when you're then 10xing your biggest ever buy-in, and I don't know what Honeygoat's experience or bankroll is like, maybe 1K was taking a shot. Understandably, that is going to inform how you approach, especially with the money bubble now getting closer, 136 remaining and 87 getting paid. And as Joe highlighted during that last session, we will have world-famous bubble coverage later on. Nick, I don't know if you're still going to be here for the bubble. Obviously, we've got Maria joining us in an hour's time for the second half of tonight's stream. I wanted to talk to you about what you've been up to. Obviously, you are on the PokerStars Twitch channel when we are not streaming Wcoop, Sunday Million, et al. Did you have any streams last week? Well, obviously you did the Sunday Million in our absence.
That's right, yeah. And I don't know if you guys managed to see any of that, but we did actually wear costumes for Halloween after all. So big shout out to my boy Wistern, who, if you recall, I was going to maybe dress him up as the old man from Jaws. What's his name again? Quint. Thank you very much. I was going to dress him up like that. We didn't find him a costume in time. So last minute he goes, I got one of those sumo suits. Now you guys know the sumo suits that inflate. They're kind of, there's like a little fan in them or something. That's what I imagined. No, he was talking about the actual padded ones that you wear when you're doing this sort of faux sumo wrestling sort of exercise situation. He wore it through the entire stream. It was like 4 or 5 hours straight. He was sweating it out. So big shout out to him. It was quite the sight, but he stuck it out for us. Aside from that, yes, we did return to our normal schedule, guys. If you'd like to watch more of the content that I make on stream, looks a little bit different from this. We play more alternative formats like PokerStars Kickoff. We also play a bunch of Spin and Go content as well. But yeah, we had a full week of streaming last week. We're still running a little bit under EV this year so far, but I have a lot of faith it's going to come back to us with a vengeance. And I did manage to beat Croaks in one of our kickoff challenges on Tuesday, which is big for me because he's been whooping my ass all year so far.
I want to talk about your results, Nick, because obviously Spin and Go is another area where you focus and stream. And during EPT London, when you were on break, I did watch some of your Spin and Goes. I actually think what we need is a heads-up battle between Nick Walsh and Joe Stapleton. Who runs worse? Because I have been an eyewitness to some of Nick Walsh's horrible, horrible beats, and I have heard more bad beats from Joe than I care to. Clearly, both of you are running massively below expectation. If you play heads up, someone has to get lucky.
That's true. I guess that would be one way to break it for one of us, Nick. We just play heads up, and then someone's got to run better than the other one. I never even thought about that.
It might be a situation where, like, the collision would create like a black hole and rip time and space. Like when two people that run this bad meet, we just we actually create a vortex that consumes the universe or something like that. I'm not sure.
I gotta love this suggestion from Jess Alice J. It says Joe and Nick's bad beat off.
I like it. I like it. Well, Nick, you're the man to make it happen. You're the one who basically has the channel to yourself during the week.
Here's the problem, though, is that we would have to do it for play money, and it's just not the same. It doesn't count. Like, you can't really you can't have a bad beat off if there's no real stakes involved. So we would have to do something live in person, maybe in Prague or something. Just do some sort of heads-up match to the death live is the only way I can think of making this work.
It definitely needs to be a thing. Just very quickly, Nick, obviously you're with us for Wcoop coverage this week. Are there any other streams that you're doing this week, or are you focusing purely on the World Championship of Online Poker?
So I have to give a big shout out because tomorrow Pi and Croaks will be doing our usual Tuesday streams in lieu of me being there. So it's still going to go ahead at midday. So join us back here, twitch.tv/PokerStars during 12 p.m. UK time for that. But then I will be doing my normal schedule thereafter. So I'll still do a daytime stream on Wednesday, maybe Thursday, and maybe Friday. But yeah, all the usual spin content for me if you guys are enjoying that. And also, I would love if you guys would go and subscribe on YouTube as well. I'm trying to get partnered over there. So any support over there, I only release free content for you guys there, so go give me some support. I would really appreciate that too.
I'm glad that you highlighted Mason Pie, because obviously there is the 10K PLO event running, the World Championship of PLO running alongside the No Limit Hold'em right now. That actually concludes on Tuesday, and there will be a replay of the final table of that 10K PLO MTT in the hours leading up to the final table of the tournament we're watching tonight on Wednesday. So Wednesday afternoon, you'll be able to see Pi streaming that replay. Cards up action of the PLO. Right now, cards up action of the No Limit Hold'em. And back to table Z Justin. Mr. Bonomo in action. And it is confusing. I know a few people have highlighted it. To have Sam Grafton and Grafteckle both going deep in this tournament, both at different tables. If they get moved to the same table, we might break the internet.
It's less confusing than when one of them isn't in the tournament. I think it's, at least when you see them both, you're like, oh, it's two different people. Got it.
So who is the chip leader right now? Kylix42 from Brazil, and it is Musa 8887 from Kyrgyzstan, who is close behind in second place.
Kylix42 sounds like a good screen name for the game I used to play. Wcoop leaderboard or adult film uploader.
Nick and Joe's bad beat off. Honestly, just fantastic suggestion.
Great question from the M on YouTube. Joe, if we go through a slow period during the bad beat off, would you have to crank it?
I don't know that I would have the freedom to crank it if I'm already in the middle of a beat off.
It's a very, very astute observation. Oh, hello, Flush Draw.
Not just any flush draw, the best flush draw.
Nut strawberry alert for Quing. Meanwhile, Graph Tackle, 84% favorite with the set of fives.
Oh, I love working with you two. It's just a dream come true. King 7 of Hearts is going to go ahead and fire over full pot.
I love it. Like a couple of minutes of lame innuendo is the time when Nick says that he enjoys working with us. The rest of the time,
proud.
Take it or leave it.
No improvement, though, for Quing.
Instead, it's the boat for Graph Tackle.
I don't know. Joe,
It would be funny if we did this and, like, there was live commentary on it. And if we just, like, both have, like, 40, 50 hands in a row where neither of us makes a pair.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe we can do it with play money, but then we have, I don't know, sort of prop bets or something on the side. I don't know, something. I'm not sure what the actual rules are regarding what we're allowed to actually, you know.
And once again, Joe shows down 4th pair, but Nick has 5th pair. I just want to be clear that the complaining I do is mostly not bad beats. It's just I just never have anything. Like, I just never have a hand at all.
I also want to be clear that the hands that James are making reference to were the hands that he witnessed over my shoulder and not hands that I told him about afterwards in some lame bad.
No, I saw them.
Situation.
I saw them, and they
You
were
actually witnessed them.
horrific. They were absolutely horrific. Although one of them, you kind of did it to yourself. So Graph Tackle opening with kings here, and Seiji Star re-raising with ace king suited. I mean, I'd say, Nick, that they're probably too deep to get it all in pre, but stranger things have happened.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Very astute. They are considerably deep here. Obviously, blinds have increased quite a lot since the start of the day, though, as well. Where are we at right now? I don't know. I think it's definitely a possibility to just get this in pre-flop for sure, even though they are some of the bigger stacks.
I mean, if it's going to happen, this is where it happens. The 4-bet from Jens Arens, and now Seiji Star, as the effective stack, could pull the trigger. Here we go.
There it is.
Huge
Wow.
pot, 2.8 million. And club, but no. King's hold. And it is Graph
Always a
Tackle.
sweat.
Jens Arens, who is now chip leader. 5.5 million.
Yeah, where were we? About 50 big blinds effective. I think that's still within the stack off situation.
Graph Tackle wins the 10K Wcoop main event. How boring. How boring for one of the best players in the world. Like, of course Graph Tackle is this deep with this many chips.
We love you, Graph Tackle. Wow, huge flop for Graph Tackle here again. Z Justin with a very nice sort of 2-over card gutter situation. Quite a large continuation from Graph Tackle, though.
Bloop.
Interesting turn here. It's okay. Just get there anyway. It's all good.
Not
It's
just
always
any old
coming
7. It's
Seven
the
of
7
spades.
of spades.
The check on the turn might actually incentivize Z Justin to turn his hand into a bluff now. But who knows? 119K going in the middle to try and get some of the king high, ace high, maybe even some small pocket pairs to fold. I don't imagine Grafton is going to miss any value here, though, with the second nuts on the river.
Nope.
All of it. Every single penny. Grafton up to 5.8 million chips.
I mean, what a great session for Jan Zarens coming out of the break. Up to nearly 6 million in chips. Firm #1 right now. Decent distance between himself and 3Bet WizKid, who sits second on the leaderboard. And obviously, I appreciate that we're not watching Table Grafton right now. He's still hovering around the 40 mark, 42nd place right now, 1.6 million. Average stack is 1.5 million with 129 players remaining. Oh, Spraggy's still in. In the top 100.
Oh, I'm a big fan of Spraggy, as you know. But no one had asked if Spraggy's in for like the last 20 minutes, and I'm afraid you saying that is just going to start it all over
let me
again.
tell you what's going to happen here, guys, is that Spraggy is going to play a 15 big blind stack to perfection on or around the bubble. He will creep into the money, somehow ladder up to a min plus cash, and then go broke. That is the classic Spraggy MO in a big main event.
Well, Spraggy's in for 3 buy-ins, though. So
he's going to need the min plus cash, right? Because a min cash is 25K. The min plus cash, once you get to 63rd place, is 30.5. So he could potentially make a $595 profit with a min plus cash.
So a min cash is 2.5 extra money? That's pretty good.
I think the payout structure accounts for the fact that there will be players who are in for more than one bullet.
Yeah, okay. That's good. It's not going to be like when I cash in the main event next year and I end up cashing for like $13,000 and a 10K.
You'd take it.
Of course I will. Are you crazy?
Oh, man. I feel like I've got to be in Vegas.
I probably will have sold 140% of my actions, so I'll need it to be the smallest cash possible.
Joe Stapleton furiously trying to bust, but just can't get it over the line.
I mean, that would be a great experiment if I very publicly oversold, like did not make a secret of it, and then saw if I could just bust out and I end up being like chip leader going into day 8.
That would be, Joe finally breaks the curse, but now he owes people money.
This is the poker version of the producers, right?
Yeah, exactly. Correct.
Here comes
I feel like
Grafton
I want to
again.
be in Vegas for this event now. I want to be there when Joe goes ultra deep in the main.
By the way, at least one of Spraggy's buy-ins was via a satellite. And also, you have to remember that this is small potatoes compared to the multiple 100K bullets that Spraggy fired in the Super High Roller at PCA a few years back. So, you know, I mean, I think he's still paying that off. So anything he can make in this tournament will help. I don't know if you know, Joe, but Marley found out about that recently.
Found out about what?
The PCA incident.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Why, is there a video about it?
No. Spraggy actually sent me a DM on Twitter, and it's basically a message from Marley, who obviously just heard. She went, "You played 4 bullets in a 100K?"
Yeah.
So she was as shocked as anyone to hear this story.
I guess, you know, sometimes you meet someone and you get married after a short courtship and you don't hear every story. You know, you don't have time to confess every single thing that's happened previously.
Yeah. I mean, look at this. A domination situation, but Grafton with the nut flush draw up over 6 million right now. But does not get there. Oh. Inconsequential, Greenstein.
Both players with enough showdown to check, and King 10 scoops it.
Tom, the two things are probably directly related. Firing 4 bullets in a 100k and wearing a tracksuit to a wedding. You know, if you can't afford nice clothes.
The sad part about those tracksuits is that they're both expensive and ugly. You'd expect it to be not one of those things.
Queen's still ahead on this king high flop.
John Delano says, to be fair, he was wearing a suit. Accurate. Queen's going to go for some value on the turn now. He say gets out of the way.
Yeah, so
oh yeah, John Rupesh, who says Justin is just not getting a hand here. Oh yeah.
Oh, he has ace queen now. I was going to highlight that in addition to being the table chip leader, Grafton is the tournament chip leader right now. Dinge Brinker, the Estonian player we see a lot of in these big online events, currently sits in second with 4.8 million. 127 remaining. A reminder that 87 will get paid.
This might be a ship situation.
If it is, we will have a classic race.
What is it? About 24-ish bigs, something like that.
Do you have to call this with sixes? Can you just fold?
Ooh, it's really close, especially as we're getting closer to the money.
Folding is boring.
Folding is boring, I agree, but I feel like 8s would always be a call. I feel like 7s would probably always be a call. 6s might be my cutoff personally, but it would definitely be a chip EV call, I imagine. I don't know if it's a call when we're this close to the money though. Does make the call.
There we go. Flip the coin. And 6s hold in a big way, and Justin Bonomo is busto. We're down to 126, and we are switching back to Sam Grafton's table, also hosting Martin Jakobsen and qualifier Honey Goat.
That's a bummer. I would have liked to see Justin go pretty deep.
So we still have Vice and Fish. We still have Lucas Roshinia. Pampa 27. That's another name I recognize. Starting to see all the Brazilians come out in force, aren't we?
So James, we did see Rocha at the feature table, didn't we? During our Barcelona coverage.
All I will say about Barcelona, Nick, is that you and Joe will have a better recollection of it than I do, because I wasn't there.
Well, I mean, my recollection in general, not the best.
Pocket fours get ripped in here. Snap by 6s.
And it is a domination situation. And Lucas Rocha is out. And we're down to 125.
Honey Goats. Ace King suited. UTG coming in with the absolute min. Vice and the Fish. Ace Jack in position. It does decide to flat.
Ace King still good on this Queen 7-5 flop.
Yeah, we did see Honeygoat obviously making that really tight fold with the Ace Queen off in a really beautiful little squeeze situation. I wonder if he just check gives up in this on this texture, you know, kind of fearing the money, fearing that min cash, which is so considerable. Does check call though. Still the best hand now, 93.2% favorite, but absolutely no hand as of yet. Considerable showdown though, I imagine. I think Vice and Fish probably bombs this turn again though, a lot of the time. Honeygoat checking there is going to be a lot of pairs that just don't like the queen that fold to the second barrel very frequently. So if he bets a nice chunky size here, I think he does get a lot of those folds. There it is, 190.
Chunky
I was going to
is.
say 2, but I was going to say 190, 200, something like that would just about be enough in most cases to get, you know, 8s to fold, 9s to fold, even 10s to fold. And if Honeygoat is going to be one of the more conservative players, they will get that through a ton. Bison Fish does pick it up.
So Honeygoat drops below 800K. Average stack right now is 1.5 million. Blinds will be going up in just over 5 minutes' time. So Martin Jakobsen is a player we saw go deep in the EPT London main event, also won the UK IPT main at that festival.
Ooh, just a laydown.
Yeah, I think Queen 9 again there, another combination that we would see defended pretty much all the time. Does actually make a good fold against the Kings here pre-flop, but again, Honeygoat showing a little bit more conservative play.
Fewer than 40 eliminations now until they make the money. Kojak for Pampa. Do you remember we had to explain to Griffin who Kojak was?
Ooh, explain this.
Broadway.
How's Kojak, we probably talked about this at the time, how's Kojak not been rebooted?
I mean, there's enough bald actors out there to find someone to play him.
Oh, Kojak was rebooted in 2005 with Ving Rhames.
There you go, bald actor.
You know, my
Did he
hairline
have the
started.
lollipop?
Maybe I'll be in line for the next Kojak. Uh-oh. I don't know if this is real or not, but Vin Diesel's Kojak will be kicking all kinds of ass, says writer.
Vin Diesel has cut this. This I need to see. Why am I not watching this right now?
Oh, that's article from 2015 though, so.
It might have got stuck in turnaround.
It might have got
Pampa with the best hand on the river.
Sorry, Nick.
No, don't apologize. I wasn't.
You have to
I was,
understand,
I
Nick,
was wait-
that I know that this is the 10K World Championship of No Limit Hold'em, but if there is the prospect of a Kojak reboot with Vin Diesel, that absolutely takes precedence.
You're absolutely right, guys. I need to get my priorities straight. Thank you for keeping me on track.
It's probably one of those things, like, can you imagine making an enemy out of The Rock and you have, like, a show in development and Rock's just like, nah. And everyone's like, okay,
Oh.
no problem.
Well, Kojak for the Honey Goat. Opens to 142,500. It's Ace Jack for Vice and Fish.
Oh, against an undergun raise. Hey. Ah. Ooh. Ooh.
Oh. I fear for the Honey Goat.
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. So there was an open from ace jack and he called on the button with king jack off, right?
No, he re-raised from the button with king jack.
Re-raised.
Oh, he three bet the button. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Unexpected there. So yeah, this is definitely going to be a train wreck for Honey Goat here unless he can improve into the king. Interesting that he picks king jack off to 3-bets from such an early open here, but you know, folds queen 9 blind v blind, that kind of thing.
Well, unfortunately, this goat is out-kicked.
Should have stalled for the bubble.
And KO'd. So Honey Goat, who satellited in for $530, does not make the money.
Well, at least they only lost $530.
True dat. Son of a perch, it's Mathis, M-A-T-H-I-S. Stop getting Bond wrong!
Mathers. I think he means Kev Math. 669,000 in the pot in Kevin Mather's voice.
Bison Fish shoving here with sevens after we get the open from Sam, flattered by Pamper. Nice squeeze from Bison Fish, and will Pamper get it in here? Pamper does have the best hand, but doesn't know it.
Million chips is 2/3 average at this point. Oh, it just feels so bad. You're 40 from the money. You might be able to hang on with 1,000,000 chips. But 10's is so... There you go. There you go.
Gets it in. Gets it in good. 95%.
Oh!
It's always coming 7. It's
And
always
Pamper
coming 7.
loses to a 2-outer and exits in 123rd place. Weissenfish up to 4.7 million. So Weissenfish is now 3rd in chips, behind Dinge Brinker and Graftackle, who's still in the catbird seat, by the way, with 6.6 million.
They say 7 from heaven. That was the 7 from hell.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Seen some real savagery today, boys.
Yes, we sure have.
Yo, shout out to Sinister in the chat. Stuck at home with a pretty serious infection in my arm, so happy you guys are here to entertain me. Thank you for your continued support, buddy. You're always here supporting us, so I appreciate you, mate. Hope you get well soon, my man.
Yes. I, too, hope you get well soon. No matter how you got that infection in your arm.
What? Jack 3 of Diamonds defends from Eisenhower. Not really connecting in any meaningful way. M. Nose Pakaj with the 6s picks up a gut shot on the turn. Not that he needs it right now. Eisenhower might turn his hand into a bluff at this point. Feels like the 6s here. Feels like he has pretty much exactly what he has here, or he has maybe an ace high that doesn't like this sort of run out. Does decide to put into bet. I think 6s can definitely still hero call here for sure, but it is kind of one of those ugly runouts for early 6s, or, you know, ace king or ace jack or something like that. Nice call from the 6s here. Very, very nice. Blinds are going up to 15,000 and 30K, 3,750 chip ante.
Okay, we're going to try and change some minds now, guys. We're actually going to try and challenge perceptions. Joe, I want you to be quiet. However tempted you may be, I want you to stay silent. Nick, I want you to give a serious response to Morris Aztec watching on YouTube, who was not surprised to see Pamper lose with 10s to 7s because, and I quote, the software always favors the bigger stacks.
Okay, but you understand that You understand that he was covered, which is why he was eliminated from the tournament.
No, but the reason why he lost with 10s, the reason why the 7 came on the river is because the software favors the bigger stacks.
I see.
So I would like you to give Morris a serious response to his insinuation.
Serious response. You banned. There you go. Serious. I'm just kidding.
What is the current company policy on calling viewers and customers idiots? Is there one?
Generally speaking, we'd rather you didn't.
Ah, okay, shoot. Moron?
No, Joe. I told you to be quiet. I silenced you.
Well, okay. Let me put it this way. Here's my serious response. All right. Here's my serious response. I am.
Oh, come on.
Favors the bigger stack. Oh, wait, no.
Oh, but hang on a second. Hang on a second. No, because there's a guy on YouTube who says that the software favors the bigger stack. So how is there a queen on the river here? Because that's favoring the guy who doesn't have as many chips.
Okay, let me put it this way. If the software favored the guys with the bigger chips, you'd also think that they would favor the people that they put badges on and call ambassadors of the game. If you've watched any of my streams this year, and this can be confirmed by others who watch my streams, they will inform you that, in fact, that is not the case. So if they're going to do it for the bigger stacks, you'd assume they do it for me, at least. Maybe I was left off the list. I don't know. If PokerStars Spraggy is still in the chat, it'd be great if you would start flipping that boom switch for me anytime now. I would much appreciate that. Anyway, Ace-4 suited opening up here. Vice and Fish, the initial pre-flop raiser, raising into King-4 that defends the big blind. Top pair for Nose Bakaj.
I'm really excited, guys, because Fabiano Kowalski's just joined the table, and I love Fabiano's dog. I love Fabiano going deep in Barcelona, making the final table of the EPT main event. But also, and I appreciate he's not at this table, but obviously No Tillett is still in, who gave birth to the Catvatar. No Tillett, who we interviewed on stream and subsequently on the podcast, was the person who created the Catvatar. And that is actually a real cat, and he changed that photo to bring himself good fortune, and it worked. That's right. The OG Catvatar is still in this tournament, as is the cute dog of Fabiano Kowalski. If you like animals, you're in the right place, as long as they're not goats, because he got KO'd. But we've still got a squid, and we've still got a fish, and Martin Jakobsen.
I love you, chat. I was just hired as the sacrificial lamb to block the trend of ambassadors running good.
So is that the deflection technique? If anyone questions the fact the site is rigged in favor of Team Pros, they've just got you as the kind of...
That's actually a very common, it's a common theory that I've been getting on stream recently. They're like, you know what, Nick? I always thought the pros ran good. Then I watched your stream. I guess not. Okay, cool. Anyway, let's move on. What's the next topic?
They needed a whipping boy.
I mean...
They're like, okay, let's get this straight. We're going to hire a guy. We're going to force him to work with James and Joe. And we're going to make him run the worst on the site. It's going to be great. This is the perfect get out of jail free.
I mean, unfortunately, I don't think we've done much to combat these conspiracy theories, especially as CFC highlights. At the end of the tournament, the person who's got all of the chips wins. That is definitely favoring the bigger stack.
That is true. There's no denying that.
That is true. Yeah, the
person with the most chips does win the most money.
Capo.
So Sam back up to 1.9 million, by the way. Sam above average once again. And it's Zinhao who's opened here with King Jack. Sam 3-betting with Ace Queen suited. That's right. You give him the horseshoe. And some love for Zinhao. 2 million now for Sam with 119 remaining. Need to keep an eye on that field ticker, guys, because the bubble is not that far off now, although it seems that the pace of eliminations have slowed.
Yep.
What's
close to
cool
the
is
line
that we
guys.
saw Sam suffer a pretty gross beat and drop down to like 1.5 million and slowly creeping back up. And I think that's something that someone like even a me who complains that I get bad beat and then I'm out of a tournament, it's really probably because I'm not winning enough other hands and acquiring enough chips and accumulating a big enough stack to withstand those beats. So again, Sam is just like a model player. It's just someone that we should be studying their every move, because even though he did catch a horrific beat in that spot, he's still in this tournament and he's still got an above average stack once again.
Yep. Exactly. Kowalski does decide to call with the 9s in position here. Cutoff versus EP, aka low jack.
Pretty terrible
Jack
flop for
does
9s.
improve. Yeah, not ideal with the 9s. I think you're pretty happy just getting away from it at this point, unless it's ridiculously tiny. Okay, Queen Jack does check, pretty standard stuff. Now, the thing about the check here from the Queen Jack is, if you're in Kowalski's shoes, that check is going to be a lot of showdown, like King X, Jack X, maybe even some weaker Ace X if they feel like their opponent is going to be flatting with Ace Jack in position, for example. A lot of the small pocket pairs, I think, just like to bluff at Ace Jack King, so I don't think it's even a spot where you're that concerned that, you know, you're going to be folding the best hand against, you know, pocket 2s or something like that checks. Kowalski again with plenty of showdown here with the 9s. Don't know if he wants to bluff yet, or turn his hand into a bluff, I should say, when he's got showdown with the 9s. Check, check, check. On the river, obviously, M. Nospakaj with the nut straight.
Checked by Martin Jakobsen. Fabiano Kowalski with a no good pair of 9s, checks it back, and Martin wins that pot. And we are switching as we rejoin Spraggy, a new table assignment for Benjamin Spragg. Among his table mates are 3-bet WizKid, who is among the chip leaders. Nick Meat, who is the former chip leader, still has around 3 million. There's some decent stacks actually on this table. And Spraggy is getting short now, down to 400k.
Yeah,
I think it's fair to say that Spraggy is in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Danger zone!
Yeah, Spraggy's not going to be able to cling on to a cash with that size.
No, he's going to need to make something happen, and sooner rather than later. A lot of excitement on YouTube for the imminent arrival of Maria Ho. The red carpet has been rolled out, and Maria will join us on stream before the bottom of the hour.
More Ho Fun on the way.
Ho Fun noodles. Yum.
Confirmed Ho Fun noodles.
I can't believe we forgot to take a picture.
I think I need to try and find it. I did actually end up taking one, but no.
The whole point of the picture, Nick, is that we were going to send it to Maria, who couldn't make the dinner.
I did send it to her after we spoke about it on stream. I did. And
okay. Well done.
Yeah.
All right, I'll take that one off the list.
So she knows we weren't just gassing her up. You know, she knows we were being legit.
Gassing her up, I say.
Yeah.
Normally pay extra for that. Nick Meat with 9s opens to 60k. Neville Wee with Ace Jack.
I got pretty gassed up at that dinner, but I think it was mostly from the beer.
That was good beer. I really enjoyed that.
So we get the 3-bet, and Vlad Dari with the sailboats folds. 9s call and get out flopped. Ace King 6 on board.
Neville.
Whee!
Didn't Nick Meat have 9s on the last hand as well?
No.
He did.
No, I think it was this hand. Uh-oh.
Well, Spraggy getting it in with ace-king, and if Nick calls, we're going to be off to the races.
2 kings folded.
Yeah, this is a call. This is a call for sure. Ooh, come on, Spraggy. Hold.
That ace on the flop gives Spraggy the advantage, and he doubles up to nearly 900k, still around half average. And again, not sure that is enough to ensure he can make the money.
What is happening here? I am Luckbox.
Well, I was a bit confused by Spraggy opening with king 10, to be honest, but
I think King
What a
10
great
here is
read
okay.
by I am Luckbox.
okay, well, spades for Wcoop.
Yeah, I wonder if Spraggy just has a check on this flop though. The call from I am Luckbox is, I think, gonna be some ace combos that Spraggy's not gonna love. Plus, obviously, the small blind came along as well. Yeah, I like the check a lot. I like the check here. You can be very tempted just to auto c-bet the ace high boards, but I think given this pre-flop action, the check I think is much better. You just want to kind of get away from this one in most cases. See what the others are gonna do first. 4-5, of course, has to bet. If you're going to call 4-5 pre, you have to semi-bluff when you have the gut shot here.
Ooh, club on the
Wow.
turn. 4 on the turn.
Yeah, the 4 actually pulls out ahead now. Pair of 4s and the gut shot for I am Luckbox.
And Spraggy would have turned a club draw.
True.
So I'm Luckbox, pretty much a 2-to-1 favorite here, with the pair of 4s.
Really, really interesting turn. I mean, he might put all the pieces together and realize he literally might still have the best hand now at this point. It's such a good run out for him now as well, beating that flush draw. His opponent isn't really going to have a 6 here that often, so he's only got to fear the ace and then a whole bunch of misdraws. Say a whole bunch. There's probably not a ton of misdraws here. It's going to be almost all spades, of course, and none of the straight draws. So
I can just see a disaster happening. They're gonna find the bluff here with 9 high up, and Adamo's just, I'm sorry, I'm Luckbox is going to just snap it off.
Yeah, I mean, if you really, really know your ranges here, there's probably a correct answer to this call. There's probably like actually a complete direct sort of like combination count that you could do here to figure out how many more flush draws are going to have than ace combos.
Oh,
But
wow.
9 does get the fold. Nice little bluff there from 9-8 of spades.
Good work by Wcoop, and Spraggy back in action, opening with ace-8 of spades.
Wcoop got away with one there.
Spraggle's back in the mix. King, queen off. Going to be 3-betting him, though, putting him in a tough spot here with the suited ace. Where are we at right now? I think you're supposed to call this 3-bet, but it's just so hard to make the right play, especially if you don't know your opponent's 3-betting tendencies particularly well. From a theoretical standpoint, I think the 3-bet can be quite wide. So I think you are supposed to be calling here, but I think really IRL you probably end up getting away from this quite frequently, but could go either way. It is a suited ace after all.
Spraggy not playing quite as tight as I would expect.
That's why I was a
that
little bit
stack.
confused by the King 10 open. I thought with his stack size, I would have thought he would be opening fewer pots, but hey, he knows what he's doing.
I mean, maybe you think you're going to get some respect, you know, and people are going to expect that you're a little bit tighter opening from relatively early position, and it just hasn't happened.
Everyone knows who he is. He's not playing anonymously, and no one respects him, so... Pair of sevens here for Neville.
Seven's still the best of it. Mr. Luckbox, I presume 2 barrels for sure every time, right? You're not going to miss the opportunity to just barrel here. Oh, never mind. Just get the jack instead. That's easier.
Favoring that bigger stack.
Always favoring the bigger stack. Confirmed. Sample 1. Confirmed. All right, checking it down. Jack 10 does scoop it up to 3.4 million.
Seven, 9 suited. Who doesn't love a good old suited one gapper?
Love a suited one gapper. Neville does want to 3-bet this one, though. Look at his size, guys. It's about 4x. Again, we like these larger sizings from out of position, especially when we're this deep. Nice, taking it down.
And looks like Sakut has been balanced off the table. And now Boss Dog with aces.
Boss Dog.
Makes me think of Boss Hog from the Dukes of Hazzard. I'm probably going to be the only one who knows that TV show, right?
Not true.
For your
Aware of
time?
that. I'm aware of the show. I don't think I ever watched it.
Some of it hasn't aged super well.
None of it has aged well. Representation of women, celebration of the Confederacy. I mean, it ticks many, many boxes that, you know, in the year 2022.
Tires squealing on a dirt road.
Yeah.
So aces did actually end up getting some action here pre, but not sure how much more they're going to get here unless Luckbox decides to sort of bluff lead this turn or something. Don't think this is really the combination you want to use, but could be wrong. Yep, sure enough. Are you going to bet the turn, Boss Dog? Better take it.
Does indeed.
Spraggy with the absolute 7 deuce on the button. Don't think he wants to even get involved with that one. And a little bit of blind action now. Trays for Luckbox.
I've just been reminded by Hood Hunter that there was a Dukes of Hazzard reboot, right? It was a movie with Jessica Simpson as Daisy Duke.
It was Johnny Knoxville and I think Zach Shepard.
I was going to say
Johnny Knoxville and
was Sean William Scott in it?
Sean William Scott, that's it, yeah.
It
was directed by the guys that did
Hutch.
Super Troopers, so I had high hopes, but I wasn't a huge fan, unfortunately.
What are they called again, Joe? The lizard, 3 lizards, green lizard group?
Broken Lizard.
Broken Lizard, thank you. Yeah, they did a Starsky and Hutch reboot as well with Ben Stiller.
That was
Was it Owen
slightly
Wilson
more
as well?
watchable. Slightly more watchable.
I don't think I ever watched it.
3-bet WizKid completes with the 5s, and Vlad Dari checks his option. 5 still good on an ace-10-3 flop.
Pocket 5's going to go ahead and just bet here like, sure. What do you got? 9 deuce any good? No. I'm not going to give you any more equity. Little equity denial there.
Well, interested to see that. Oh, I thought the dynamic would be the ace-king on the button versus the king-queen in the big blind, but along comes Adamo with 10-7 suited.
Ooh, ace-king suited with the flat here as well.
Ooh.
Man, Nick Meek could definitely squeeze this if he wanted to with the king-queen in the big blind. Decides just to call instead, and it is king high. 2 players with a very good top pair. I am Luckbox with the backdoor straight draw and the clubs. This is spicy AF here, guys.
Spicy as a fish?
I was going to say, should just bomb this flop.
As falafel? Flan? Oh, Sam Squid. Grafton's just joined the table.
Hey, that makes things easier.
I guess we'll be sticking with this table for a while then. Grafton and Spraggy at the same table. Don't mind if I do.
Oh, there you go. Throwables are out in force already. Ace-king got to bet like 400K on the turn. No, 330.
Someone throw a poo.
No, it's got to be more. Yeah.
Three-bet WizKid living up to their name.
Having not 3-bet in this pot.
And not really doing much besides hitting top pair and making 2 pair. Just kidding, 3-bet WizKid. You're probably great.
That's right. All of it, buddy. All of it. Oh, Nick. How have you found yourself in this situation?
Well, you're blocking busted clubs, huh?
You know what? I think King Queen. This is about as. What was the hand we were talking about earlier, Joe? Where you said, could King Jack have played their hand any differently or any better? I think this is the same for this spot too. You're never going to fold King Queen in the big blind. You're not going to fold the flop. You're not going to fold the turn. You just got to make a good fold on the river, I think. Same when we saw the King high board with the King Jack against the aces.
Oh.
Nice
Finds
fold.
a
Well done,
fold. 3-bet WizKid up to 4.9 million, just south of 5 million chips, meaning that they are 4th on the leaderboard right now. Jan Zaren's Graph Tackle still number 1 with 6.6 million.
Jack 3 off, big blind. Not feeling too good about this one, obviously. Probably just going to be a bin job most of the time.
And Sam Grafton gets a hand. As we come to the end of this session, and with around 100 players remaining, there's a pretty good chance that in the next hour we will at the very least get close to the bubble. I think you can probably expect world famous bubble coverage to begin in the second half of the next hour of the stream.
Neville getting really, really OL here. ISOs with the trade use of spades. I love it. I think it's a really nice little play there. Blind v blind.
I
Like
love it
said,
'cause
can
it
be
worked.
Very, very aggressive. It feels good when it works.
So we've got Adamo opening under the gun with ace-king, and Spraggy ace-8 suited in the big blind.
Yeah, this could get really ugly. Spraggy's got such a defendable hand. Maybe Boss Dog will come along here and change it up, though. Probably wants to enter the pot. I don't know if you're going to want to 3-bet the absolute UTG player with this combo, so I think a call is much more conventional. Now, Spraggy really needs to come along here, at least as a call.
Okay, well, Spraggy looking for backdoor hearts. Boss Dog with the open-ended straight draw. Gut shot straight draw, and the best hand right now for Michael Adamo, who's got ace high.
Does not want the front door jack.
Yeah, both players, both Spraggy and Boss Dog, drawing here to the straight with the jack as well, which obviously improves the ace-king considerably.
Oh.
Spraggy out the way. Well, ace high still ahead, and we can see that I'm Luckbox is better than a 77% favorite, and that bet on the turn will win him the pot. So play concludes here. There is still a hand in progress, though, at Grafton's table, so we have switched across. And 10's still good. Taxation is theft. Has got a pair of 4s. Harris betting 56 into 177.
Well, I can't fold now. Smash this flop.
Oh, wow. The flop
Love this
raise
line.
from taxation is theft to 192,000.
Wow. Very, very cool. Picks up the 2-pair on the turn anyway. Taxation
boy.
theft improves into the 3-4.
Yikes.
Wow. This is becoming a really cool spot.
I mean, a cheeky raise on the flop that now becomes all about the value, right? And now bets near enough full pot.
Yeah, he probably wouldn't mind a fold on the flop. Now he really wants him to have a king all of a sudden. Really wants him to have king, queen, ace, king, something like that. Gets the fold, though, anyway.
Impressive.
And that will end that session. So we have got 101 players remaining in the 10K World Championship of No Limit Hold'em. And it is Grafton who goes into this break with the chip lead, 6.5 million. And we'll get back to the action inside of 5 minutes. As you welcome to the stream, Maria Ho. You wanted her, well, she's here. We made it happen. We grant wishes. It's what we do. We're like genies. We're whipping out the quad box. First time for Wcoop 2022. Maria, welcome.
Hi, what's up?
I'm pleased that Nick sent you that photograph. I was chastising him for not sharing with you an image of Ho Fun Noodles, which only got ordered from the restaurant so we could send you a photo. And then I was worried that you never got the photo and the whole thing was in vain. But apparently you did see an image of said food.
I did, and I really appreciate it. I mean, I wish I could have been there in person to enjoy it with you guys, but, you know, it's nice to be thought of.
Well, maybe the next event. How have you been, Maria? How is life treating you right now?
Pretty good. Just, you know, trying to buckle down before the holidays. Lots of errand running, maybe some gift shopping, some decor. I'm big into Thanksgiving and Christmas, so it's time to get all of that sorted.
I want to let everyone know that I did try to take Maria out to the dinner that I owe her. We went to a very fancy place called Yogurtland, and right as I was about to pay, Maria just swooped in with her card, and she was like, nope, this doesn't count. And let me tell you, I told her she could get whatever toppings she wanted, but no, apparently frozen yogurt isn't a dinner, according to some people. And so just for an update on that, I tried. I think that should count, but whatever.
I'm going to suggest, Joe, that you stay away from frozen yogurt places because every time you go in one, it creates conflict. Maria, I have to ask, any FOMO right now, bearing in mind that obviously you traveled abroad to play the Wcoop main events the first time around? We've talked at length about what happened there. Here we go. The events are now running with boosted guarantees, and understandably, you didn't want to make the trip twice, but you do get to miss out on this kind of marquee event.
Yeah, not going to lie, it's a little bit bittersweet to be on the broadcast because, of course, I had big plans to perhaps win the Wcoop main event myself. But obviously, with the announcement of the upped guarantees as well, I was like, oh, should I maybe just go for take two? But couldn't make it happen. Happy to be here, happy to watch it all unfold and be a part of it in that way. But, you know, maybe next year.
All I will say is we are very grateful that you decided to forego the opportunity to play so you could guarantee your presence on the stream. And Nick, the same thing to you. Sitting out this weekend, I know for a poker player is very hard, but otherwise you might end up doing a Grafton, right? And suddenly you're at the table and you're going deep in the event, and then we don't have a commentator and it's just me and Joe doing our usual shtick. So it is very much appreciated.
Yeah, and actually I'm reminded of a funny story that I don't know if he told you guys at home, but basically we were doing the coverage in London, and of course I'm always very careful to avoid conflicts where I'm supposed to be doing coverage for EPT and there's other events running like side events. I'm usually very astute with this. I take this very seriously. Anyway, I thought I'll go play the charity event. That's nice. Oh, nice early finish. I'll go play the charity event and I'll be done in time for tomorrow, no problem at all. I popped into the tournament. All of a sudden I'm crushing. I like late reg shit. I've got all the chips. Somebody goes, wow, yeah, I think you got enough to take home for tomorrow. And I said, tomorrow? They said, yeah, it's a 2-day event. And I literally had to be back in the commentary booth for midday. The tournament restarted at midday the next day. I then furiously attempted to bust at all costs. Otherwise, I would let James and Joe and the whole team down, and I couldn't lose a pot. Standard stuff. So you know that if I actually jumped in and decided to play Wcoop, that I would just go on some sick run, and then I'd end up in this situation. And we're not having that, you know.
Literally everyone who told Nick double-checked. Everyone's like, there's no way that the charity event is a 2-day tournament. It is.
Exactly.
Okay, but I believe that the solution there is that everyone who is remaining agreed to play it out. No one wants to come back for day 2 of a charity event, right?
Yeah, I did actually have to sort of like semi-bribe the dealers. I was like, look, guys, everybody at the final, we're all going to tip the dealers, right? And like they're like, guys, I'm sorry, it's scheduled that way for a reason. I basically started a small riot in the Blue Room in London, basically, and then eventually they decided to change it for me. You know, it was all good. We got the job done. Ended up final tabling it as well, so it was worthwhile for everybody involved.
All he had to do is mention that James was going to be mad at them if they made Nick come back for day 2, and they're like, okay, yes, sir, no problem, we'll finish it tonight.
I am more than happy to have that reputation. See, Maria, look at all the fun and frolics you miss out on when you can't actually be at an event.
I know, but I'll be at the next one.
You coming to Prague?
I don't know. I'm just saying that, but nobody's contacted me. Did somebody?
Okay, well, we'll be in touch and find out your availability. I think we can say with some certainty you're coming to the Bahamas, right, though?
Yeah, definitely going to be at the Bahamas for
Classic.
sure.
Okay, I appreciate Prague is tough, especially, you've already mentioned the holiday season with Christmas just after. It's very tough. Nick, thank you very much indeed for the analysis this evening. Back with us tomorrow?
I'll be back with you tomorrow. Yeah, absolutely. Same time, same place, same situation for our day 3 coverage. Can't wait. Thank you, guys.
Fantastic. And Joe, you now get a break. I get the company of Maria as we return to the action in this high buy-in Wcoop main event, this 10K World Championship of No Limit Hold'em, and we are going to stay with the chip leaders table here. Graf Teckle with 6.5 million chips. Keeping a close eye in the background on the table where we've got Spraggy and Sam Grafton. We have got Babamus with the Snowmans.
Nom 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 nom.
Does anyone want to call this raise?
Yeah, grab tackle with that massive stack surely can call, but obviously, you know, if some players elect to fold 6-4 from the big blind, you can't really blame them.
Well, Babamus with a lock on this now. Graf tackle drawing dead.
Yeah, happy to exercise some pot control with that check back on the flop. Now with the 9 pairing on the turn, still going to check back, and really just up to Graf tackle if they decide to stab here. Clearly going to get called by Babamus, but you know, not much showdown value here with a 6 high, but obviously with a double paired board, ace high, king highs of the likes will definitely call the bet on the river. So just decides to give up.
Just a reminder to everyone to keep a close eye on that field ticker in the top left-hand corner. We're down to double digits, 99 players remaining now, and it will be 87 who get paid, so we are getting close to the bubble now. We are approaching, dare I say, world-famous bubble coverage. That's when we bring in the big guns. That's when we draft in Maria. Maria's like, if it ain't the bubble, I'm not doing it. Although, to be fair, Maria, you were here bright and early. You were here for the start of the stream today.
I was. No, honestly, I wake up pretty early for a poker player. Maybe, yeah, I should qualify that by saying for a poker player. I wake up around 8 o'clock, so I wanted to check things out. I wanted to make sure that I didn't miss anything, and I wanted to follow the action before I got in here so I could kind of tell the story of how the players got here.
It is hard when you're doing the second shift, as it were, when you're coming in cold, right? You just join a tournament and you're not sure who's in, what's happened. So ace-jack suited versus ace-king suited. And this is likely to be an all-in in a domination situation.
Yeah, definitely. Blind versus blind, just super strong hands, about 23 bigs effective. Just going to be getting all the chips in the middle, and happily as ace-jack suited as well. You know, you're going to be up against a lot of pairs in this spot, and you know that you're going to be flipping a big percentage of the time.
Oh, wow. The jack on the flop. It is domination rotation in the chip leader's favor, and we see the KO of Freelancer. That's going to take us down to 98 players. And look at Graf Tackle's stack now. Jan Zaren's playing 7.2 million. Still number 1.
Yeah, definitely the kind of chip stack you want to take into the bubble. You are going to get to abuse a lot of players with that stack size.
And we know that when we had one on one of our earlier feature tables, we know there's a lot of players who will have satellited into this event. There are a lot of satellite tickets and a lot of opportunities to qualify in the run-up, of course, to the Wcoop main the first time around, and in the weeks that have followed, coming into what we've called Wcoop Take 2, this mini-series, if you like, that started on Saturday and concludes on Wednesday.
I had this whole plan, James, that I was going to, you know, play a lot of satellites. When I was in Mexico for the original Wcoop, I was going to play a lot of satellites because I wanted you guys to refer to me as the qualifier. I was really hoping to satellite my way in. You guys would have had to follow me because I was the qualifier.
Yeah, there is a kind of qualifying note about being the qualifier, which is we tend not to pick people who are established poker pros with significant previous live results. You're not really the everyman Cinderella story, Maria. Love you to bits, but you don't fit the profile we're looking for with our qualifier.
I wanted to have a really high ROI. If I'm in cash, like all of these things matter.
DB8 Tallinn asking why was Wcoop delayed the first time. We've covered it extensively. If you want to check out the podcast we recorded with Chris Regalis back in September, it was about the DDoS attacks on PokerStars the weekend of the Wcoop main events, caused the cancellation of numerous tournaments but all of them rescheduled with boosted guarantees, more ways to qualify, so many tickets added to those satellites as well. And obviously you can't have a year where you don't run the Wcoop main events. So here they are. It does feel weird doing it in November. It does feel weird doing it 2 months after the start of the series, but I'm here for it, and I'm enjoying it.
Definitely better late than never. This is the online series that everybody looks forward to, the main event, you know, big marquee event for every poker player. So not going to be something that's not going to happen.
I mean, if I look at a player like Quing here, you're in that awkward position where you want to defend here, but every chip you have now is so valuable with the bubble just 10 players away. And has not flopped well here. Instead, it's Graph Tackle. Of course it is, with the advantage. Top pair.
Yeah, taxation is theft is the pre-flop aggressor, so a lot of the times you would think that they're going to c-bet this type of flop, but you know, keep in mind, of course, Graph Tackle did call right behind them, and when you get a call from the small blind, sometimes they will have some of those suited ace-x's in their range. In this case, they just have sixes, so it'll be an easy fold, but maybe not necessarily always going to be a c-bet from taxation here multi-way.
So we go to the turn, and taxation is theft is now drawing dead. This looks like another pot that's going to be going in the direction of Graph Tackle.
Yeah, without turning any backdoors, taxation looks like they're just going to give up here.
And improves to two pair. Why not? To borrow one of Joe's lines, taxation is theft, rivers are straight. Draw.
Yeah, you wonder with that check back from Graph Tackle on the turn, if taxation is theft, he's going to try to bluff here, but doesn't. You know, sometimes your opponents can have a hand like 9s or 10s. You obviously block that, but with a bet on the river, you could potentially get those hands to fold. But here, of course, Graph Tackle going to go for value with the top two.
And we are switching because we firmly believe in giving the people what they want. And we have got the double whammy here of the Squid and the Spraggy. Sam Grafton, Benjamin Spragg, both from Team Pro, plus Mike Adamo, I'm Luckbox, Vlad Dari Poker, and 3Bet WizKid from the UK, who is among the chip leaders right now. Oh, thank you, StatTrick. Neville Wee is Neville Costa, another player we followed at EPT Barcelona. Nick Meat.
It's going to be a it's going to be a pretty easy all-in, I think, for Spraggy from the big blind against a late position open.
Spraggy hovering around the 600k mark. Blinds right now are 17,500, 35,000. But in 22 minutes time, they'll go to 20,000, 40,000, which I think we can all agree is an acceptable blind level. Jack 10 flops best. The diamond draw for Luckbox.
Neville just trying to exercise that pot control on the flop. Certainly doesn't want to get check raised by betting, but can't really bet for value on the turn, so ends up giving Adamo a free river card to make that flush on the end.
That's it. Just a pair of 10s for Neville. 2 overs out there. There's a straight out there. There's 4 cards to a flush. Makes the fold. Watching this table is bringing back good memories for Kyle, who's watching on YouTube. He said, I was sat next to Sam Grafton and Maria Ho in the 3K in the World Series of Poker this year. #legends. You're now a legend, Maria, which is both a compliment but also implies you've been around a few years.
Yeah, you know, I'm willing to accept it. Like, I'm in this weird middle ground. I'm not old school. I'm definitely not one of these young buck wizards. So I'll take it. I'll take the legends as a compliment.
Well, ace-queen holding against ace-5 so far. Guardius asks, what placement is Ben Spragg currently? I'm going to guess not particularly high, and I'm going to give you an accurate response. He is 91st of 96 players, and Rafa Moraes, also repping the red spade tonight, is currently 90th. Now, this is going to be a deciding pot for Spraggy. Ignore Sam with the ace-10. We know what's coming, the sickest and classicest of all races, ace-king versus queens.
Yeah, Spraggy, of course, just hoping to win this very important flip that he's about to get into this close to the money. Doubling up here would be huge.
Gets it in and will have to get lucky. We see a king folded, 2 kings folded, an ace folded. Oh, Spraggles.
Yeah, definitely in rough shape with all of the dead cards.
And an easy fold for Vlad Dari and an easy fold for Sam Grafton as well. Vlad, you got 7 deuce, buddy. Thank you for your firework.
You know, yeah, using the time bank for some throwables at his fellow team pro.
I mean, 96 remaining now. They will get paid when we're down to 87, so we are going to see some tanking now. King high flop! And club's not a factor, so Spraggy gets there, and Spraggy gets the double up. He is still alive with now close to 1.3 million.
That is huge.
Absolutely huge. So let me re-answer the question, reappraise my response. Spraggy is now 57th of 96 players. And coincidentally, and obviously I'm keeping a close eye on this because we got the overpair against the flush draw. Graph Tackle no longer number 1. Salzica from Brazil is now the chip leader with 7.9 million. Huh. Well, 10's hold. Sam's good.
Yeah, Sam going for value here, and I don't really think that Nick has a good hand to call with. You know, you block the busted flush draw. Doesn't really look like a good spot for ace high, and does make the fold.
IMUV, how big are the bubble stacks? I think you're asking how short are the shortest stacks. C. Darwin, Simon Matson has the shortest stack right now, 200k. We've also got players on 300k, 400k, including Klaus Segerbrecht, sick one. So, yeah, there are plenty of players clinging on in the danger zone. Danger zone. And world famous bubble coverage is now on. Pair of 10s for Luckbox, pair of 8s for WizKid, and the gut shot for Nick Meat. Crazy Bradley 1990, who's probably not crazy at all, probably a perfectly mild-mannered individual. Are we going to get a stack average section for the stream? It will be verbally referenced frequently. The average stack right now is 1.97 million. And I've said this before and I'll say it again. I do think there is a balance. And I'm not saying we get it right, by the way, but there is definitely a balance between providing enough information on screen without overloading the screen with graphics and stats where suddenly it looks like a HUD, which I personally don't find particularly pleasant to look at.
Luckbox checked all the way to the river. Now feels safe to go for some value against two opponents here. I mean, it just doesn't feel like anybody really takes this line as a bluff. So even with the 8-7 of spades here, that is actually a really great disciplined fold for about, you know, a third pot size bet here. Nick Meat with the ace of hearts, though. Pretty interesting card to have with the backdoor flush coming in, blocking the nut flush, but just decides they are not going to try to be a hero.
I mean, the requests keep coming tonight. Any chance you can get a Brian Blessed sound-alike to do a Spraggy's Alive for your on-screen inserts? We'll look into it. There you go. Dodged one there. Boss Dog with the Snowmans.
Nom 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 nom.
Yeah, how's that kind of stack size where, you know, against a mid position open, you wouldn't really mind getting it in, but also you are getting close to the bubble. Might you want to take a lower variance route here, see the flop, and on this type of flop definitely can continue at least through to the turn.
Ace-9 doing the betting. I mean,
Yeah,
this
going
is the
a little
thing.
larger than I think you might see.
I mean, how many streets is Boss Dog prepared to call, Maria? That's the question. If 3-bet WizKid fires again, how comfortable are you going to be just constantly calling it off with eights?
Yeah, it definitely is the question, especially, again, close to the bubble. I think 3-bet WizKid knows that they can continue to apply pressure here.
Just that one overcard, but it's just such an uncomfortable position to be in.
Yeah, definitely not fun to defend the big blind with, you know, an above average hand. Does call the turn.
I mean, if
Now-
you're calling turn, you're kind of committed on the river, right? Especially on that river card.
Yeah, you definitely feel a little bit more comfortable, but a lot of the times you're not going to expect your opponent to triple this type of run out, especially after you've shown that you have a willingness to call two streets already. You're not going to see a lot of people bluff on this river, so it does end up getting the showdown without having to make a decision.
Yeah. Boss Dog. (10-8) suited and 3-bet WizKid back in action. So still at 96, and definitely things slowing down as far as the bust outs are concerned. We are 9 eliminations from making the money. That means we are 8 eliminations from hand-for-hand play and being on the pure bubble. And worth highlighting that the min cash is not insignificant, $25,102. So now down to 95. 7 players. 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 7 players or rather 8 players leaving with nothing. Everyone else guaranteed at least 25k. If you've satellited in, that's a huge ROI.
Yeah, 3-bet WizKid still undeterred after losing back-to-back pots. Gonna go for the open here with 8-7 of diamonds.
Okay, so open-ended straight draw for 3-bet WizKid. Sam ahead for now with ace high. Backdoor diamonds working for him. Backdoor straight draw of his own. But almost a flip if you look at the equities.
Yeah, an interesting check by 3-bet. Wow, really big turn card now. You know, we can obviously see that 3-bet doesn't have as much equity as they think they have in this spot, but certainly gonna bet here with what they believe is a lot of equity and an over bet at that.
Okay, well,
wow.
that 10 on the river does give Sam a pair, but it does complete the straight draw for 3-bet WizKid.
It's like what Stave said, you know, people are making a lot of straights today.
Well, interestingly, Maria, Johan has asked, where is Joe? He is on break. That means he's consuming a lot of sausage. Hot dog after hot dog after hot dog. Just a quick update on the chip lead situation. So Saizika, the Brazilian player, has now dropped back down into second place. Graf Tackle back out in front. Janzaren's playing 8.6 million right now. Saizika playing 8.2 million. Okay, we've got Nick opening with ace-8 and now Neville 3-betting with ace-jack.
Yeah, and not quite 3x was the re-raise, so I can see why Nick Meat felt like they perhaps had good price to make the call with this suited hand here.
Down to 94 players now. 6 eliminations from hand-for-hand play. The bubble is here, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow,
John P,
Nick Meat.
watching on YouTube, says, one of you has the same name as my granny. I'm sorry that your granny's called James.
Nick Meat folding the Jack-10 of spades. A little surprising. You know, definitely has a big enough stack where, you know, obviously you would hate to raise in that spot, get 3-bet, and perhaps not be able to continue, and maybe you don't want to play a big pot so close to the bubble, but still, just an open fold is a little tight.
93 players remaining. Another player out from one of the other tables. That min cash is in sight for so many of the short stacks. I can tell you that one of the players to go bust in the last few minutes was C. Darwin 2. Simon Matson will not be making the money in this 10K.
I, for one, am shocked.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a straight, Maria.
That is. It's definitely the type of board here in a blind versus blind spot where, you know, your opponent's liable to really have a lot of 4Xs. You do feel like, you know, second pair could sometimes be good. Of course, there is that club draw as well on the flop. But just going to give it up.
We established very early on today, straights are hot today, and ace is always hot, and Sam's been dealt them under the gun. Mr. Grafton raising to 70,000. Nick Meat folds the 5s. Is Grafton going to get any action here?
Yeah, it is kind of annoying to get aces close to the bubble because you feel like players are probably going to play a little bit tighter, and so you might not get a lot of action here, especially when you're opening from under the gun.
Okay, there's a flat from Mike Adamo on the button. Vladari in the big blind with Jack Deuce offsuit. Yuck. So heads up to the flop, which is 8 high. Top pair for I'm Luck box, but Sam Squid, huge favorite here with the overpair.
Yeah, and checks it over to Adamo. Really
So
tricky
cheeky.
here. Adamo definitely going to get in some trouble here with the top pair.
Sam checking a second time. But it gets checked back. Last chance for value, Mr. Squid. Checks it.
Yeah, that's a bit surprising for sure. This might actually, I don't know though. I mean, just again, don't want to play a huge pot. But Adamo really good at sussing out these type of spots, sometimes going for thin value even. Will he attempt to, or will he just check back? It definitely feels a little tempting. You know, you block Jack 10, so you feel pretty good that your opponent doesn't have a straight here. You have a hand that sometimes you might go for value, but does end up checking back and doesn't lose all that much.
No, lost the absolute minimum there, which, if you look at it from the other perspective, Sam kind of won pretty much the minimum there. Rockets, says Spraggy. What is that? What was that throwable? Look,
I have no idea.
Was it a donut?
I wish we could do an instant replay right now on that.
Looked like a bicycle bell, said Fumblefoot. An inner tube? Interesting. Road Crew says it was the high five emote on Spraggy's stream. And Patrick reporting similarly that the throwables don't necessarily match in the replay what happened in real life.
That's
Makes
weird.
sense.
Why wouldn't it?
Anywho, Grafton flatting with 9s on the button after I'm Luckbox opened with ace-10. And it is a jack high flop. Boss dog. Sean, why has Spraggy got a red symbol against his name? Not a red symbol, it's the red spade. That is PokerStars, because Spraggy is Team PokerStars Pro, as is Sam Grafton, who also has the red spade against his name.
Super interesting now for Boss Dog. You know, definitely top pair, top kicker. Do they want to go for a raise here against two opponents? Seeing as there was a bet and then a call. Does put in the raise. It's going to get 2 quick folds.
And we've got the blinds going up, Maria. 20,000, 40,000 now. Remember, 30-minute blind levels throughout this tournament. And Lovefist asks on YouTube, will there be day 3 coverage? Absolutely. So today is day 2. They're going to play into the money down to the final 5 tables. So play will stop tonight when they get to 40. Play will resume tomorrow at 6 p.m. GMT. That's when we'll start streaming it on Twitch and YouTube. And they will play down to the final table. And then on Wednesday, you can see the final table as they play down to a champion. And we've got Adamo opening here with ace-6 of diamonds.
Yeah, Dari off of 25 bigs effective. Certainly going to plan to 3-bet and happy to get it in off of that stack size. But I don't think that Adamo will continue just because it just feels like a pretty strong range that's willing to 3-bet an early position open off of that stack size. Ace-6 suited. It's probably not going to do too well against that range. Wow, doesn't believe.
And clubs work in. That was a street flash board. Didn't have time to run the meme. But what you need to know there is that Vlad Dari got the double up through Mike Adamo, and Dari Poker now playing 2.2 million. Average stack is 2 million. So Dari now very comfortable. And Sam opening up here with King Queen suited. I'm sorry I missed the street flash. If you want it, type 1 in chat. And if I see enough 1s, if the live chat suddenly looks like a binary feed, then Maria Ho is actually the only person voting right now.
I want to see it.
Okay, I'm going to wait for the conclusion of this hand, otherwise it's going to confuse people. Right now it is Sam with the advantage, betting 200 into 330. Spraggy with the gut shot and the heart draw.
Yeah, feels like definitely too many outs, must find a way to continue.
Okay, guys, I
It's
get the
tough.
message. I'm seeing a lot of 1s on YouTube. I'm seeing a lot of 1s on Twitch. Meanwhile, you get this, because we have had Barry Greenstein make an appearance. The ace on the river gives Spraggy the win. The hand before last, street flash poker. There you go.
Well, that made my day. I can, you know, I can.
I live to serve.
Thank you.
I think that was my favorite ever typo in chat of all time. Okay, maybe I Won't Million is still number 1, but a very close second was the player referring to a street flush as street flash. Nick's still good here and betting 100k. And whoa, what's this about?
Wow. Yeah, you know, I mean,
Abandoned ship. Just stop. It's got worse now. Oh no.
this is trouble for Adamo because obviously that check raise on the flop was because they did have some backdoor possibilities, and that 9 was one of them, gave them the gut shot, doesn't come in on the river. They were already drawing dead though, so kind of a good thing they didn't hit. Now less than pot back. What does Adamo want to do?
Just because, oh wow.
Oh,
Calls with a full
Yikes.
house, gets the full double up, and leaves Mike Adamo with next to nothing.
yeah. You know, might have gotten away with it if Nick Meat did not turn a boat. You know, Adamo certainly had the intention to follow through with the bet line.
Well, Boss Dog might just finish him off here. Ace Jack versus King 7. And that's pretty decisive. King not enough. And that will see the elimination of I'm Luckbox Mike Adamo out in 93rd place. We're down to 92. We are 5 off the money now as our world famous bubble coverage continues in this 10k high buy-in main event. No superhero fail for that one. No, that's a hero call gone wrong. Don't confuse your memes. We need a different one for when someone punts it off. Oh, Sam. Could get into trouble here with Ace Queen against these kings.
Yeah, about 50 bigs effective here.
Okay.
Yeah, they effectively have about the same stack here. Boss Dog certainly going to be looking to put more chips in.
What do you do now if you're Sam with Ace Queen?
Yeah, I mean, this just doesn't feel like a spot where you're going to see a lot of 4-bets from the under the gun opener without it. So I think Sam feels pretty comfortable there to just 3-bet folds, even though you hate it a little bit. You know, you think, okay, maybe should I, if I just flatted from the small blind, maybe I could have seen 3. But, you know, you don't really feel too bad letting go of Ace Queen there in that spot when you get the 4-bet out of the under the gun opener.
So Spraggy opening in early position with 10s, flattered by Nick Meat with King Queen suited. And you'll notice that we've ticked down to 91. I can tell you that Ivan Luka Negreen has just been KO'd in 92nd place. Klaas Segebrecht, sick one, remains the shortest stack right now, 455k. But we are down to 91. We are 3 eliminations away from going hand for hand. We are 4 eliminations away from making the money. And that king on the turn is bad news for Spraggy. Nick Meat now has a lock on this.
And just goes almost pot here on the river with the flush coming in.
Spraggy and Sam Grafton pretty evenly stacked, around 1.5 million each. 2 million remains the tournament average with 91 players remaining. Vlad Dari here with jacks. Wow.
This is going to be rough.
Wow. Trip threes for Neville. Wee indeed. What a flop. And Vlad Dari justifiably thinks jacks are probably ahead here.
Yeah, and I think I'd prefer to maybe see a check raise here out of the trips, just because you can represent a lot of those gut shot straight draws, the straight draw, flush draw type hands as well. So if your opponent has an overpair, which Dari does, you're definitely not going to lose them on the flop. This turn card, however, will be a little bit more concerning. We do see that Dari has the jack of diamonds, though, just facing about a third pot as well. So certainly can look to continue. Of course, Neville defending from the big blind will have a lot more 3Xs, going to be defending with all of the suited combos. Some of the offsuit combos as well, you know, the ace-3 offsuits. Going to call their pre as well. Tough spot for nearly half of Dari's stack.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to be wrong here. You know, 5-4 missed, of course. You know, 7-4. All of those type of hands that perhaps your opponent would have check raised the flop with, but does end up making the correct fold.
And worth highlighting that I referred to a few of the short stacks earlier on. Blinds are still 20-40, right? And we've still got nearly 20 minutes left at this level before the blinds go up to 25-50. No one has less than 400k. So no one has fewer than 10 big blinds right now. So these players can wait. There can be a certain amount of patience. So don't expect us to necessarily hit the money anytime soon. I think that it may extend beyond the next break into the next half hour, possibly into the next 45 minutes. It could be quite slow if I look at the stack sizes right now. Of course, if you get some sick setup, then that can decide things. I mean, Spraggy here with second pair, the nut flush here for Neville.
Yeah, gonna lose this flop bet, but may not lose too much more depending on the run out. But you know, James, especially, I think it's important to note with a 2.5x cash, which you mentioned, it's quite a big cash,
Yes.
especially if you're only in for one entry here.
Yeah.
It's definitely not one that you think players aren't going to be stalling for and really hoping to just fold their way sometimes into the money. This run out is...
I was going to say,
Going
any
to,
chance
yeah.
of Spraggy calling a river bet has probably disappeared with that fourth diamond on the river. That diamond has probably saved Spraggy from losing any more chips.
Yeah, especially, you know, this bet size, 400k into 473k, it does feel to Spraggy like, okay, perhaps would my opponent have checked the turn with a smaller flop flush and then bet this river when the four flush comes? Probably not. So it does feel like your opponent has to have, you know, either a big flush here, an ace high, king high type flush, or they're just bluffing in this spot, because a lot of the times they wouldn't go for that size with like a middling flush, like a 9 high flush or something like that. So did give Spraggy a little food for thought there, but doesn't call.
So just to remind you all where we are at right now, 760 total entries, 87 due to get paid, 91 remaining. 3 away from hand for hand, 4 away from making the money, as Maria just referenced. 25 grand is the min cash. But not everyone is going to get a min cash. And right now, Rafa Moraes is one of the shortest stacks, along with Sick One, along with Sakut. Wooly, the stream does not finish at the bubble. Stream finishes tonight when we're down to 40 players. They're playing to the final 5 tables today, and then we'll play down to the final table tomorrow. You've got 3 consecutive days of coverage of this high buy and Wcoop main event. Ace Queen versus Ace Queen, plus the 3s of Boss Dog.
Yeah, Spraggy with less than 30 bigs here. Just going to call. Interesting spot for Dari Poker with about 40 bigs effective. A lot of the times, you know, you would want to go for a squeeze in this spot, but we are, again, close to the money. Just going to go all in, make sure that they can't be exploited in this spot, and going to be tough for their opponents to call. And that's kind of one of the things that I'm sure Spraggy knows when he flats here, that it does open it up for perhaps the big blind to find a squeeze, and Ace Queen is so good. But again, we're so close to the money. Do you really want to call it off?
Yeah. Xenod's watching on Twitch says, I wonder, is this stream from PokerStars or James? It's on the PokerStars channel, so I hope it's from PokerStars. If you're asking, am I technically hosting the stream / producing, directing the stream? No, I'm not.
No, but if you want to see a James stream, I mean, when's the next time you're going to be playing PUBG, James?
Funnily enough, was playing last night, Maria, with 3/4 of the squadron. Mr. Stapleton couldn't join us. But we were not playing on stream. We were just playing privately.
I think some of the people in chat want to see a James stream, so...
I'm not sure they do. So 4-3 raises the button. King 3, 3 bets from the small.
Yeah, Dari turning up the heat a little bit. You know, it's a nice combination to 3-bet here just because you have a blocker. It's suited, so if you get called, it plays okay, but happy with the fold, of course. That is what you're going for.
Ace Queen raises, takes it down. Yeah, we are heading towards the next break, and I think there is a very, very strong chance that we go on break still with 91 players. Everyone will be keeping an eye on the lobby. Everyone will be aware of the situation right now, and caution will be the order of play for so many people, even especially the middling stacks.
Boss Dog with kings again, now from the big blind. Fun little spot to pick it up, especially when you have an open and a call. Definitely a sizing, you know, that Sam could sometimes consider calling with that suited Broadway combination, but does end up folding just a little too many chips, I think, for Sam's stack. I think if Sam were a little deeper, could potentially think about looking that 3-bet up in position.
Well, right now, I know we've been focusing a lot on who the short stacks are. The big stacks remain Grafton and Sizeka. Grafton with 9.2 million, Sizeka with 9.1 million. Quite a lot of distance between those two players, and Dingebrinker, who sits in 3rd place right now with 6.2 million. Average stack is nearly 2.1 million. The shortest stack is around 400,000. We are close to bursting the bubble, but I have a strong feeling it is going to take a while. We are just going to go across to the chip leaders table. Still a hand in progress here before we go on break, and no real shock to see Grafton outflop his opponent up to 9.3 million as we go on break. Action resuming. I should say world famous bubble coverage resuming inside of 5 minutes. We will play into the money. They will start cashing when they are down to the final 87. And then we will carry on playing through the post-bubble bust-out bonanza until we get down to the final 5 tables. Day 2 concludes when we hit 40 players. And then we go on hiatus until tomorrow evening. Let's get Joe Stapleton back into the mix. Joe, my prediction is when you pick up this bubble coverage on the other side of the break, it is going to take a while. Normally, when we're at this stage, you've got people who are clinging on with 4 big blinds, 5 big blinds. No one in this tournament right now has a sub-10 big blind stack.
Really? There are no legitimate short stacks. Everyone's steering clear of the danger zone. That's interesting. I would have thought our bubbles in live tournaments have all been very quick in recent memory. Like sometimes over before they even start. And it's been a while since we've covered a tournament pre the money. So I am interested to see how long this is going to take. But I guess if that takes a while, that means it might not take us long to get down to 40 from there.
Yeah, I think there will be the inevitable post-bubble bust-out bonanza, although in saying that, it is playing quite deep right now. They are a 50 big blind average. They've been above that for most of today. But yeah, just to highlight, the shortest stack is 11 big blinds. But again, Maria, what we alluded to during that last level, it just takes one inevitable collision. It just takes ace-king versus queens, and there you go.
Yeah, you would probably expect, someone with the 15-20 big blind range to be happy to get those hands in. However, if we're talking about some of the players in the 40 big blind plus range at the bubble, perhaps they're not going to go for as many 3-bet hands with their value. So it's yet to be seen, how long this is going to take.
Yeah. Just quickly checking in on the other No Limit Hold'em main event. So the medium buy-in, the 1K, 291 remain in that one, and the low buy-in, which started with 27,914 entries, is down to 822. So those events all in the money right now. Of course, there are also the PLO main events, including the 10K World Championship of Pot Limit Omaha, and I did reference earlier on that final table is tomorrow. That means on Wednesday you will get a Cards Up replay exclusive to the PokerStars Twitch channel, and Mason, Pie Face Poker, has confirmed in the last half hour that he has drafted fellow mixed game specialist Tobias Leknes, Senkel92, to co-anchor that stream. So you're going to get Pie Face Poker and Senkel92 hosting Cards Up coverage, a replay of that Pot Limit Omaha final table. All I would say, Joe, is if you've got a passing interest in the game or you want to learn about Pot Limit Omaha, I think those two guys are going to do an awesome job.
Yeah, obviously the enthusiasm that Mason brings to the game, as well as Tobias being, incredibly accomplished in the field, and he loves it. You can see he's in the chat all the time. He really is just like a poker fan in addition to being really good at it. So yes, I do think that the enthusiasm the two of them will bring will make it interesting. And obviously, it being a 10K buy-in, that should whet your whistles a little bit as far as seeing big money getting pushed around.
Can I request that Stapes watch, by the way? I want Stapes to watch that stream. I know he's working as well, but I want you to watch that before you play the next half PLO, half No Limit Hold'em cash game that I'm going to inevitably take a piece of and I don't know about. So
I hear where you're coming from, Maria. The one thing that shocked me is when we started streaming Pot Limit Omaha, and obviously we've covered some PLO events in both Scoop and Wcoop over the last couple of years, I was surprised how tight MTT format PLO can be. A game that has a reputation for being so loose and so crazy that when you're at a final table with ICM considerations, it can be, dare I say it, a bit of a nit fest.
Yeah, well, I don't mind Stapes learning to knit it up a little more than he does in No Limit Hold'em in PLO, because I feel like in PLO it's hard to not think that you have a good hand some way, somehow. But yeah, Stapes, take a few notes.
If anything, I need to learn to loosen up.
Well, Tobias has responded saying, oh, it's pot limit. I was sure Pi told me it was going to be Limit Hold'em. We are not streaming Limit Hold'em on this channel anytime soon, as far as I'm concerned. In all seriousness, Wednesday should be a fun day, so you will get that Cards Up replay of the PLO, and that will segue straight into the final table of this tournament, the No Limit Hold'em main event, the high buy-in version, the 10K, the World Championship of NLHE. A reminder that today we play down to 40, tomorrow we play down to the final table. Maria, remind me, are you back with us tomorrow, or will you be back for the final table on Wednesday?
I'm back Wednesday.
Fantastic. That's right. So I believe it's Nick and Griffin tomorrow, and then yourself and Griffin on Wednesday. All the usual team in place for our coverage of this tournament. And then, of course, we've got Prague to come this year. We've got Sunday Million streams on Monday night. Still plenty of coverage to come on Twitch and YouTube if you love your live pokers with your cards showing. Guys, my time is at an end. I'll be back tomorrow. But Joe, Maria, I trust you implicitly to see through our world-famous bubble coverage to its inevitable conclusion, to make the most of the post-bubble bust-out bonanza, and to hopefully get to the final 40 at a decent time of night.
Hey, look, it's all going to work out in the wash. Either it'll take a long time today, or a long time tomorrow, or a long time at the final table. I'm here. Maria's here. Enjoy yourself, James. We'll see you soon.
I'll be back tomorrow.
See ya, James.
All right. We're on the bubble. 3 away from the bubble. 4 away from the money. Elis Parsonen at the table. It's a sick one. Lars Segebrek also here at this table. Couple other names we recognize. T.I. I guess that's it. I probably should recognize more people than that, but, you know.
But of the 91
Millennial looks
players
kind of-
remaining, there's a ton of players
That's right.
that we all
Yeah.
recognize.
So many recognizable names, yes, in those final 91. And we're all waiting with bated breath to see who actually makes it through to the money. I know I'm going to be keeping one eye on Spraggy. 66th in chips right now of 91. Oh, my goodness, we got a cooler shaping up. First hand back from break.
Yeah, 2 of the shorter stacks left in this tournament, so definitely not going to be able to get away here.
A very, very potentially sick flip incoming. Pocket queens for Millennial. How would you like to handle it? Probably wants a participation award.
Yeah, I mean, your hand's so strong that you probably want to raise most of the time and just hope that somebody's going to put you all in. But of course, because we are so close to the money, sometimes players just want to shove here. But again, just a little too good to just open shove. Usually you're not going to hate getting action, but you don't even really want to see a flip this close to the money.
And for Nuber here with Ace King, is it ever? Do you just have to take the flip here? Like, do you just have to re-raise, or can you ever just flatten position?
No, I mean, I think that if you feel like your opponent will have any raise folds, you have Ace King. It's such a good hand. It's such a good hand to see 5 with. You know, you don't necessarily want to just call and then go to the flop with it and have to fold. So
Big
here we
old
go
flip
to the
incoming.
straight.
Safe flop for queens. Safe turn. Safe river. Double up for Millennial, up to 1.1 million now. And we said there were no super short stacks. That is no longer true. Back on over to table with Amadi, Martin Jakobsen. I'm de nuts. Wow, what a stacked table here. Apotheosis also at this table. I'm de nuts whiffing the flush draw. And ace high is going to take that one down. Jakobsen over 2 million. And another cooler shaping up on this table. This one, by all accounts, worse. At least for the ace-king. And two big stacks. Amadi is 14th in chips. Both above average.
Yeah, Jakobsen with about 50 bigs, you know, certainly going to put chips in the pot here. Amadi being the biggest stack at this table, of course, close to the bubble, is going to be opening a lot wider. So no reason to think that this ace-king is not worth a 3-bet.
Three bet indeed to 260,000. Pappy might have liked this hand in the big blind, but sometimes happens before you can get your chips in with king, queen off.
Yeah, just not the spot for it right now.
If Amadi wins an all in here, will he be first place in chips? No. No. First place has over 9 million. First and second place both. And there is the re-raise from Pocket Kings. Okay,
yeah,
Maria.
This is putting.
Yeah.
I mean, you hate to see it as Jakobsen. You know, you're blocking aces, you're blocking kings, you're facing a 4-bet from arguably one of the most aggressive players left in the tournament, probably, but also just in general.
There it is.
Yeah.
Jakobsen way behind. Does have additional outs for the river, but misses everything. There goes Jakobsen out in 91st place. Amadi up to 5.5 million. That's fourth on the leaderboard. And we've got Sisikwan all in. Not called. Back to table E. .com lol with ace king offsuit. So we're 2 away from the bubble. And Monza Man with some pocket mans. The J Hearts and the J Clubs.
Yeah, I think oftentimes, again, close to the bubble, facing an under the gun open, at this stack depth, flatting is going to be the best course of action with jacks. You really don't want to play a huge pot pre-flop with a hand that, you know, a lot of the times facing 4-bets obviously are going to shrivel up in hand strength.
And what a flop for jacks. 9 high. Very unlikely undergun raiser's going to have a draw here. No flush draws.
Yeah, super
Pretty
safe
dry.
flop. And especially when your opponent checks to you on the flop, you've got to be feeling pretty good to go for value. Small size bet here. Going to allow a lot of these 2 overs to continue against this size. You know, certainly ace-king, best no pair here. Might look up this particular bet size.
Safe turn card.
Yeah, Monzaman probably going to be looking to fold out this overcard equity now on the turn.
There we
Exactly.
go. The old
Going
size up on the turn. And this should get rid of ace-king. And does indeed. Switching. Vlad the Slate all in. King, queen. And king, queen does make the call. Ant1 killer. And spikes a king, turns a queen. And Vlad the Slate cut short in 90th place. Switching.
And Nuber, oh no, going to be all in here with 1 player to go. Up against kings too.
Yeah,
Yikes.
TI not with a super healthy stack themselves. We are 1 away from the bubble, 2 away from the money. Min cash just over $25,000. And Monzaman trying to isolate against Nuber. Not going to work. Going to make a little extra dead money for TI to pick up. It's the all-in from TI. All right, Nuber's going to need to get real lucky here. That's pretty much over on the flop. Wait, spades now. No 4th spade on the river. Nuber just had to call an Uber out of here in 89th place. 88 players remaining. We are on the bubble. Does Joe know a full house beats a flush? Did I miss that? Oh, sorry, guys.
Yeah, it was king 3-3, but it's okay. It's okay. It went so fast. Guys, we're not going to get it right 100%
It's all
of the
good.
time.
I don't really care. I saw that it was 99% on the flop. Yes, I get it. Joe, he flopped the boat. You guys are all very, very smart. You'll have to do one thing, which is watch this. Boss Dog's going to take this one down hand for hand. No hands in action right now. Who's in danger? Let's take a look at that. Wushu, TM, Thomas Mullock are the shortest stack right now. I feel like we've seen Thomas come very close to some huge scores on streams, various streams before, and I don't think we've ever seen him really get the big one. I do not want to see him bubble this time around. Sisik one also pretty short. Saku short. VBV, Sam Squid and Boss Dog with some big hands here.
Wow, okay, well, so far we've got Sam flatting with the jacks, but Boss Dog certainly not going to let this go without a 3-bet here.
I am UV saying rip Sam. I'm not so sure Sam gets it all in here. Ace, queen, deuce on the flop. 2 hearts. Set of queens for Boss Dog. Not a full house, right? Just a set.
Yeah, and I think that this is going to save Sam some chips. Of course, you know, when Boss Dog 3-bet pre-flop, this certainly looks like the type of flop that is going to hit their 3-betting range quite often. Small size on the flop, though. About a quarter pot. Might Sam get a little curious with jacks and the jack of hearts in his hand?
And that is a full house now for Boss Dog. Sam drawing
Yeah,
dead.
this is kind of a fun spot for Boss Dog because, you know, here with this boat, you're not blocking someone from having trip aces. Certainly you're kind of hoping that Sam continued against your 3-bet with a big ace. But this check is not going to work against Sam. I think Sam will just try to check back and see showdown cheaply.
Not sure Sam will get his wish for the showdown to be as cheap as he likes. Boss Dog certainly going to go for value.
Yeah, just over 1 SPR here. Sam is the effective stack, and Boss Dog puts all the money in there. It definitely was a little curious, I think, for Sam that Boss Dog checked the turn and now is betting over pot here on the river, but Sam is going to get away.
Manages to not be the stone bubble in this event, who is what we're looking for right now. 1 more elimination before everyone is in the money. Yang certainly not going to get involved here. Action is likely to fold around to taxation is theft. Who's going to run into a bit of a cooler, especially button on small blind, on chip leader. This could get dicey.
Yeah, certainly a lot of dynamics in play here. Wow, it just goes for the limp. This is nice.
Grafton no longer #1 overall in this tournament, but definitely #1 at this table. Makes it 300K. I mean, is this what taxation is theft wanted by limping in here? I mean, could this end up working out worse than if they had just raised and gotten 3-bet?
No, because I think if they raised and got 3-bet, they would still have to call, and I would imagine the 3-bet's going to be more against an open here. I feel like the problem now becomes, you know, you feel like you limped with a very strong hand and you think that Grafton is going to abuse it a lot, which is why you put in this 3-bet now instead of just calling. So now, as played, certainly going to cost taxation maybe a little bit more. You don't ever expect that the chip leader in the small blind is going to have this big of a hand, and they just put you all in now. Oh my gosh.
Taxation makes the call. It's a domination situation. Ace high flop. Trip aces, no good. Grafton eliminates. Taxation is theft on the stone bubble. Grafton jumps back to the top of the leaderboard. What a day for Jans Arend and everyone other than Tex. Let him go. Let him get off the table. Let him go. Let him go so we can clap. Just let him go. Well, everyone else is now in the money in the Wcoop 2022 main event. Min cash $25,100.
Yeah.
Nothing
really
is frozen, gang. We're just waiting for the hands to complete on every table. There could be another elimination.
Yeah, really gross spot there, unfortunately. Just
there we
didn't believe.
I mean, let's give like a clap though for taxation as theft, not just for, you know, being the bubble human, but for on the bubble having a pretty solid stack and just being like, nah, I don't care. I will not be pusher. Whoops. Yeah, I mean that's pretty badass, regardless if you agree with it or not. Yeah, it looks like Kaj Gisto was looking to throw caution to the wind. Maybe we'll have the post-bubble bust-out bonanza now with the shorter stacks. Average is 2.1 million at the moment. And we have got, I don't know, close to 10 players who are right around 500,000 or below.
Yeah, talk about throwing caution to the wind. Certainly now not the time to not be putting in 10 bigs in the middle. You see Queen 9 going in.
Queen on the turn, but that is the
Okay.
straight for Ant 1 Killer. There goes Sisik 1 out in 87th place. That's our first casher. And we've got the Snowmen's.
Nom 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 nom.
Takes it down pre-flop. And I knew we knew taxation is theft from somewhere, but I wasn't confident enough to say it. Thank you, Tom, for letting us know that one of the first Dare to Stream winners, Gilly, taxation is theft. I knew they were a streamer. And that's pretty baller for a for a contest winner to just rip it on the bubble. Unfortunately, Graph Tackle just has always had it today. Pocket aces for Prudently. Pocket sevens for Bunatiru. Bunatiru, Dominic Nietzsche.
Yeah, blind versus blind, just a little above 30 big blind stack for both players. Certainly seems like it could be a collision in the making. Here we go.
Big time collision. Dominic in big trouble. 1-7 folded. No additional sevens. Prudently doubles through Bunatiro. I expect we're going to see him all in again relatively soon. Like right now. Like in the small blind. Bernie under the gun, really wanting to collect that bounty that doesn't exist in Bunatiro, raising 8-9 suited. And no pair for Dominic, but it doesn't matter because Queen High wins.
A lot of pretty and big hands in the blinds here.
No Tillet with nothing to lose. Bunatiro all in at the other table. And no Tillet wins that one pre-flop. Bunatiro, River's a flush draw, but that's not good enough. Unfortunately, we lose. Switching and switching and switching. Dominic Nietzsche out in 83rd place. A long ways to go before the first ladder up. Got to make it to 63rd. You got to outlast 20 more people. And we are trying to catch as many of these eliminations as we can.
Pretty nice flop for Queen 9 of clubs here. Just gonna move all in for 2x pot. Gets all overcard equity to fold there. I believe that was Stefan Schilhabel, Bex 22, now in the small blind.
Man, this is really quite the lineup we have right now, the final 82 of the 760 total entries. Lots of big names still in. We can't cover all of them just yet. KZHH, huge online name. VBV 1990, huge online name. No Tillet, huge online name. Jareth, Ace King suited, big online name. And Jarrett's going to have an easy call off here. Domination situation. Has to fade the jack or running clubs. Oh, boy. Had to fade a little bit more by the river there, but did double up Jareth.
Yeah, a lot of these sub 20 big blind stacks. Gonna go for a spin very shortly.
And another ace king for no Tillet. It feels like not only is the post bubble bust out bonanza happening, but like the cards are getting dealt. Like the card distribution is really ramping up as well.
Yeah,
BBV
well, you know,
is
you
gonna
got
be
one hand
dominated
on that
again.
cranker.
Yeah, exactly. And no Tillet's going to finish the job that Jarrett started one hand ago. VBV out in 82nd place for $25,000. And we've got Jareth and Mafun. And Jareth shoves. 10 bigs for Mafun. Domination situation again, but we've got a deuce on the flop. And that's going to be a double up for Mafun. Mafungo? And Mafun with 4 high in the small blind. You can just let this one go, right? Just to give it up. There you go. Spraggy. Ace 5 suited. Ooh, sourdough suited. Which is artisanal.
Nice to see Spraggy in the money, considering he was all in and at risk. Close to the bubble. Won a huge flip with ace king against queens.
I think Spraggy is in for like 2.5 bullets, maybe. I think there was a satellite win, but this is his 3rd entry in this event. What a flop here. Some street flash potential. 2 memes in one hand for Spraggy.
More memes, the better.
And KZHH does have a pair here. Top pair now, though, for Spraggy.
Just a whole lot of board coverage here for Spraggy. Obviously not going to be afraid of really any river card, but that, you know, obviously we see that he's not beat. But of course, when your opponent calls your flop bet, certainly they can have some jack X's Will that prevent Spraggy from perhaps trying to go for value here on this river?
Spraggy's too good to check back here. I've never seen him shy away from thin value. Oh! I mean, how many of us would have? I would have just checked there, no problem, absolutely. I just assumed he would have done something better than what I would do. Spraggy up to 1.8 million, still below average. Actions folded around to KZ with ace-5, the off-brand sourdough. Jack 8 gets a free look at the flop, pair of 5s for KZ. Tubla says, are you sure a check isn't that bad either? No, I'm not saying it was bad at all. Don't get me wrong. I can see all the hold cards. All I'm saying is that I would expect Spraggy to win more chips than I would have. That's all. I'm not saying it was bad by any stretch. Yes, to whoever asked, Sam Grafton is still in, ranked 18th currently, as Mufun raises ace-10 suited. Five, 7 of spades on the button. Little time bank, raise and take it for Mufun. Spraggy the big blind here. Ace-7 suited for KZ. Fold from no tillet. Fold from backs. I said fold from backs. Spraggy defends. And flops probably about as bad as you can flop.
Yeah, probably for the best considering Spraggy was dominated, though. Not going to find much reason to continue, I think.
KZ continuing. And Spraggy may run into some time bank issues eventually. Seems like he does not have any time bank left.
Yeah, I feel like Spraggy must be playing a few tables today just because that didn't seem like a spot that they would have taken a lot of time with. But, you know, it's tough, especially when you don't have time bank left in the big one. It's going to be the one where it matters the most.
No tillet with Jack 9 suited. Should be an easy fold for Bex and for Spraggy. Roman. Defending ace-6 suited. 9 high flop. Pair of 9s. Very good.
Yeah, I mean, ace high, paired board, looks okay. Ooh. Obviously, maybe some backdoors would have been nice, but here Ramon just going to take the aggressive line with ace high. Kind of interesting, you know, just seems like they want to take control of the betting lead with this check raise. A lot of the times with ace high, most players would just check call and not check raise in that spot. Probably doesn't feel too good about it now that they got called, but still going to go ahead and bet. Kind of surprising to see when the club comes in as well. And a fairly small sizing. It's going to work. I mean, I think that no till it doesn't feel like their opponent would be check raising there with a lot of ace highs and then continuing to bet the turn when called. So
Yeah.
certainly not really going to put them on many hands they could beat there.
Yeah, nice little theft there by Roman. Folds around the Spraggy with king 5 suited on the button. Raises. What sort of nonsense is Roman going to get into here with pocket threes? Just a call. 1-3 folded, or about to be folded, I should say. No, called.
Wow.
7-3 decides. Let's see a flop. Jack, Jack 4.
Feels like a fairly safe flop for threes, but it is tough when you are multi-way to imagine how you are going to get to showdown. It's nice when it gets checked around, though.
And then an undercard hits the turn, huh? How lucky is that?
Yeah, pretty fortunate, and pretty fortunate that, you know, Spraggy feels like they have just enough showdown value on that flop to check back, because a lot of the times with perhaps worse hands, Spraggy would just end up betting.
Somehow threes are going to hold if we get to showdown.
Well, you know, when you're up against 7-3 and you have threes, it's not that surprising that that you're probably going to end up with the best hand. And obviously the overcards of Spraggy didn't hit, and it's the 7-3 that's going to try to go for a little bit of a bluff here. I would imagine that this is a situation where, you know, the big blind definitely can have a lot of value here. You know, certainly you would bet 10x for value on the river.
Ooh, baby.
Does get away with it.
And I'm sorry I acted incredulous when I saw you come along with 7-3. Obviously, I don't know anything.
Well, listen, it looks like Jareth had a plan for the 7-3, so
Right.
we'll give him that.
King Jack under the gun for Mama, Mama, Mama. No tillet with Ace Jack. Does 3-bet. Mafun with Ace 10 folds, and so does the original raiser. Pocket aces now for no tillet. Down to 73 players, which means we're 10 away from a prize jump. Some of the recent eliminations include Antoine Saout, GM Vaulter of Team Pro, Aaron Bean. The shortest stack right now, Tankanza. When I say short, I mean like 3 big blinds.
Unfortunate timing here for Spraggy to find the 3-bet with Jack 10 suited. No tillet, you know, might even consider just flatting, because if they feel like Spraggy has any light 3-bets here, if they were to 4-bet shove, is not going to get called, so they do go with the flat. This can be a little troublesome. Spraggy has some equity with the gut shot. No backdoor flush draws, but has the betting lead. So what will Spraggy do?
No tillet gets to check it on over to Spraggy, who would fire here pretty often. Does have outs? Oh no, there's 2 9s folded. Blech!
Yeah, I can't blame Spraggy for continuing to bet here. No tillet. How slick are they going to play this hand? I would imagine they could just find another call here, but does end up going for the check raise, and that gets Spraggy off the hook at least, you know?
Yeah. All in to call. Spraggy does ditch it. Ace-King for KZ in the big blind. No tilt first to act with 6-2 suited. We've got a suited ace for Roman and a queen suited for Mama.
How do you know it's not ma'am, ama? Just say.
I don't know. Like most things, I'm just trying to say it confidently and hopefully no one notices. And it, mama. Baby.
Yeah,
4x
40 bigs
3-bet.
effective for the ace-king, though. Feels like a really good spot. Just put it all in.
And this would be most of mama stack. Yeah, can't do it out of there. King Jack suited for a new player at the table, Dejanitz. Spraggy out, Roman out, Jareth out, Mafun out. Over to the blinds. Suited king, but out of position for KZHH. Does call, and it's a king high flop. Could be trouble for Kazaha. And Deja value betting. Oh, well, that's a lucky turn card. King, deuce, queen. These two are chopping. Oh my goodness. Well. If this goes to showdown, which it is very likely to do, we're looking at a chop pot. A third pot bet here should be easy enough call for Deja. Does in fact make the call. This hand ends in a chop, and you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. 10 out of 10. Thank you. You're welcome. Solo act, taking it on the road. There you go. Thank you. That's an 11, a 10. You know what? I should just be doing this all on my own. Spraggy opening this pot, ace tray suited. KZ calling with 2 9s. Nope, not calling. 3-betting. 3x 3-betting. Spraggy ditches it. Spraggy getting a little short and blinds going up. Spraggy right now is 61 of 68. Blinds 30,000, 60,000. Pocket 9s for Romon. And who wants to play? Looks like KZHH wants to play. 10-8 suited. Fun. No tillet. More suited connectors. Fun. In. And the flop misses. Well, doesn't miss the diamonds, but ace, ace, queen. Not good for nines. Not good for 10-8 suited. See if the diamonds bet. Yeah. 10 on the turn. That's actually the best hand now for KZ. No tillet makes the flush on the river. And I guess you have to value bet this. 210,000. I guess there's a bit of a decision here. The way this hand's played out, KZHH is under-repped. This might be a good time to take a stab with a worse hand than a pair of tens, but the fold is the correct decision, and it is what KZHH decides to do, and it's pocket aces again for no tillet? I feel like no tillet's had a lot of good hands.
Yeah,
late.
too bad their opponent doesn't have much to play with.
King high flop. Luckily, not too much going on for Romone. No tillet. That's 100,000. Ooh, Queen 9 decides to take one off.
Yeah, went for some backdoor equity that does not come in. Now no tillet may slow down with the king pairing, of course. A lot of the times you do want to still get value from the 8x and the 7x, so it does end up betting.
Fun and Mama out. So is everyone else. Over to Spraggy. Queen deuce suited, folds the button. Romone limping in with Jack 9. Queen 7 in the big blind. Checks it, flops top pair. Rom taking a stab. Running right into it. Jareth just calls, and it's a 9 on the turn for Rom.
Yeah, this is going to cause Rom to put in some more chips. I think it remains to be seen whether they want to do a check call type line here or just bet themselves. You know, clearly feeling pretty comfortable that they're going to be ahead of Jareth's range quite often. You know, Jareth could have easily flopped middle pair with the 5x, bottom pair with the 2x on the flop, so can potentially look to get value from worse. This river pairing the 5 is a little bit interesting.
RDO, who wanted to chime in that Spraggy would have flopped 2 pair and he was suited. Spraggy would not be faring so well right now with the 5 on the river. So there. Garrett's going to win a small one there. Down to 66 players. We're approaching another pay jump. 66, 65, 64 all make 25,000. 63, and you get bumped up to $30,600. So you can see why things might be crawling along a little bit right now. Oh. Some subscriptions going on in chat. Thanks, Preflop Academy. Deja, ace deuce suited. Mufun, Jack 10. Hunter asks, is this a 3-day tournament? Yes, it is. Thank you for your question. It's actually a 4-day tournament, right?
Yeah,
Today's
4 days with 3 days of coverage.
Right.
Listen, it's not easy to become Wcoop main event champion. You have really got to fight your way through a lot of deep stack play and a lot of good players.
Omen in Nadoro says, no final table coverage. What would ever give you that impression? Three days of coverage, 4-day tournament. But we're covering the last 3. You know what? I don't want to ruin the surprise. Yeah, no, we're not going to cover the final table. Just going to cut it off. You guys can figure it out after that. Read the blogs. Rolls around to Spraggy with 5 high. Ugh. Jareth with 7 high. Jareth loves 7 high. Ah. It's a walk from mama. And another big pocket pair for No Tillet might be getting the opportunity to get it in good against Mufun player.
Yeah, you'd think with about 15 bigs effective, you feel like Ace Queen is just too good to not go with. Granted, you are facing an under the gun open, but No Tillet, one of the bigger stacks, certainly can have hands that Ace Queen is going to be playing quite well against if called, and certainly does have some race folds to 15 bigs as well.
Just not this one. Mufun player in big trouble, does have some outs. And no, the best hand wins again. There goes Mufun player. That table's going to close. That means we're at our final 8 tables of 8. We are on a pay jump. Back to table Sam Squid, where Deja has joined. .com Lol is here. Sizica, the chip leader, on the right side of the screen with ace deuce suited. What's up, 619 Poker King? Good to see you. I'll be at Hamul.
619 San Diego.
619, yeah. The old San Diego. I'll be down there next week. Late, not even late next week. Right after the Sunday Million next week, I'm going to go head on down and keep on trying to min cash a tournament. Seisika with the ace deuce. Jacks for Luis Faria. $690,000 is the re-raise. It's going to get rid of Sam.
Wow. Sam having
Oh, wait,
none
what? I
of
was
it.
wrong. Sam
None of it.
did not want to fold to the 3-bet, thought that Luis would have some 3-bet folds, and that is it for Sam. The jacks hold. And Sam will be the last player to min cash this event. Everyone now guaranteed another $5,400. Man, I looked away from the screen. I was like, Sam's going to fold next hand, and nah, he went for it and just happened to run into the jacks. And that catapults Luis Faria up into 3rd place, only behind Graf Tekel and Sai Zika. I guess, Maria, let's talk about that hand for a second. Is that just one of those situations where, you know, Sam having that gear and having that ability is just going to win him so many more chips in the long run, and when we see something like that, it looks worse than it really is?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it just seemed like such a good squeeze spot coming out of the small blind when Sam opened and got a flat there. And, you know, with King 10 suited, you have a blocker. That King's kind of nice to have in your hand. The suited variable is nice in case you get called. You definitely will have a little bit more equity with the suited combination. Obviously, you're hoping for a fold, but as we can see, you know, he wasn't even doing all that bad against jacks. Had the overcard, just wasn't able to connect there. But, you know, not necessarily a play that I think a lot of players should fault Sam for. And maybe just at the higher level, I think you're going to see those type of 4-bet shoves a lot more often than you would, you know, say at the $100 buy-in level.
Can you remember a time where the last time you did that?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the times for me, it's going to be player dependent, certainly, you know, but of course, when we talk about an online 10K, you are playing against the best of the best, and they are going to have a lot of light 3-bets. You're going to get into spots where it seems like such a good squeeze spot that they're going to have 3-bet folds, and it's so profitable to just put the chips in the middle and hope that you get a fold. And unfortunately, you know, Sam ran up against a hand that was just going to call, but a lot of the times you're going to win so many chips there just by getting a fold.
Yeah, definitely in the long run, plenty of folds are going to happen. I totally understand the rationale. At least I'm going to pretend to. So everybody now guaranteed $30,500. We're playing down to 40 players today. 63 remain. So 23 eliminations. I don't have too much to talk about for this tournament right now. I do want to talk to you about, Maria, you played in a recent thing for PokerGo where it was you and a bunch of, what was it, esports people? It was like an invitational tournament.
Yeah, not quite esports people, although I'm sure they have some connection in that realm as well, but actually crypto people. So, you know, whether they are people that invest in crypto, have founded some crypto companies. It was the StormX Invitational, actually. So, you know, for those out there who may or may not know what StormX is, but again, it's a crypto cash back company. So really interesting group of people, really fun to play. It was essentially a hyper turbo, you know, so it was just enough skill involved for everybody to participate and feel like they have a real shot of winning. And actually a couple pros did make it quite deep. You know, Brad Owen made the final table. I definitely didn't get close to making the final table, but that's neither here nor there.
So that's why, okay, so that's why I wanted to bring it up, because I remember like seeing a lot of the crypto people pretty excited that they cashed, they went deep, but I didn't remember any big name pros really going that far in it. So I guess Brad is maybe the only one. When something like that happens, I know you're smart enough to like understand the value of playing something like that and don't feel like particularly defeated when you don't win a hyper turbo. But were there any other pros that maybe like were a little frustrated that that some relative amateurs went so deep and they didn't?
I don't think so. I feel like, when you play those things, you know what you're signing up for. Really, it's just about having a good time. And if you're lucky enough to win 10, 20 all-ins, then maybe you'll find yourself at the final table. Daniel Negreanu also played, and he seemed to take it really seriously in a good way, just coming off of super high roller bowl win. I think he was definitely itching to play. So, he had a good time with it, but didn't make a very deep run either.
Well, he was probably itching because of all the mold in his house.
Oh, gosh.
Maria,
I
I
know,
guess
it's crazy.
as long as I have you here, I can so it looks like that James and I are going to be interviewing Jungle Man on the podcast. Not for this week, but we're going to interview him this week. We're going to play it in, I believe, next week's podcast. If you were going to sit down and have a conversation with Jungle Man, what would you want to talk to him about? What would you want to pick Jungle Man's brain over? First of all, have you had many conversations with Jungle Man, and how did those go?
I was just going to say that Jungle Man actually asked me to be on his podcast, so I've been interviewed by Jungle Man, but I haven't had the opportunity to interview him. And, in all of our interactions, he is one of those people that is never afraid to kind of speak their mind. He's very blunt. He's really open. So I feel like you can ask him anything, and he would be happy to give you an honest answer at that. So I don't know. I'm going to think of a couple good questions, and I'm going to send them to you. But I think there's a lot that you could ask that you may or may not want to know the answer to. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, no, I definitely, you never know where you're going to get from Jungle, which is one of the most interesting things about him. It's also been really interesting seeing him evolve over the years. I don't know if you can sort of agree or disagree with this, but he really has sort of grown and changed quite a bit from when he was first on the scene as a guy that was kind of hard to get answers out of him, kind of hard I would say it was difficult to have a conversation with him at various points. And it seems like he's really come into his own and figured out who he is. So I think that's kind of going to be my focus, is just how, what was it? What was it that got all that done?
Yeah, actually, it's funny because when I talked to Jungle Man, before action restarts real quickly, he was saying how he wanted to start a podcast because he wanted to be outside of his comfort zone. So that includes, being somebody who is more willing to talk to people that normally he wouldn't get the chance to talk to. But also, I think that has made him a little bit more eager to try new things, to be open. So he has evolved a lot throughout the years. So I think that's going to be a fun one for you guys.
All right, action back underway with the final 63 players. Everyone now guaranteed $30,595. Won't be another pay jump until we get down to the final 47 players, so we'll keep an eye on that. 6 high flop, so a pair and a straight draw for Amino last. And Amino last betting 120 into 400, gets the fold from Toka. Kingle 666 asks, is there a Hungarian player? Yes, thank you for your question. I mean, you mean in the world, is there a Hungarian player? Yes. I'm certain of it. Serva Min. Ace tray on the button. And Toka defends and flops the best hand, pair of nines.
Yeah, not much for the ace 3 of clubs, but does have the betting lead. So going to continue for small, and, once they don't really get a fold, it's going to be interesting to see how they want to proceed on this 4 of hearts turn. Does now have that gut shot straight draw, but no heart. Looks like they're going to try to get their opponent to fold the weaker part of their range. Of course, when you defend from the big blind, a lot of the times you're not going to have a good enough hand to continue against a second barrel. You know, some of these 9Xs you might get a fold out of if they didn't contain a heart, but we see that Tokajon with the 7 of hearts is going to stick around. But the gut shot does come in.
You gotta love those suited wheelie aces.
You know, like you said, Stapes, straights are hitting a lot today, so what
Straights
can you
are hot.
do?
Ooh. They check, though. I guess anytime it's not the nuts, check back can be appealing. Mormon at this table, I'm just noticing. How old school of a player do you have to be to get the name Luckbox straight up? Wow. That has got to
Yeah,
be
that was
someone.
definitely, that was Adamo's first choice. Got rejected.
Spraggy in the big blind. Folds. Getting pretty short under the 10 big blind mark at this point. 62 players remaining. Not the shortest stack. There's 2 shorter ones, but it ain't looking good. Ace
Nice
Jack
to
for
make
a
the pay jump, though.
Spraggy checks.
But if Spraggy's been watching the coverage, he knows that he's going to make a straight, surely. It's going to
Yeah.
come.
Spraggy shoves. Wow, Ace Jack high calls. Spraggy needs to hit
Ooh,
and makes the straight.
There it is.
Double up Spraggy. Had lots of outs. I'm kind of surprised that Ace Jack made the call there, but I mean, they were ahead, so well played. Amino last just did not hold.
Yeah, definitely enough draws possible on that flop where ace high is going to be ahead. But, you know, you can't fade the straight today.
Too many straights. Folds around the Spraggy on the button with deuces. Ooh, shoves with the deuces. Deucitus might not be able to fold ace-10.
Yeah, especially because when you get an open shove off of a 22 big blind stack or so, you know that they're not going to have the strongest hands in that range.
Right.
They're not going to be open shoving with aces, with even, you know, ace king. So ace 10 feels like it's going to play so well against that open shove. Can't resist. Gonna put the chips in.
Spraggy looking to win another flip. Not looking good this time. No additional outs on the turn. That's going to be it for Spraggy. Did, in fact, ladder up. Is probably profitable for this event. Spraggy out in 61st place, $30,595.
Yeah, GG, Spraggy definitely, you know, held on as long as he could.
Oh boy, look at this. Some power poker. Luis Faria coming on strong. Jacks again. Luis, I believe, busted, what's his name? Sam Grafton with jacks before. Has jacks again now.
Yeah, I mean, with those stack sizes, though, we're not going to see an all-in. We're probably going to see, you know, a 3-bet out of Louis here. Not going to be surprised to see that, but certainly not going to put the entire stack in. I'm assuming we're going to see a 4-bet out of kings, and depending on the okay, just going to slow play. That's going to be rough for Louis though, because now the kings are under-repped and the jacks is an overpair on this board. So gotta feel pretty good going for half pot.
You feel really good until you see the turn, and then you feel amazing. Luis about to win another huge pot with jacks, it seems. He did Sam Grafton. I wouldn't say he did him dirty. He got him good, but Seisika is about to get done dirty.
Yeah, I don't think
Checks to
Seisika
Luis.
sees this coming.
5 million in the middle.
Yeah, I think what's interesting, though, is with this run out, you're not really... Ooh. Quick call. Didn't really think about it. I mean, you know, certainly feels like you under-rep your kings, so you're going to have to call. But, of course, you know, some pairs that would 3-bet there make sets, you know, with the 10 out there, with the jack out there, certainly something to consider. Of course, your opponent could also have aces in that spot, but just was not ready to even consider folding the kings there on the river.
Now, typically we don't want to reveal the names of players unless they have, it's well known, unless it's already been publicized. We like to keep player anonymity. But I can tell you guys this right now, that Luis Faria, their real name is Luis Faria. So I hope that doesn't get me into too much trouble. Luis, a Portuguese pro, 800K in live earnings, and did go fairly deep in London a couple of weeks ago. So, you know, it's a streaky game. Yes,
I've never really
doxed
completed
him.
the live to online streak, though. I've had a couple of live runs that I've been able to string together, but not so much across, you know, live and online. So if you're able to do it, Luis, good on ya.
Luis in the top 59 here now. Deuces for Luis Faria. Play the rush. Yeah, Krim, I'm interested in the question that Nutlow Poker just asked you. Where did you finish in the daily $10? Seems to have some choice words about the GTO players. All right, we've gone 3 ways to this flop. Seisika and Bingery who? Hingary Hummus? What is that? How do you say that?
Hingram Hoos.
And there's the jam.
Wow.
Should be an easy fold
Big
for deuces,
check
yeah.
jam.
Guilty. I resemble that remark.
Yeah, Stapes. So what are we going to work on before Hamul? You think maybe just not 3-bet shoving aces with like 100 bigs?
That was... Okay, so I do know that there is a difference between a cash game and a tournament. In a cash game where it was like one of the last hands of the night and I thought maybe someone would be down to gamble and get it in pre-flop with something weird because people like to gamble up towards the end. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying there was a little more thought put into it than what it looked like.
Do you think you had the reputation, though, that
Oh,
you know, like,
no.
yeah, people want to, right,
No.
like, people want to gamble, sure, but they want to reasonably gamble. Like, they're probably not going to call off a tight player, but if the player was a bit on the looser side, then they might feel like, all right, well, let's get the chips in.
Yeah, no, that's a valid point. .com lol all in. Vice and Fish. What is this? Okay. Makes the call. Wasn't a lot more. Flops the queen, and that's going to be it for .com lol. Out in 58th place. And we're like 9 away from the next pay jump. Jack 7 suited. Going into the time bag. Oh, we got a disco. We're back. We're back to the time bank.
No. Don't lose it all.
I know. I mean, we're not that far away from the end of the day. I assume the time banks get replenished again starting tomorrow, so. But Luis keeping their foot on the gas.
Yeah, not surprised to see Vincent Fish go after the chip leader opening from the button. Seems like a good spot.
Vice and Fish 7-8 suited on the button. This should get through. And it does. Woo, I got one right today. Not like when I said Sam Grafton's going to fold, and then he just shoves King 10 suited and busts.
To be fair, it could have gone either way, but like the hand was definitely not over. But
No.
sometimes players will fold in that spot.
Luis raising again, this time with Jack 8 suited.
When you're in Hamul, do you get down to like gas lamp very often? Are you driving that 40 minutes to downtown San Diego, or are you just kind of staying in your little Hamul bubble?
It's pretty far. The last time I was there, we did go out to dinner in downtown San Diego, but you know how it works is like everyone's like, yeah, we're in for dinner, and then by the time dinner comes around, it's like 3 people are playing this, 2 other people can't be pulled away from a slot machine, 2 people are napping, and so I ended up going out, just me and Boston Rob, and I tricked my girlfriend into coming down on the train, and I was like, because everyone's like, oh, is she coming? Is she coming? Is she coming? Is she coming? And I was like, guys, I know what's going to happen. I'm going to invite her down here and promise her a big night out, and then everyone's just going to bail, and that's exactly what happened. So I felt really bad.
Yeah, I feel like poker players not the most reliable when it comes to making plans. So
It's not even that they're not the most reliable. It's that I will tell them exactly what's going to happen, and they'll go, no, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. And then it does happen. So that was the frustrating part. And then my girlfriend really wanted to go to a strip club, and I had lost too much money on the trip, so I had to pretend like I wasn't into it. I didn't have any money left.
Is this the first time that
Bison
she's going to
fish.
find out about it? Is watching this stream? That's the reason? Or
No, I'm not worried that she'll ever watch anything that I do. Not a problem. And Rewards gets the rest of their chips in against this under the gun open. This loose under the gun open. Picks up a few there. Who are our short stacks now? Danny RZ. Monzaman. Ooh, Monzaman is real short. Monzaman's got like 2 big blinds. 3 big blinds. Pocket aces for Rewards. Maybe he's going to pick up another pot here. Another loose under the gun open. And blinds are up. 35,000, 70,000. And Luis with another monster. Pocket 9s for Rewards. Might finally run into it here. Just
Yeah,
jams the 9s, and Luis won't be folding.
yeah, I definitely can't fault the 9s for putting the chips in the middle.
And it's a king-eye flop. Bye-bye 9s. Rewards will be mildly rewarded with that finish. 56th place, $30,595. Down to 55.
Just seems like it's Luis Faria's tournament to lose so far.
Yeah, Luis is #1 in chips by a significant margin. Luis with 17 million. Graf Tekel in second with 9.5.
Yeah, nice to see Graf Tekel, though, hang on to, you know, being in one of the top spots. Had the chip lead, you know, earlier on today and still managed to maintain that big stack throughout. And it's also nice, you know, when you get down to 55 players that you're not on the same table as the overwhelming chip leader, right? Because that's going to put you in tougher spots. You're not going to have as open of a lane to raise and, you know, be able to put a lot of pressure on all of the other stacks. But in this situation, just not being at the same table as Luis is a really good thing for Graf Tekel.
Kaj Gisto jamming over the button open. He's going to get it through. Aces now for Kaj Gisto. And is probably going to get to re-raise another open from Surge. And does. Is Surge going to be able to fold 2 hands in a row to the same player? Attacking their open, yes. Surge relatively short now after that. And another decent hand for Kaj. Queen Jack suited. Vice and Fish with King 9 suited. Luis. Luis does fold. Queen Eye flop, so another one very likely to go Kaj's way. Takes over the betting lead, gets the fold. Ace King for Luis now. Sizeka with pocket 6s.
Yeah, definitely going to face a 3-bet here. And, you know, at some point, you just feel like you have to take a stand against the chip leader. And you know, with a hand like sixes from the button, it's really not a bad hand at all if you elect to take a very aggressive line with it.
There's the very aggressive line, and we're flipping. Is Luis finally going to miss a board entirely? Yeah, well, Seizica hits the 6 on the river. That's a double up for the one-time chip leader, who is 5th in chips now. Action folds around to Luis, who folds. Vice and Fish, Jack 10. Deja with ace 5.
Might be considering a 3-bet, but does decide to fold.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
Jack 4 suited for Deja. Surge pretty short. Ooh, decides to fold to the button raise. Did
Yeah, I
not
feel
like
like
ace deuce.
with 30 bigs or so effective from the button, you just want to shove these 8s.
Uh-oh. I see some late position aces and some not so big stacks. Totally reasonable shove here from ace 5 is going to walk right into it. Domination situation. Not looking good for ace 5. Surge Bez B. Be gone. Out of here. Eliminated by Hungary Mhoos. By the way, Hungary Mhoos satellited in for $215. Their biggest live cash before this, $2,100. So this is
That's
a pretty
amazing.
sick, yeah, pretty sick run for Hungary Dingery over there. Woof. Seizica defending 10, Trey suited, hits a 3. Nine of clubs on the turn doesn't hit anyone. Neither does the 8 on the river.
Yeah, Seizica trying to get to showdown, but this King 5 bluff is going to get picked off rather quickly.
Snapped off, and a snap raise from Luis to start the next hand. Just a flat from the 10s from Hungary. Ooh, ace high flop. Jack on the turn. I feel like Hungary's just going to get away from this with the second Luis puts a chip in. Maybe on the river they call a little bit, so went check, 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 but man, Hungary's been pretty cautious. Yep, okay, pays off the river bet. What are you going to do? Hungary
King
coming out
pretty fearless.
swinging the very next hand.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you would think if someone's sattied into this and they're this deep that they would pass on these open spots with 7-5, but not Hungary.
Hungary shoves.
Wow.
Is the ace going to be enough to get Sizik to fold?
Gosh, this is amazing. No
This
matter what
is
happens.
amazing. Gets kings to fold.
Wow.
No idea how close they just came to being booted. I don't think there's any way that you know you're just jamming on kings there, but maybe I'll give Hingry some credit. But what a move!
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised with the really quick call pre-flop against the 3-bet. It was just no fear. No F's given. Oh, and a throwable.
And a shower. Weissenfish all in, flops the straight draw. Will we see another straight? Yes! Another straight today. Weissenfish doubles up. Deja in big trouble.
Today is the day. Anybody with a straight draw, come one, come all.
Jampar asking, how long is this stream going today? What time does day 3 start tomorrow? We're playing down to 40 today. Tomorrow we start at the exact same time, 6 p.m. GMT, 10 a.m. if you're a Pacific person like me and Maria. And tomorrow we play down from 40 to the final table. Wow.
Well, this street flash is certainly going to hit.
Well, it's hard to... Wait, hold on. Wait, yep, just the queen of
No,
diamonds
it's live.
out. Okay. Pair for Hingary on the turn. Do not try to bluff this one, Hingary. I guess it doesn't really matter. It's not much trouble they can get into. Well, just snap fold that time. Dejan wins a pretty big pot considering how short they were, but uh-oh. Sevens for Hingary.
Yeah.
Now, if an ace hits this board while Kosh has pocket kings, that's very unlucky.
Yeah, and Dejan with sub 10 bigs. Might not find many better hands to go with. Granted, Hingary did open under the gun, but again, just running out of options. And of course, unlucky to have the big blind wake up with as big of a hand as kings.
There's the all-in from Kaj. Dejan forced to make the call. Only one ace left in the deck. Spades. But it's a rivered set for Kaj, so we do lose Dejan out in 51st place. 10 away from the end of the day. 3 away from another pay jump. Kaj deciding to play the rush a little bit. I didn't clock this, but apparently Hingary would have made a set on that board as well. Jareth with Queen Jack suited. Fewer than 10 big blinds.
Yeah, looks good enough for a shove to me. We'll see if Jareth agrees.
Gets the other Queen Jack to fold. Not really much that can call a bet this size. Nice pickup for Jareth. Ace-9 suited for Weissenfish.
When's the next pay jump, Stapes?
47th place. You get another about 7,000. Six and a bit.
Yeah, it does feel like players are starting to fold pre-flop a little slower, even with hands that they don't have a decision with. So looks like that could be the reason why.
2 away from that pay jump. Now 49 and 48 both get the current payout. Ace queen suited for Kaj. Boris Sarin asks, how much does the winner get in this tourney? $1.3 million if you can outlast 48 other players at this point.
I'm just going to pretend that, you know, had I gone back to Cabo for take 2, that I would have been the winner. But since I didn't, you know, someone else is going to get a chance to win.
It was very nice of you. We see a defend from 4-3 suited. Vice and Fish pretty much whiffed this. Continuation bet from Gisto. Fives for Luis. Haven't seen Luis in action in a while. Bye, Gabe. Have a nice night. Hungary out of time bank. Luckily, that was not a hand that really required much of it.
Carl made a good point, Stapes. Should we get into some type of Powerball conglomerate here, or what?
Our friend Danny Zucker texted me today. He's in Hawaii, and he asked me if I would go out and buy him some Powerball tickets after this. So I am going to go out and get a few. You know I've won the lottery before, right? Have I told you this?
No, I have not heard this story.
I came one number away from winning the whole thing. I was just missing the Powerball number, but I had 5 of 6. And I won $12,000.
Wow. Do you know that poker player Danny Wong? He's like a LA local, but plays tournaments. Like he might have won a bracelet. Actually, I'm pretty sure he has. Like he has results. He's been around. He's friends with Steve Sung and them. He won the lottery for $1 million a few months ago.
Oh wow!
It's
how long ago?
Incredible. A couple months ago.
Oh wow! Yeah, it was weird because I was trying to buy a new car at the time, and I was about $5,000 short on what I needed because they jacked the price up right away. And then me and a buddy split a lotto ticket, and they took half off the top because of taxes. Mm-hmm. And so then we were down to $6,000 total, $3,000 each. But my friend, who I split it with, had owed me $2,000 for years, and so my $3,000 plus the $2,000 he owed me had exactly the $5,000 I needed to get the car.
Wow, amazing.
But if we had had the numbers a slightly different way, we would have won like $100,000.
Oh, really?
And if we had, yeah, if we had won the last one, it was over $100 million. Yeah. King Jack for Luis. I'm with you, Godmit. Great fold, 9-9 to small C bet. I'll give you that. Was a great fold. Ooh, Hungary could be in trouble here. This sucks. I've been in this position with King 9 in the big blind before. There's like no good flops for it.
Yeah, definitely around the borderline of kind of what you want to be defending. I think, against an early position open, you probably want to be folding king 7 off. Sometimes you'll see king 8 defend as far as the offsuit combos go, and, king 9, very similar in strength.
Louis continuing. Pretty easy getaway here for Hungary. Dana Craven says, it's a good thing I didn't win because then I wouldn't be working here.
That's true.
I'm gonna try my best to take that as a compliment.
We're lucky to have you, Stapes, even if you don't want
That's
to
right.
be here
You all
with
won the
us.
lottery.
That exactly. Isaac probably just going to put, Hungary all in with the ace 10. Certainly queen 8, it's not going to be a limp call off, but we've seen some things out of Hungary that we may or may not have expected so far, so not going to rule anything out.
Isaac does take it down pre-flop. So who are the shortest stacks now, as we're on a soft pay jump bubble right now? Jareth, right here at this table, is the shortest stack in the entire tournament.
Yeah, we just see a little bit of pre-flop tanking. Just hoping for some eliminations at the other tables. Cornell Christian wants to know the names of some of the books from my bookshelf. Well, as Jen Shahade pointed out last time she was on one of the streams, her book is on my bookshelf. So if you guys haven't gotten a copy yet, this could be a good chance for you guys to get it. It's really good. I mean, obviously I don't play chess, but there's a lot of parallels between Jen's experience in chess and other women's experience in chess and poker, of course.
Are there a lot of big words in it? It seems, I bought a couple of copies. I have a copy here on my shelf. I've given it away to some of the smarter people I know, but I'm afraid I won't know a lot of the words in it.
Stapes, you could definitely look it up if you don't know, and then you'll learn a new word every time that happens. So even if there were a lot of big words, kind of feels like there's a workaround.
That's a great question from A-Dub-Check. Are there any good pictures in it?
Not so many pictures, but I mean, so no, definitely not up your alley then.
More of a movie person.
You'll just wait for the movie to come out. You'll just wait for Jen to turn this book into a movie, and then you'll be fine.
Yeah. Ace Jack for Hungary. Do you think that's really Pappy in the picture? Do you think that's Pappy?
I'm going to go with probably not, but you never know.
But just in case, I should probably just get in touch, see what.
Just in case you.
Just in case.
Just, write the email, on behalf of Stars. We were wondering if we could have your phone number and your address to send you a Wcoop main event merch package.
If I could do anything for you. Just want reaching out, just ambassadorially. Is that a word? See, that's too big of a word. I don't know that word. Pocket sixes for Kaj. Pulls around to Pappy, who folds. And Weissenfish will not be folding. There is the re-raise.
Yeah, really putting sixes in a tough spot. I think you don't necessarily want to be, yeah. You definitely don't want to be shoving sixes over this 3-bet, I don't think, but it's going to be hard for you to play post-flop, as you can see.
Bends very quickly on the flop. Okay, well, this table just filled in, which means we're down to 48. The final 6 tables of 8 players. This is the official pay jump bubble.
Is Jared still the shortest stack?
Let's take a look here. Aziz Mancha has slightly fewer chips than Jareth, but not by much. And Jareth with a hand that's with these few chips, it's not a fold.
Yeah, facing slightly larger than a min raise, though, does still elect to peel.
Misses entirely, losing to ace high. Yeah, we're talking just under a 7K prize difference, by the way, between 48th and 47th place, so significant. Guardius announcing that Sam went deep in the Titans event, another 5K happening right now, got third in that, and also someone mentioned that Luis is doing well in the medium main as well. Pretty cool. Pocket 10s under the gun for Kaj. A 7 suited for Weissen is going to call. And this is going to make it very, very delicioso for Eisenhower to get the rest of the chips in. Jareth finally folds.
Yeah, Eisenhower, you know, to shove here and get 2 folds would be huge. Just hoping that Kaj is the one that he's really worried about having a hand here. If he could get through that, then he would be in the clear, but we see that 10s is just a little too strong to fold.
Ace 7 does fold. It's a 10 high flop. That's it. Lights out on the turn for Eisenhower. Ace on the river, the unnecessary needle. So Eisenhower out in 48 for 30,595. Everyone else now 37,288. And we're 7 away from the end of the day. Louis still the overall chip leader, although Grafton has caught up a bit. 15.7 for Luis, 11.4 for Grafton.
Yeah,
Jareth all in.
Luckily has 2 overs to the deuces, but Hingery shoves with the ace 10.
Oh! Domination rotation for Jareth, double up. More than a double up. A little dead money out there as well. Ace 7 now for Jareth, who's still not in great shape. Average stack is 4 million now. Happy with 5-4. Against the min raise. Ugh. Oh, well. Less of a whoop than I thought it was.
Yeah, Jareth just going with the min bet here. Just trying to fold out some hands with some potential equity, but, you know, gonna hear it from the trip fives immediately.
Poppy takes that one down, blinds up 40,000 to 80,000. Pocket sixes for Vice and Fish. Nines for Hungary. Vice and Fish makes the call.
Oh.
Flop is 8-7-5. There's all spades out there now. Nines hold though.
What?
Doubles
A straight
through.
didn't get there? Shocked.
Doubles through Vice and Fish. Pocket deuces for Kaj. A7.
Is Hungary the only qualifier that's left, or do we have a couple in the mix?
There may be more. There's a little too many people still in the event to know completely who qualified and who didn't, but we do know that Hungary's in for 215. Top pair for Poppy. Bet and take it down. 6 more eliminations till we reach the end of play today. It looks like we're going to have another break before that happens. Deuces for Luis. Just shoves. Sure, it makes sense. Vice and Fish ahead of this shoving range.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like, you know, with no pay jump imminent, I would certainly be calling off from the small blind with ace-3 suited or with king-10 from the big blind. I think we might see one of the two players go for it.
Filippo Fortini on YouTube asks, buy-in? Yes, there was a buy-in. Thank you for your question. Where do you
Only
think
real
we have the
argument.
prize pool from?
It's a free roll, guys. PokerStars is feeling super generous.
Wow, ace-3 folds. King-10 also folds.
Really surprising to see that, and I don't love it. You know, I get that sometimes people feel more comfortable being the person shoving than being the person calling off for their tournament life.
Right.
But again, you know, you've got to find spots to double when you're the shorter stacks. Again, there's no pay jump on the horizon right now, so not a real reason to fold too tight. But here all the chips go in. Ooh.
Is that another domination rotation for Jareth, 2 in a row?
Jareth running it up.
Still not a super healthy stack, but a win's a win. And we've got to be closing in on another break in the action. Couple of 10 big blind stacks. Kelvin, Danny, Amino. None of them at this table. sevens for Sizeka. Ingrid checks to Sizeka, who bets. All right, this table's going on break. We still have action on table Mormon. Ooh, ace-queen versus ace-queen. It gets ace-queen to fold. One more table still in action. Ace-queen, but it ain't the best hand here. Boss Dowg with the full house. The big blind special. Future of me. Drawing dead on this turn.
Yeah, but might look it up with this sizing being pretty small. Double paired board, ace high, feels pretty good. Definitely some missed draws from the flop. Boss Dog trying to find...
Yeah.
Yeah, and trying to find a sizing that's going to get this type of hand to call. You know what? How can you convince ace highs to call you here? I mean, this overbet, though, not sure it's going to be the one.
Did not get paid off. Boss Dog, winner of that last hand. In the top 10 chips, number 5 overall. Chip leader is Luis Faria still with 15.7 million. Grafton in second place with 10.8 million. Couple of big names still in here. I'm going to read them out loud. I'm going to let Maria react because we haven't necessarily seen very much of some of these players, but we'll start at the bottom. Luckbox still involved, which I don't think Luckbox, I'm not sure if Luckbox's name is completely out there, but I will say a very old school player if you're going to be having the name Luckbox with no numbers or symbols. No Tillet still in. Future of Me still in. Pabritz still in. Tankanza still in. Wushu still in. Mormon 1. Dinge Brinker. Amadi. Graph Teckle, obviously, we just said. So a real sort of range of old and new online crushers. And I imagine, Maria, some of those names might give you a bit of a chill hearing they're still alive in this WCoop main event.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when we're talking about the 10K WCoop main, though, I think that, of course, you're going to find a lot of these really experienced players find their way into, you know, the top 50 of the players that's left. But I also think that a lot of the ones that we haven't heard so much of so far, we haven't seen play that, you know, would indicate that they are out of their league. So I think we're going to see a lot of interesting pots being played, especially because, relatively speaking, the average stack is still really deep at this point.
Yeah, average stack not available to me for some reason at the moment. And I am not going to figure that out off the top of my head. Blinds when we get back are going to be, they were just at 40-80, so higher than that. Everything's screwed up on my screen. Sorry, guys. I don't know anything that's going on. I'm very excited to see the likes of Amadi and Mormon 1 specifically still alive in this thing. Mormon obviously was the #1 ranked online player for a really long time. I think Amadi had both the live and online titles at one point as far as ranking is concerned. This is where things get a little bit weird, right? We have 6 more eliminations to go today, and tomorrow we play down from 40 to the final table. Is there any real, what's your mindset at this point, Maria? If you're just like one of these 4 to 6 million stacks that's kind of in there, like, is it just sort of hang out and wait? Like, what is it?
I mean, I think that they are going to just be looking for good spots to accumulate. It's certainly all of these players experienced enough to not allow the blinds to just continue to eat away at their stacks. You know, they're not necessarily just going to be sitting back and allowing, you know, all of the other players with the big stacks, you know, continue to abuse all of the other players. So I think, again, it's just about finding good spots at that stack depth and finding, you know, situations where you can chip up without too much of a confrontation. Certainly not necessarily going to be taking a super high variance route pre-flop, but, you know, there's going to be some 3-bet bluffs that they're going to find pre. There's certainly going to be some post-flop spots that they're going to be able to go for thin value or perhaps, you know, pull off a bluff. They're really not at that stack size where they need to be shoving all in pre yet. So I think, again, it's just about maneuverability off of that stack size and making sure that you don't get to a point where you end up in the danger zone.
And is that sort of stack size the hardest to play at this point, right? Like, look, you can mess up a big stack. Obviously, you can mess up a short stack, but it really feels like the most difficult stack to play is where most of these people are in this tournament right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say that, you know, the 20 to 30 big blind stack depth is the one where you can make the most mistakes. I think especially with how experienced these players are, they're going to play that stack size quite well. But it's about, again, you know, not autopiloting and not feeling like, okay, well, you know, I'm just going to try to outlast the bottom 10, 15% of the players left. It's about, you know, how do I get myself into a better position so that as we approach, like you said, playing down to the final table tomorrow, that they're perhaps in a better spot to find themselves in contention to actually win.
Ugh, not autopiloting? You're going to be kidding me. That's all I would be capable of doing here. It's so hard. Anyway, pocket deuces for Luis Faria, the chip leader. Ace jack for Pappy. Thank you, Dana. Yeah, average chips 4.1 million. And the blinds haven't gone up. That's why I was confused before. Still 40,000, 80,000.
Yeah, so, you know, when you were talking about, you know, the people with the 2 to 4 million stack, that's still going to be, you know, enough to play with, especially at 80K still for the big blind. So definitely not a reason to feel desperate.
Faria fired flop, didn't get a fold from the jacks of Poppy. Poppy being bet into a second time.
Yeah, Faria having the range advantage, going to go for the second barrel, just really trying to fold out, you know, the weak jack X's, you know, and all of the other type of hands that perhaps could have equity. Ooh, but Poppy wasn't afraid to call the turn bet, but we'll have to see about this river if Lewis is going to be willing to triple, certainly knowing that deuces cannot be good.
Luis has had some pretty spectacular moves thus far. And bet's nearly pot here.
Pressure.
I mean, this is such a hard call to make with a jack.
Yeah, you just can't find that many natural bluffs. You know, surely there is that busted flush draw from the flop, but, you know, that's not going to be a big part of their range. I think when you're facing an under the gun open, they're going to have all of the sets either here. They're going to have, you know, all of the biggest hands possible. So I think that we can't really look at it and say, oh, they got bluffed. I think it's just one of those spots where Lewis had such a range advantage that you can't really... you can't really call with ace jack there. In that particular situation, you did get bluffed, but a lot of the times your opponent's going to have it on that type of run out.
Is there any argument to getting away from the jack sooner?
I mean, I think a lot of the players would have perhaps let it go on the turn. But again, I think there is a little bit of that dynamic of Lewis being the chip leader and just not wanting to give them a lot of credit.
Yeah. Pappy on the button. Queen 7 folds. Luis decides to limp in. Vice and Fish can get a free flop should they choose. Queen high. Gut shot for Luis. And Jack high folds. Pappy with Queen Jack suited. Min raise. Vice and Fish with an ace. We've seen them take the more passive line before. And does continue taking the passive line.
Yeah, 7-4 here in the big blind. Yeah, off that stack. Sometimes, you know, you might not want to defend with it, but it's not a mistake. I think you feel like pretty comfortable. You're going to have 2 live cards, but it's going to be tough to continue on most boards.
Poppy with a clear continuation bet. Doesn't get paid though. Jareth back under the 20 big blind mark. 9s for Sizica. Maria, have you been watching season 2 of The Vow?
Oh, I have actually. I'm all caught up. What about you?
Yeah, same. We got caught up last night.
That was such a great cliffhanger that they left us on, actually. I'm
Yeah, that
super
was annoying.
excited for the next one.
That was annoying.
Annoyingly good.
Jareth with ace-10 suited.
I didn't think that I would still be interested after the first season. I was like, well, I already read it in the news. I know what happens.
We already know what happens, yeah.
Yeah, but somehow they still got me.
That's kind of exactly the conversation we had. I basically, when we started watching it, I was like, look, I already know what happens. If this isn't like add a lot more information that I didn't already know, then we're probably not going to continue on with this. And every episode, I'm like, all right, that was enough. That was enough. That was interesting enough.
Is it more interesting because you're from Albany, right? Like,
It's very strange seeing neighborhoods that are like minutes from my actual parents' house being featured on the show and knowing all these people like lived around me. Or I guess I probably wasn't there at the same time, but like lived, you know, in my more or less my parents' neighborhood. Pretty strange, yeah.
I mean, you could have been like one of the Nexium, is it Nexium members? Like that could have been you.
Yeah. Well, especially because at the time when this was happening, I had a gigantic crush on Chloe from Smallville. I haven't played on.
Wait,
I somehow finagled my way into the Smallville softball team when I first moved to LA.
Artisanal.
Wait, hold on. You had a crush on her and not on Kristen Crook's character? How did that happen?
Yeah, yeah. For some reason, I was way more into Chloe. Top pair for Jareth. Once they added Lana, I think then I moved on to Lana, or maybe Kristen Kruk was Lana. Once they added Lois, I moved on to Lois. But yeah, Kristen Kruk didn't do it for me for some reason. But she was great. She was good seeing her again in Jack Reacher. I was happy about that.
Wait, what? She was in Jack Reacher?
Yeah, she was like
the TV series, not
Yeah.
the movie. Okay.
No, the TV series, yeah. You've got like 6 Jack Reacher books on the shelf behind you. You did not watch the TV series. Uh-oh.
No. Seems like I don't know. I always feel like TV series after books after movies are just not as good. Is that wrong?
So we lost a player in 45th place, Kowalski. Very well-known on player, someone who's appeared on our stream multiple times. We've done interviews with out in 45th, and we've got an all-in situation here. And Luis Faria knocks out Weissenfish in 44th place. So we're down to 43 now. 3 more eliminations, and then we are done for the night.
Yeah, Weissenfish had passed up on a lot of these ace-X spots, but, you know, just felt too tempted.
Picked the wrong one.
Against the button open, yeah.
King Queen against Queen 8. Hingerhuman. Hingeramahus. Defending the big blind. Queen 8 misses, folds to the flop bet. Poppy under the gun with Queen Jack. There will not be another pay jump today. Everyone who gets eliminated before we close the day out still going to cash for $37,288. Queen high flop despite being dominated. Poppy hits the live card. And Poppy continues for 288 and gets the fold from King Jack. Who are the short stacks now? Amino last, under 10 big blinds. Danny RZ has about 10, and 7 has around 10 big blinds. Hingary raises, Queen 10 of diamonds, Ace King 5. Poppy defends 9 high. Both players miss. Hingary takes one down. Hingary, our most well-known qualifier at the moment. We know they satellited in for $215. Biggest online score before that, $2,100. So just a fraction of the buy-in of this. Pretty cool. Sizeka versus Faria. Now, Faria ahead for now, but Sizeka with slightly more equity.
Yeah, and even though Lewis has chips to spare here, I think that a lot of the times you might see 5s just fold on the flop, but does end up getting a free river card with that check on the turn.
And Luis does not get away with the bluff this time. Sizeka snaps it off, up to 8 million now. That puts Sizeka into 5th place on the leaderboard. Luis still number 1 by a significant margin. And there was just an elimination in 43rd place. 7 out of here. So 2 eliminations, and we're done for the night. The shortest stack now is Amino last. And Luis is fine. Oh my goodness, Luis raises.
Oh, no.
Bebemus all in, and Jareth has Bebemus covered and crushed. There's the reshove from Jareth. Luis folds. There is a 6 on the flop, but no additional 6s. Bebemus out in 42nd place. Jareth, who had gotten it all in bad multiple times, now with a much healthier stack. And we just have one elimination to go before we're done for the day.
It's like what you always say, Stapes, blockers aren't real. What's the point of
Blockers are
having
not
A6
real.
there? Oh, did we decide which color shirt we're going with? What font you want to use for your blockers aren't real?
Yeah,
merch?
the majority of people pick the simple one on the left. But I gotta talk to my clothing manufacturer, my guy, and make sure that he's on board. I really need those shirts to come out soon. I'm kind of broke right now.
You need some
Make a decision.
some slot machine video poker money for Hamul.
Exactly. I need a little walking around money for the rest of the year. Switching set of sixes here for the luck box. Gerson with a pair of fives. Luck box firing pretty big here. Gets a fold from ace five. Switching. Who's it going to be? Musical chairs. When's the music going to stop? 41 players, 40 seats left. Yes, Arvid Luis is the chip leader. Got about 6 million more chips than Grafton.
Stake Addict trying to bluff to win. Will they get heroed by the ace king of no tillet? No. No call.
No hero. Stake Addict gets away with one. Danny with ace five offsuit. We can see there is a much better hand waiting in the big blind.
Yeah, even six-handed, it's a little bit of a loose open, you know, especially when you're opening into the table chip leader in the big blind. Certainly they're going to be defending quite wide and could be tough to play with such a weak holding.
Wushu. The pretty strong hand, more or less jams on no tilt. I mean, has no tilt way covered, so yes. It is a jam. Queen Jack folds. Oh, a little sourdough suited to go with steak. Steak and sourdough. I can see that.
Artisanal.
Dare I say sourdough is my favorite kind of bread. Like, better than focaccia, better than ciabatta, better than a breadstick, better than wheat. Can we agree?
Better than a
I
biscuit?
see your face, Stapes. Yeah,
I'm not a sourdough fan. I've never liked it. It feels
love
lazy.
Biscuits.
I mean, look, if I'm going to eat a sandwich, I don't want to eat it on a biscuit. But I don't know. Sourdough has always felt lazy to me. It's like such an easy bread to make. And I find the sourdough nature of it offensive.
What about
French bread,
a
Italian
sourdough-
bread.
What about a sourdough bread bowl with a nice clam chowder in it? Are you going to say no to that?
No, the sourdough messes with it too much. So just give me
No,
like
it
a
doesn't.
French or Italian bread, some real bread that's risen and put some time and some yeast into it.
Okay, see, now Legion's talking. Maybe this is more up your alley, the sourdough jack. No, that you don't like that?
I do like the sourdough
you
jack
love
from Jack in the Box. Yes, but
See?
yeah, no, I do like a sourdough jack. I think it's that my mouth is too good and sensitive, and I'm just like, just everything
It's too
going on here.
sour?
I'm just very, it's all very sensitive. So I take things a little hard. Wushu with ace-king, ace-jack for Danny. When the chip leader raises late, we could see some fireworks.
Yeah, this could be tough because, as we can see, Danny has about 30 bigs effective. So facing the cutoff open of Wushu here could get a little dicey for the ace-jack.
Yeah, Wushu taking a sweet time. Thomas Mulacher. 1-6-4. 5-7 of spades is out. Danny, not much hope for Danny here.
Yeah, certainly not a mistake to just go with this hand.
That hand has been gone with. Kelvin gets out of the way. Wushu makes the call. Domination situation. Ace-Jack needs to hit, and they need to do it on the river. No, Danny RZ eliminated in 41st place, which means we are done for the day. However, we have action still in progress of a hand that could escalate. Gerson with jacks. Ace-King all in. Serve him in. And we are flipping. Ace-high flop. Gerson way behind and out. So we are not coming back tomorrow with 40 players. We are coming back tomorrow with 39 players. Like I said, the goal was to play down to 40. But with that many tables in action, sometimes you're going to get a double knockout on the last hand of the day. Danny RZ out in 41st place. Gerson out in 40th. Coming back tomorrow with 39, where we are going to play down to the final table. Top chip stacks include Larice Faria. He's got 17 million. Ant Killer. He's got just about 11. Serverman, who just won that last hand, has just under 10. Yannick Poker, number 4 on the leaderboard, 9.5 million. And Graftegel just behind, also at 9.5 million. In 5th place, Wushu not far behind. Amadi is in 8th place. Dingebrinker still in. Pabrit still in. Mormon still in. Lots of big names still in. And I think that some of these names that we haven't heard from in a while are probably pretty hungry to make it to the final table, don't you think?
Yeah, especially because, you know, they had to wait a little longer than expected, a little bit of a delay. 2 months later, finally going to get that shot to perhaps make the Wcoop main event final table.
That's right. So we're playing down tomorrow from 39 to the final table. 1.3 million for the winner. We're back on the air tomorrow, same time as today. That's 6 p.m. if you're in the UK. 1 hour later than that if you are in Central Europe. 10 a.m. if you're on the coast like me and Maria. But for now, that's all the time we have got for this edition of Wcoop. 2 more streams coming at you this week. Tomorrow, 39 players down to the final. We're out of time for today. So for James Hardigan, Nicholas Walsh, and Maria Ho, I am Joe Stapleton. Smell you later.